Good afternoon, everybody. Sana sir. Sana, everybody. Let's continue with the book reading. The Truth Dhamma Has Awakened, Volume 2, page number 26. Even though you have this knowledge about how you don't exist, you do have another problem. And that is, how are we to realize this pure truth? What should we do to realize this truth? Isn't this your problem now? Many people request me to teach them a practical method on how to analyze the formation and the cessation of the five aggregates or the skandha. They want to know how to develop the Udayavaya Jnana. Therefore, we are going to teach you how to go on the path. Now, we are going to reveal to you the way we practiced the analyzing of the Udayavaya of the thought. Even though we present this to you in a day, we had to practice this for a very long time before we realized the truth ourselves. We realized that our I-ness and our mental fetters dissolved a lot during this time period of our practice, and we realized that there was an improvement in our path to nirvana. Now we have realized the truth. Therefore, we are able to let go of the thought. We are at ease with our thought. We know how to let go of the thought. But at your stage, you might not find it so easy. This is a very deep and complex philosophy which is difficult to understand. We are going to teach you how to end this endless cycle of rebirth, the samsara. Now you are going to get ready to end this endless cycle of death and rebirth. All these years you had always created a cause, hetu, to give rise to a thought. This time you will remove the cause that gives rise to any thought, and you will awaken to a supreme moment of the truth. Awakening to the moment of truth is an auspicious moment. It will be an end to the illusion that you exist. Everybody.
Teva Sarana Shani. May all be blessed by Triple Gem. Teva Sarana, everybody. We all worship our Aranhanse, who is our spiritual teacher, who is guiding us. We all worship him at his feet. Teva Sarana, everybody who have joined the Zoom discussion, as well as who are listening to us in various other methodology. So thank you, Shani, for reading those 2 pages from the True Dhamma as Awakened, Volume 2. So we are moving forward with 2 pages each day, and we are trying to understand the Dhamma disclosures done by R.N. Vahanse, and R.N. Vahanse has found out the truth which has been reached by Lord Buddha 2600 years ago, and it was actually not very clear for some time because there were so many uh, other uh, teachings and other influences from the other religions have been mixed up, and we were listening to a kind of uh, mixed teaching until very recently, until uh, Aran Hase started revealing all these things, and also he was proving those from the sutra which has been preached by Lord Buddha thousands years ago. So we are going to discuss some simple facts, starting from the simple facts over the next 1 hour and 15 minutes. And we will try to explain what is being read. Actually, we were discussing about the thoughts, how the thoughts are formed. Last few days, we have been concentrating on the same fact. So basically, Aaron Massey has been researching all by himself. He has studied so many books written by different monks in our country, and also he himself has tried to do the research on the knowledge that he gained from these different sources, and finally managed to put all the pieces of the jigsaw puzzle together and then come to the final conclusion, which is the true fact or the true Dhamma which has been uh, uh, preached long ago by Lord Buddha. So we will get back to what Shani was reading actually. Those 2 pages, it mentions about the mentions about the thought. So everything is a thought, or in other words, everything is a sound. Whether you talk about something, whether you think about something, or whether there is an action, all of them are words, and which means they are all thoughts. So, thoughts is a process, it's a fast occurring process, and to this process we call the mind. So, there is no single solid mind that we can point our finger at. It's just some flowing thing where at a very fast speed thoughts are occurring, and then uh, the it's something an example or a metaphor that is given by Lord Buddha, and also it has been disclosed again by our R.N. Vahanse. It's similar to a river which is flowing. When the water is flowing, you call it a river, and when the air is blowing, you call it a wind. But when you try to hold the flowing water, it's just some water in your hand, but you label it as river only when it is flowing. So similar examples we have had. The wind is another example given in one of the sutras. So similarly, there is no thing called mind. Mind means just a flow of thoughts. And the speed is one of the very decisive factors in most of these facts that we are trying to explain now. So the process of formation of the thought is something that we have to understand. because as long as the physical body is persisting, or the physical body has the breathing mechanism, there is sensor function. The five main sensors are active, and then there is a simultaneous action of these sensors. We label it as a thought. So thought process is not something that is controllable, or a person or a system cannot change the pattern of thoughts. So this is called Chitta Niyama in Pali and Sinhala, which means it's a kind of nature's law. So the formation of the thoughts and the way that it flows and the types of the thoughts which arise, they all come under this law, which is a nature's law. There are several laws like that in Buddhism described. So one is the Chitta Niyama, or the law related to the mind. Similarly, we have heard thing called Bija Niyama. Bija means the seeds. So the nature's law related to the seeds. An example is that if you plant a mango seed, it will give rise to a mango tree, not some other tree. So that is the Bija Niyama. Then there is something called Ritu Niyama. That is a seasonal variation. Again, it's a nature's law. So these are described in Buddhist teaching because these are not controllable or not changeable. So you can see that the thought is something, often when we are talking, we tend to call it, I am thinking, or this is my thought, the way I feel. We use it in different ways. But always we can see that there is some form of ownership to this thought. But really, can you say that there is an owner? Can you label it as my thought? If you have this ownership, there should be a way of altering or controlling or stopping the thoughts the way the person wants. It doesn't happen like that. So then can you say that my thought or my mind? No. There is no owner, there is no way of controlling. So therefore, it is just an independent flow of thoughts. I can see Surangika also has joined. Therwan Saranai Surangika, are you in a position to add something?
Therwan Saranai, Dr.
Therwan
Sakuntala, and
Saranai.
Therwan Saranai, Dhamma friends. I didn't listen to the full reading of Shani's. What was the
Yeah, it was
beginning of
actually,
it, Dr.
very basic things about the thought, and the fact that Avaran Mahanse has been sort of researching on that for a long time, but didn't start about the proper mechanism of forming thoughts. It's just some very basic facts about the thought.
Okay, right. So I think we heard in the Sinhalese Zoom yesterday, or in the last couple of days in the groundbreaking Zoom discussion as well, in the Sinhala medium as well. Quite a lot of profound explanations and an expansion of the true Dhamma, isn't it, in the last few days. And I think even today, R.N. Mahansa, our noble spiritual teacher, always elaborates and gives us a very deep and meaningful talk on this aspect of how the mind works. Is there any such thing called the mind? And the identification through ignorance with the thought culminating in this false sense of I or ego or self. So that is fundamentally the teachings of Buddhism, by understanding, as Aryan Mahan said, if ever he comes on to the Zoom discussion, he starts off with just two things. He says, who am I and what is the truth? The two key questions that you can ask anyone is, for one thing, everyone is entitled to the truth. It doesn't mean that, it is for a particular type of people. Everyone in this world is entitled to know and know the truth. So it's irrespective of religions, caste, creed, and so on. And the simple question he asks is, are you in the body, or are you the body, or are you in the mind? And if you're not the body, is the body you, or is the mind you? And he always says that, can you control anything? Can you call any aspect of your body yours? Is that anything within your control? Old age, sickness, and death, and so on. That is the fate of this physical so-called body, as we call it in a conventional world sense. Is there anything there that that is within your control? There isn't. And then if you think about the mind as well, the thought process, Dr. Sakuntala spoke a few minutes ago about the fast occurring speed of various factors, which through misconception we name as, for example, the wind. The fast moving air current is called wind, but is there anything called the wind? There isn't. The fast moving flow of water is called a river, but is there any such thing called the river? There isn't. Similarly, it is just the flow of thoughts. If you think about the word mind, it is just a terminology used for the fast flowing thoughts occurring in a series at such a rapid pace. But you call them your thoughts. You say, I think, or I thought that, or I this is what I think, and this is my opinion, so on and so forth. But if you actually try to control your thoughts, if you try to sit down for meditation and say, no, I want to now be silent, and my mind needs to be silent so that I can concentrate on a particular object, so on. Can you actually do that? Do the thoughts just stop based on your request or based on your wish? No, it doesn't. At some point, most of us have tried to engage in silent meditation or through concentration meditation, and we have always grappled or been challenged with the thoughts, the fact that they constantly disturb, and they are irrational, they are random, they are unpredictable, and whether you want it or not, they keep streaming through and they keep coming at whatever time, at whatever pace that it does. So in that sense, can you actually call those thoughts your thoughts if it is not within your control? So then if the body is also not you, and none of your limbs and heart and all these things are within your control, then clearly the body is not you. And you take the thoughts. So are the thoughts yours? If they are uncontrollable, if they are unpredictable, if they are random, is there any control over it? And therefore, can you actually say that you own your thoughts? You can't. So if the body is not you and the thoughts are not you, this is what our noble teacher always asks, then who are you? How did this identification of you or me or myself come into being? That is the whole thing that is unraveled through this true Dhamma. that is being discussed through these Buddothpado English Zoom discussions. The thought and how the thought comes about, how the sheer speed of vibrations manifesting in our senses and sense faculties bring about basic light consciousness, sound consciousness, touch, taste, and smell, and so on to form what we call the mind consciousness, i.e., the thought, is the way we unravel to find out how this whole thought pattern occurs. When these thought patterns occur, these thoughts bring about what we call or make a reality of this external world. What is only made up in the mind and the mind consciousness is projected out to the external world, and suddenly there is a world, and suddenly there is an existence feel, and a sense of being alive, and a sense of self or I or ego is born. This identification is the result of this sheer vibration that is happening at a speed, but only through our sense faculties. This false ego is the thing that is driven, and that is driven only through ignorance. There isn't anyone actually doing it. It is just a process. It's a mechanism. To understand it, one has to have a full understanding of the sense faculties and see how this whole mind consciousness comes about. The identification, or when one actually considers the thought to be real, in every thought, it is actually a mind object, whether it is your mother, whether it is your father, whether it is the chair, the table, the house, the car, your favorite, I don't know, your favorite football club, whatever it is. If you give a value to an object, if you consider it to be real, you invariably give a value to it, you think it exists, and in that existence, in that belief that that exists, the I or the self is born. And that is where the duality occurs, because of ignorance and because of the fact that there is an unknowingness of how the consciousness actually works. The mind consciousness, which is an interpretative mechanism only, which is occurring only through the perceptions and the sense faculties. The Buddha himself has said, understanding this world is done through understanding the six senses. Why? Because it is through the six senses that the so-called world is created. Without the senses, there is no world. And in order to gain full realization, liberation of the mind, the complete understanding of the sense faculties is absolutely important. So maybe if there's someone else who can contribute from that point onwards, Sirwan Sanai. I see Dr. Kokila has joined. Sirwan Sanai.
Yeah, is it the topic more towards the latest Ramahansa's discussions, or was there a topic as such?
I think it was just the thoughts.
Thoughts, yes.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Anything to? I actually joined a bit later. I'm sorry. So the thoughts, it's very difficult to understand that we are thinking about them. I think that is highlighted even today morning thing. I couldn't finish it, but I heard how Nancy was trying to tell some others how, when mother is talking, that mother, what you are thinking, mother, in that sense. It's a bit difficult for us to understand that Yeah, I am thinking. And when you understand that, you just like, oh, okay, you know. But then that is the most important thing, that to understand that none of the things that you think is true, none of them are true. So whatever the thinking world is not true, and beneath that, whatever the things that you feel is not true either. So this has to be felt, but if it is not true, and if you keep understanding this, I think that's all you can do, isn't it? There's nothing much we can do. At particular point, we just know that any thought is not true. They're all constructs. Yes, there's one point that some others bring out is that yes, so the thought comes and goes. That's not what we are talking about. Not that it comes and goes. It's not that point whether it comes and goes. It's never, we can't call it Nirodha. Nirodha is aware in that sense. When we see cessation of suffering, it's not comes and goes because there is something to come and go. That's not what it means. What it means is thought is just a construct, that's all. It's not something there, but we use thoughts all the time, it's fine. But so the power behind the thoughts is reducing. What is the power? Power is it's coming from the feel that thoughts are true. It's like the same thing as the light, because you feel the light is true. You feel the sound is true. You feel the touch is true. Similarly, you feel the thought as true. This is all that is happening. And that is all due to ignorance, that's all. Because these all are due to the speedy vibration of the sense of faculties. That's all that happened, nothing else. And the power we were talking about, that Suranga was trying to educate us, was all about that power. That power, where is it coming from? It's coming from the sense of faculties with the ignorance that otherwise, if someone has the wisdom, it's all due to the sense of faculty vibration. So, anything else to discuss?
Maybe we can discuss something that was mentioned in one of the discussions done by our Aranahase today morning or 9:30, because the 2 pages that we read actually had some very basic facts, nothing much to discuss, because how the thoughts are formed will be discussed in the next few pages.
I didn't listen to the 9:31.
Yeah, 9:31, just I can mention few things. One of the things that he mentioned was that the value given to the thoughts. Actually, when I use the words value given, there is no person who is giving the values. It's just a part of the process where automatically some form of value is given to some of the topics or some of the stimuli. That is as a part of this repeated reinforcing that has happened. So what he mentioned was that the stimuli which gets some value automatically, they are the ones which reflects the self vibration on the other side. Other side. Now, one example he gave was that now if 10 people are looking at a coconut tree, the different people have different thoughts, or the value of the thought coconut tree is different in each individual or each system. So a person who is earning with the help of the coconuts might have a great value, whereas a person might have an average sort of neutral type of value. And maybe another person, even a person who is not consuming coconuts, will have just very basic value onto the same stimulus. So this Aranhas explained with the two Pali words Nanattakaya. Nanattakaya means different bodies, different systems. Will give rise to Nanatta Sanya. Nanatta Sanya means a different perceptions. So he didn't actually go into details about these perceptions in this morning discussion, but from what we have listened from him over the time, we know that different perceptions are always the result of the different experiences that gathered, or in other words, a different data which has been fed to the system over time. So the value decided by each system is decided by these different experiences or the different data. So that is why the final perception varies from person to person. And then he said that if there is the complete conversion of the mind, where there is a very clear understanding to this teaching, we'll have a similar perception, even if the systems are different. If all of them have this internal transformation by understanding exactly what is being taught in this Buddha teaching, we'll have the similar perception. That means, in other words, that is the anatma sanya, or selfless perception. Then he said it is the nanattakaya, that means from different physical systems or difficult systems, will have one perception, single perception, which is in Pali ekatta sanya, that means one's perception. That means, in other words, the selfless perception, or anatma sanya. That was one of the things that he explained, which can be related to what we are discussing. I don't know whether Surangika could listen to that. Anyway, we can talk around these things about the mind and the thought today in our session.
Dr. Sakuntala, that aspect there, I didn't quite get it. I did listen to the rest of it. Dr. Kokila, perhaps you can explain. Is there something called Nanakaya, Ekatta Sanya, and Ekatta? I know there is Ekattakaya, Ekatta Sanya, isn't it? Is there a Jnanattakaya, Ekatta Sanya as well?
That is what I mentioned. Nanattakaya ekatta sanya means when there is internal transformation, when all the systems well, the people,
Okay.
now this was, all of them sort of come
Yeah.
to this eternal transformation. All of them have
Similar
this
non-self vibration,
similar,
isn't it?
yes, that's what he said.
But is there a ekatta kaya ekatta sanya as well? Because I know
I,
there's a couple
I
of them there.
yeah, I think there is one that I can't remember exactly. Once I
Yeah,
remember he
Dr.
explained.
Kokida, maybe do you know what that
I
is?
can't remember actually.
Okay.
I
No, we
can't
can
remember
talk
because
around these same topics about the thought and how the thoughts are behaving, or the mind behavior of the mind,
Yes,
something
and I
around that.
think the reason why he started that explanation was there was, I think you were trying to answer some other person's question, wasn't it?
Yes,
And I think it was revolving around there can be thoughts where we don't really pay it. There can be thoughts or mind objects where there is no real attention being paid to it, and if that is the case, are those thoughts actual volitional formations, or was that also part of the discussion? Because I think at that
yes,
point R.N. Mahansa said if you are focusing on something that then has a volitional formation or an abhisankarana, isn't it?
yes,
And the person can perhaps feel as if there can be other thoughts that are coming, but there is no focusing on that. So therefore, those are kind of irrelevant. And what is focused on is the one that becomes the volitional formation, and in that there is a self vibration, isn't it?
yeah, that's what he said. Yes, only when you focus, it becomes a volitional formation. And also he said, as a reply to what I asked, he said that different levels of now when you focus on something, the value given to that can vary, and not only from the same, by the same person. If you say, for example, if you are seeing different objects, the value given to the different objects can vary. So, depending on that level, the self vibration also can vary. I'm talking about one single system, one person.
Yes, that's why
I don't know whether I
the
explained
31 planes is there in every
it.
thought, in a thought, and then depending on the next thought, it can be another course vibration, isn't it?
Yeah.
Maybe Dr. Poplar, you can elaborate on it.
yeah, actually, I have to listen to it because I have listened to this before, but it's not in my. At the moment, I can't get around it because if I say something, it should be really relevant to those words. But anyway, apart from those words, like the Pali words you said, yes, we have so many thoughts in that sense. The value is so different. Imagine your family and a neighboring family. But the neighboring family also can get so important if there is anything happening with the neighboring family. Imagine something like having an argument about the margin of the lands. Then suddenly the neighbors are very important now. Unless that time, neighbors are not important. So this the amount of importance or the amount of attention can be very, very difficult to understand. And so the importance or the burning can be so much different. And if you think about a similar example, you might think that, so I have 5 kids, or olden days, people had so many kids. Whether you felt all the kids are similar? No. And even a twin, how twins would feel is quite different. And even within one person, the difference between friends, different between any one single thought can be so difficult to understand. So I think most important thing would be trying and understanding the power, nothing else. I don't think nothing else does matter, because the power at the end, what matters is self perception. What matters is actually self vibration. When it comes to that point, we just realize, okay, whatever happens, most important thing has been the self vibration. It had been the vibration in the psychot as well, to go back and understand. So that is the vibration that has been the most important thing, because the importance has been changing, importance has been shifting. Actually, it shifts, isn't it? Once the side neighbors or that side neighbors or the front side neighbors, it doesn't matter. But the importance keeps shifting. It can be one child at one time and another child at one time. Or it can be one time mother, but one time father. But we understand, even though it keeps changing, we finally come to the understanding it's a self-perception that had been playing all these things. And then deeper than that, you understand it's a self-vibration is the culprit, kind of culprit. You can call it, I don't know, the English doesn't match all these descriptions, but it's kind of the root for everything. So when one understands that, it becomes so clear that that it has been the driving force. And when we keep understanding that it had nothing to do with this sense faculties, it just has no place at all. We, through true Dhamma, with the truth, we keep understanding that it had no whatsoever say in this sense faculties or the so-called process. Nothing. It just was like a virus for the system. Even if you talk about in the computer words. So the main problem was the vibration. Main problem was the self-perception. Main problem was the self-thought. But before that, we keep feeling that the most important thing would be the self-perception, maybe arising from each and every important aspects in your life. It could be husband, it could be wife, it could be daughter, it could be son, and this can keep changing. But the what is the important thing here? It's self-perception, isn't it? Anything to add? But I'm not talking about what, because I haven't listened to that and my, the exact wording, I don't want to like change
No, I
it.
think, I think we have better to listen to it again because I also had to leave halfway. So maybe we can listen again and discuss because that was a very good.
Yeah, we can
There was
discuss
some.
tomorrow
Yeah,
actually.
yeah, that's right. Yes, I think.
Yeah, I think he after that went on to there was a person who asked young person who asked a question, and he did a further extension as a result of her question or one or two of her questions as well, going into every aspect of the self and ego. So I think it's well worth listening. It was one of again an extremely profound talk this afternoon or this morning, the 9:30. So, but perhaps we can speak on the aspect of the
And
power.
also ego is actually the last bit, the self vibration. It is the last bit, Manodha Chaitya. That is the last bit. That is kind of the, when we say ego, we have so many in English. It has so many meanings. Even children who speak English, who study only English, they would take it as a different meaning. So it has been taken, the word, but Manodha Chavidya is actually the last bit is actually about the self vibration. Yeah. What were you going to say, Suramika? I just wanted to add that.
Just about, I think yesterday or day before, so he talked about the power and how ultimately it's the power that ceases. And when the power ceases, the vibration becomes non-vibration, because I think all this time we've explained it, saying the vibration has that underlying power, and it is the vibration that almost causes the power. But he said that when this reversal happens by understanding the true Dhamma, and when that full conversion happens, full realization happens, what actually ceases is the power. The power is diminishing. Whilst on the path and with the full realization, it is that underlying power, the current that we have called the self-vibration, that what we have called power is the sense of I, the ego, whatever it is that we call it, the driving force, we call it the current, we call it the power. But it's finally that power that then ceases to reach that non-vibration, isn't it? Because that was a key point that he made yesterday or day before as well. But it's ultimately understanding that how did this power come about as well, isn't it? The I and the ego became so real because of a sensation that was occurring in the senses. It was that so-called manifestation of a sensation, the feel that got generated as a result of it, and then the underlying power that arose as an underlying current that became this so-called alive field, the thing that led through ignorance any living being to call it self, to call it, to give it an identity, to give it a self, isn't it, and an ego. And it is that gets attacked when one understands the true Dhamma philosophy, because right from the start, we break down every aspect of it to show that there was no soul. This is no soul Dhamma. And if there was no soul, we just break down the identity bit by bit to say that where was the soul? How did the soul or the identity or the self come about? It was always just a misconception. So when you attack that aspect, that is where the whole thing starts crumbling down, isn't it?
Yeah, and also I think he mentioned when there are two opposite ends, the current or the power is there. And wherever there is a current or power, there are two opposite ends. So it's just sort of, it's a circle like. The vibration or the wave means that there are two opposite ends, and then there is a current created. That is where we explain that every vibration has a power. That means the vibrations which creates a light has this power as a collective thing there, because each wave has some form of power. And on the other hand, wherever there are two ends, there is power. Wherever there is power, there are two ends. Two ends in the sense two opposite ends. Now, the one of the examples that is given in science, very well-known thing, is that gravity power. So, gravity power is the result of the two opposite ends of the earth, the northern and the southern ends. So likewise, the mind power is again, there are two opposite ends, two ends, which means the feeling of existence and real non-existence. So it's like the two ends of the battery. Again, the power is created when there are two opposite ends, the plus end and the minus end. So similarly, for the thought power, the two ends are that the feel of existence and the real truth, which is the non-existence. He explained about that duality. I think in the same the Deshana that you mentioned, Surangika, the duality means, in other words, when there are two opposite ends, the current or the power is there. So the feeling of existence or this self-feeling is a result of the two opposite ends. Am I correct?
Yeah, it has to be felt though. This is the thing. This has to be felt. Yeah. So
Yes.
the out of mind experience, kind of, we can say like that. And when it exposes the vibration or the feel, when the power is not there, you can definitely feel that there's no two ends. Not at all. Not at all. So this has to be felt. That is the challenge, I think. That is the challenge. So the importance is knowing these things helps you, but knowing these things will not necessarily lead you there. The main thing is to let go and be quite open to your sense of faculties and be open to what you really feel, because the things that we think, the thinking process actually can mask this feel, because actually the feel or the consciousness or the sasa or the vibration, we call it, because we have to call something, the power or the, yeah, whatever we say, you can see when it is a thing that it has two ends, and when it is not a thing, it has no ends. It's so beautiful. It should be, it can be understood thoroughly, deeply, when there is an experience about that. And that's the beauty of that. I think. Yeah, there's so much background here. I'm sorry, but anything else?
And he kept saying that, I mean, so this is something we obviously know, but it becomes, it gets reinforced so well when he, elaborates on these points. So, how he says about no birth, no death kind of thing, but when he was elaborating on how those thoughts.
I worship Triple Gem with the greatest respect. I worship Aryan Mahanse, our noble friend, at his feet. There was my Aryan Mahanse. You have been guiding us, showing us the correct path to true Dhamma all these 6 years. We are very grateful for all what you are doing, what you have done, and what you are still doing. And you are trying in your best to give this Dhamma message to the remote areas, traveling from village to village, going on for days and days, meeting the farming community who are undergoing lots of difficulties, who do not actually uh, be able to have any comforts of the life. So you are trying to give this Dhamma message to all of them. We are very grateful for that. And also, may our friends who are listening be blessed by Triple Gem. May our friends who are helping with the technology be blessed by Triple Gem. So this is yet another session of our Buddothpado English series, starting 5 a.m. Sri Lankan time and continuing until 11 p.m. in the night. As you know, we have a discussion session separately, 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. every day. Several of our Dhamma friends who are conducting these Zoom discussions are joining there. uh, and you can listen to these sermons whatever the time uh, compatible to you, because it's the same Dhamma fact which is explained, maybe in different words, different ways of explaining, but taking the essence, it is the same thing that we are trying to convey. And if I tell briefly about our R.N. Mahanse, our noble friend, he has tried the concentration meditation for a long time, so many years, and he has reached the levels, different levels of meditative status, and realized that it is not the path, and it is actually some form of addictive nature, but still not reaching up to the point that you are hoping. Same thing is explained by Lord Buddha also, because Lord Buddha also did lots of concentration meditation for a long time. Sorry, which gave a temporary relief, but then he realized that it is not what he's looking for. So there are lots of similarities in both these situations, and what Aryan Mahasi is trying to explore, and what he tried to explore, and what he found out was actually the true Dhamma pathway that Lord Buddha disclosed nearly 2600 years ago. And Aryan Mahasi has been uh, following so many other monks who were explaining this Dhamma in different ways, and he read quite a lot of books, and finally he took the essence from all of them, and with all his self research and self revising, he found out something which is very well tallying with the Sutra Deshana done by Lord Buddha, which is the original teaching, which happened in Pali language, because that was a language that they were using at that time, their normal way of expressing. And that has been translated to many languages, including Sinhalese language. But of course, in these translations, there are shortcomings, significant number, because it all depends on the person's inner transformation, ability to exactly understand what Lord Buddha has been trying to convey. Uh, so we feel that we have found the true contents of these sutras. So it is opened up to you now. If you are a person who has not listened to many Buddothpado sermons, I can give you a clue about the websites. There are two main websites. The main one is, of course, this is in Sinhalese medium for the people who can understand Sinhala. www.buddhotpado-dhamma.com www.buddhotpado-dhamma.com. Other website is www.buddhotpado.lk www.buddhotpado.lk. The previous website, the buddhotpado-dhamma.com, it's very nicely arranged under the different topics, so it's easy to find out the older sermons, which are mostly concentrating and explaining about the darshana, or the satya, the truth of Dhamma, which is the necessary foundation for a person who wants to go on this path. So what I suggest is to go for the initial sermons under the topic Darshana. Uh, and also there are certain sermons on Hita Hadina Hati, things like that. And there is a 14-hour long sermon also. So what I suggest is to start with the Darshana sermons if you are a beginner, and also listen to the Deshana on Sita Hadina Hati. Then you can go for that 14-hour sermon. For the friends who are speaking only English language, the website is www.wisdomofasia.com. www.wisdomofasia.com. Wisdom of Asia is written as one word. And we have Zoom discussions in Sinhala medium, of course. More opportunities are there. There are about 8 Zoom discussions each day. And there's one in Tamil medium also. In these websites, you can find out the details, and the Zoom link also will be there. And the 8 Zoom discussions are divided for different purposes. So for a beginner who is kind of new to this Buddothpado Deshana can join the morning 9:30 or the 9:30 p.m., the night one, Sri Lankan time. If you are a person who is having some Dhamma knowledge, wants to clarify your doubts, it is the 5 a.m. Sri Lankan time one, which is the best. And if you have been an experienced person with these Buddothpado sermons, if you have listened to that for like 2 to 2.5 hours, ideal will be the 7 p.m. one, Andolnatmaka Deshana, which is a kind of mind-provoking type of Zoom, where generally the concept of no self is realized. That those are the people that are expected to speak there. And there's a separate one for the Sutra Deshana, where R.N. Vahanse is taking Sutra one by one and then explaining. Another one for children at 5 o'clock is there. And then throughout the day, the BTV channel and this Buddothpado PeoTV channel will be conducted. The BTV is mainly to present the things happening at different centers where this practical procedure or the one-day program is being conducted. And the Buddothpado PeoTV one is mainly, it's only in English language. And once a week we have on Fridays we have a Tamil sermon also. So in addition to these, there are lots of books printed in English and Sinhalese medium. There are pen drives and small recorders where about 300 Dhamma sermons are recorded. There's a monthly magazine which is being printed, published. So like this, the Dhamma message is going to the most remote area also, little by little. They are awakening from their sleep, like because the traditional Buddha teachings that we had in the country, not only in this country, even in the other countries, were mainly focusing on the observing Sil on Poya days and taking part in different alms givings and things like special offerings like Katina Puja, which is a ritual type of offering that happens during the rainy season. At the end of the 3 months of rainy season, there's a large scale religious function. Uh, so the people who are familiar with this know what are the rituals conducted in this uh, end of 3 month rainy season thing. Uh, and also the concept was that only thing we can do is more and more merits, more and more good things, uh, avoid doing all the bad things, and then maybe you have the assurance to be born in a sugatiya or a higher realm at the end of a long, long period, which we have no idea when. At the end of that long time period, we will be able to listen to uh, Lord Buddha, the next Lord Buddha, who is supposed to be, the name is Maitri, Lord Buddha. So we should be able to listen to him for us to reach the nirvana. So until that time, you should continue with doing the merits, good things, and then make sure that you have a birth in the human world. Now, how uh, how untrue is this? You will realize when you listen to these facts that I am trying to tell you, because these are actually the uh, diverted versions of what Lord Buddha said. Lord Buddha never said that you had to wait for so long, because there will be an era where there's no Buddhism heard. That Lord Buddha has predicted. Lord Buddha has said that this Dhamma will be there for 5,000 years. So thereafter, there will be long lapses of time where you don't hear anything related to Buddhism. There may or may not be any new religions. There may be just simply people without a religion, that because that also has been predicted that leaving the Buddhism aside, all the other religions will disappear from the world uh, after about another 500 years. That is a prediction, actually, not only by Lord Buddha, but that is a prediction by even some uh, scientists like Arthur C. Clarke, because his predictions so far have come true. So he is one of the people who have predicted it in this way, that there will not be a religion in the world, but there will be people who are trying to find truth. And there will be another category of people who are not bothered about it, but just simply enjoying their life. So you can see those things happening in a small way already, because there are quite a number of countries which had a religion some time back, but most proper proportion of those people are not. They say that I have no religion. Religion is a belief. Uh, the Buddhism does not fall into that category, because Buddhism is a philosophy. So the others are generally coming under the category of religion, because mostly it is a belief and the faith which is prominent. So therefore, particularly the young generation, they don't want to uh, believe. They don't want to go on that path of belief and faith. So that is why they are without a religion. They have no religion. They don't want to follow any particular religion. You can see this situation in countries like China even, and many of the Scandinavian countries also. They do not have a religion, because most of those countries, particularly the the Scandinavian countries and some of the European countries, they had the Christianity as their religion. But with time, there are certain facts that they don't want to believe. They don't want to. They want to see something which is practically proven. When they have to believe about a God who is the uh, super authority of everything, those are the points that they do not agree, because now we have a lot of advanced technology and many things which has been mentioned in these religions have been disproved. So therefore, the number of people who are coming to those uh, temples and mosques and churches have gone down. And also celebrating their religious functions, particularly Christmas, has become a very commercialized thing rather than a religious function. So, will that happen to Buddhism also is a question. It can happen to Buddhism also if the pure Dhamma fact is not coming to the surface. If it gets the influence of the Hinduism with lots and lots of offerings, large scale offerings, if it happens like that way, then of course the same fate can happen to the Buddhism. So our attempt is to make sure that adulterated or mixed up Buddhism to be pointed out and shown them the clear pathway. That is where the people will have the belief, not that what they hear is believed, but practically what they experience is believed. That is a point that we have to address. So in Buddhism, Lord Buddha very clearly said that uh, not to believe what he says, and not to even believe something written in a book. If you feel that it is applied well to your life, day-to-day life, practical aspect, and also if you feel that the the defilements, the current created within your system is becoming less and less, that is something that you can realize yourself. So then you can accept it. That is what Lord Buddha is saying. And also, Lord Buddha is not somebody who is considered as a god. He was a leader, he was a teacher. But of course, he's not a normal human being, also, because a normal human being, you and me, means we are having the concept of having a true world, and we are living in that true world. So Lord Buddha was a different person, different state of mind. He didn't have this state. So therefore, you can call him a normal human until he reached the state of Buddha. Uh, Before that, you can call him a human being, but not afterwards. We know that we know that there was a person called Upaka who came to who met him on the road, and Upaka asked questions because he wanted to find out who this pleasant looking person is. He was very much impressed with his appearance, and he asked, "Who are you? And are you a human being?" Lord Buddha said no, because he's no more a normal human being like you and me, because he has reached that arhat state, and he's not a person who believed the mundane world. Then Upaka asked, "Are you a god then?" He said, "No, I'm not a god." "Are you a devil?" "No." So like that, he was asking various personalities, so various levels of the living beings, and asked whether are you one of them? And Lord Buddha said no. And finally, then who are you was the final question. And Lord Buddha said, I am Buddha. So you can see that Buddha state is something completely different from the others. Uh, Buddha state means a system who has completely, deeply, 100% realized, 100% has come to the 100% realization that the world is simply a creation now and here. World is continuously being created at the level of the senses, and the created one gives the impression that it is really true. And when it is felt as true, automatically there is some form of liveliness, some form of fire, which is interpreted as a self living. So, when you understand this concept, you realize that it is just a film running on a screen, not something true, but we feel that the film is real. So, the understanding of the world in that way uh, automatically erases the things that you are experiencing as true. Doesn't mean that what you experience changes, but what you experience is very well understood as creations. So if you have that understanding, automatically that concept called myself is also getting erased. So you, rather than seeing the film, you can clearly transcend that and see the screen where the story is manifested or the story is shown. Mm, And also another example given by R.N. Mahansi, our noble friend, is it's something like a wall where some murals are painted. Rather than you seeing the elephants and the people who are painted on that mural, you see the wall itself. So you transcend that world which is created and go deeper and understand that there is only the wall. Similarly, what you understand about the self is that you transcend what is experienced by the senses and understand that it is something then and they are created. So that is an important point that I want to bring up. So the this understanding is something unique. When Lord Buddha came for the very first Dhamma sermon to the five of his former colleagues with whom he was meditating, when he came back to them, they thought that Lord Buddha was coming back because he has failed in his own attempts, because he left them at one point. He left his colleagues at one point. Initially, he left his teachers because number of teachers that he went to, they all were following the concentration meditation in a very great and serious way, and they were already in many of them were in higher meditative states, enjoying that. They thought that they have reached the final destination. They thought actually they are experiencing the nirvana. But what Lord Buddha found with his wisdom was that even though they were enjoying some form of comfort, uh, some form of uh, stillness, some form of serene and tranquil feeling in their mind, they were uh, still having that formless or non-form. They were in the non-form world or the formless world, which we call arupaya in Pali and Sinhalese. So arupaya, in other words, is the taints or the self, the very fine level of self or the taints, or it means that the very deep level uh, taints, the very deep level defilements, which are not manifested actually. It's equal to, the taints are equal to the self vibration, a form of current, I would say, which is dormant, but that can be activated at any time. It may be after a very long period, as Aranhase was explaining, and as Lord Buddha was explaining, that it can happen sometimes. The vibration can be dormant and it can be activated maybe after long, very long, unimaginable type of long period. So Lord Buddha felt that it is not what he was looking for. He was trying to find a way out of the suffering, a way out of the sorrow. He knew that being born, even after a long time, being born again means starting up that endless suffering again, which is just a part of the uh, um, samsara cycle or the samsaric journey. And he found out that the birth is always associated with the death. It doesn't mean that the birth and death of the physical body, which is also not wrong, but that is something that is obvious to any person. The birth and the death of the thought or the self, which happens instantly, is the one deeper fact that Lord Buddha was trying to explain. So, Jati and Marana has a very deep meaning in Buddhism. Jati means if something is seen, is felt as true, that is where the Jati is. The birth of the self is also there. I'm not talking about the birth of the physical body. I'm just trying to go to that deeper level of the Jati. So whatever the out of 5 senses, and of course to the 6th sense also, if you take all 6, the Jati means the birth of any of those senses. Now, if you explore a bit more, what is meant by the Jati of the senses or the birth of the senses? Now, seeing something alone is just a sensor function. That means if the eye is functioning normal way, the eye has the ability to synchronize or telepathize to another similar vibration, and the concept of seeing occurs. And what is seen is actually created due to the speedy vibration. So what is seen, or the light, in other words, is not true. So light is not true. Light is a creation due to the speed. Similarly, the sound is not true. Sound is a creation due to the speed. And the taste is not true. Taste is felt as real due to the speedy vibration in the tongue. Now, here the vibration does not mean any physical shaking. What I mean is a kind of a function. So, fast vibration of the nose occurs, and it is explained as feeling a smell. And fast vibration at the level of the skin leads to feeling as if there is solid nature, liquid nature, nature of the air, and uh, temperature. So if those sense of functions occur, there is something which is felt, and always it is due to the fast speed. Now this fast speed story, if I explain a bit more, there are many examples that you can take from the ones that Lord Buddha explained nearly 2600 years ago, and up to now uh, you can give more examples from the present time. So if you take the old examples, uh, something like spinning a ball of fire tied up to a wire and spinning it fast will create a, a circle. When it is lightning, when so many light sparks occur, you can see as if it is there is a ray of light providing lightning to the whole area. So because of the speed is sparking, it gives rise to a line of light. Similarly, there are so many things, so many examples that you can give where due to the speed, something which is not there actually shown as it is really there. So you can find more and more examples. Now, when the fan is working, spinning, you can't see the blade separately. It looks like a complete circle. But when it slows down, you can see the blade separately. So, like that, due to the speed, something is created. This is a function of the five senses. Then you have to say, then that means if the speed is not there, you can't talk about experiencing light, sound, uh, smell, taste, or the skin sensations. Yes, you can't talk about those if the speed is not there. So, this is the very basic thing in the Buddhism. From the zero level, from the level there is where there is nothing, things are created due to the speed. And for that creation, the organ called eye, ear, nose, tongue, and the skin are necessary. So the organ should be in the functioning level for that function to occur. And provided that the organs are there, normal, the speedy function occurs and something is manifested in the form of a light, sound, taste, smell, or the skin sensation. This is the basic happening even in the small baby, whom we know obviously has no thought formation. When the thought starts forming, the thoughts are stronger because several of the sensor functions will combine to form the thoughts. Now, we know that there is a speedy occurrence.
a fast occurrence. Speedy occurrence or the fastness means a form of power is generated there, and that power becomes stronger when it forms a thought. And the thought is having a more current. So, what is this current or the power? The current or the power is something that is not done by anybody. And we know that what we call here is a kind of a system which is functioning. A robotic function is occurring because number of data has been fed, and with that data some outputs are occurring. Certain functions occur with the data which has been fed, which has been uh, inserted to the this computerized robot. So there are functions. The five senses are functioning individually. They can't actually share their abilities. The eye cannot hear any sounds. Ear cannot see any pictures. The tongue cannot see any pictures or hear sounds. So, like that, the five senses do have the completely separate functions. But merging of these senses will create a completely different type of a sensor function, which we call thoughts or mind. And the mind or the thought formation occurs gradually when the organs are maturing from the small age. And by your age, your and my age, we have the fully developed thought system. So now we don't see the basic ingredients or the light, sound, taste, smell, and the skin sensation. We don't see them as the basic ingredients. Now we have got the complete uh, full product of the thought. So the thoughts are powerful. Thoughts are actually heavy. Uh, Thoughts are exhausting. That is why when you are having huge amount of thoughts related to one topic, you actually feel tired. Now, for example, if you are preparing for an exam tomorrow, you have got lots of thoughts. You call them knowledge. You call from you call them a knowledge collected by reading lots and lots of books and notes. Can you remember the heaviness that you had in the heaviness of the head you had just before an exam? You may have thought that I have a headache and I feel saturated and I can't do any more reading. I want to relax on the last day. This is one of the advices given to the people who are preparing for an exam. Take the last day as the rest day. Don't do any studies. Try to write the exam from what you knew and have a good sleep. These are basic advices given to a student who is preparing for an exam or even an adult. So, why is that? Because that thought called exam has so many inputs. It has so many data collected with the process what you call studying. You have got so many data fed into the system, and the thoughts are huge. It may be the educational factors, and it may be the other additional things like plan how to go there tomorrow, and the facts that will there be any problems on the way, or how are you going, the transport modalities. All kinds of additional thoughts are also there along with the heaviness of the exam thought. So when you have so many thoughts together, as I said, the power is very much high, current is very much high. In other words, you say that that thought has becoming a thing. The thought about the exam has become a thing. And whatever has become a thing, that means it is yourself. The self is the the final product of this pathway. Actually, it doesn't sort of happen one after the other. It is something that happens instantly. Now, when I use the word exam, it's just a sound for you. And it is just a sound for the small baby also. And it is just a sound for a mother who is completely uneducated, who may have never gone to a school. So that sort of person, there's no pressure, there's no heaviness of that thought. It's just a sound for that person, and no thoughts and very light. There's no, it's not becoming a thing, and there is no self in there. So that is the beauty of it. Whatever the thought, whatever the sensor function, if it doesn't become a thing, or in other words, it is not having any kind of power, then there is no self also. So, as I said, use the word exam for a baby or a person who has no education at all, or a person who does not speak the English language, who has no idea what the meaning of this word. For those three categories, it is just a sound, and that sound doesn't become a thing, and there is no self also. For you and me, the word exam, provided that the ear function is normal, provided that the understands what it means, provided that you have faced to some of the exams, see the amount of thoughts which are created instantly right at this moment. But it was just a sound, isn't it? It was just simply a sound to the ear. But the load of thoughts instantly created. Even though I said load of thoughts, it is one single vibration only. This fact actually has been, we have heard for the very first time from our noble friend Aryan Vahanse. But those facts have been very clearly shown in the Sutra Deshana, where everywhere it's a single vibration, but that vibration has all the qualities. Everything is brewed to one single vibration. So it may be not only the experiences that you are having in this life, but of course, it has the essence of all the samsaric life journey. So the word exam creates a kind of high level of adrenaline in some people, high level of current, high level of power in the mind, in that thought. The stress that you had with different exams, the unpleasant experiences sometimes that you may have had with the exams, and the fact that if you have to face an exam in the near future, that fact also will be there in that thought. And the all kinds of physical difficulties of traveling, being there on time, spending the time answering the questions, like that. You have got uh, so many things, contents in that single vibration. it is something that doesn't bring a very pleasant thing, isn't it? So those are the additional thoughts which come along that single vibration. The unpleasantness, heaviness is also a part of a thing. You don't get that overwhelming happiness or joy with that word called exam, isn't it? So this is something created right now, instantly in your mind as a thought. And did you do that? Did you drag it from somewhere? No, it came up instantly, isn't it? So within a fraction of second, there was no time gap that you could observe. The word, the sound that was created at the ear level instantly was named and given all the details in that thought called exam. So exam is a thing for you. Exam was something that was real for you. You don't realize that it is just a thought which was constructed now, isn't it? You don't see it as just something that like you are seeing a picture. You have got all kinds of creations, eye creations, ear creations, the maybe the body creations, the body consciousness, eye consciousness, ear consciousness. Those are the main three components which might be included in that thought or the mind consciousness uh, called exam. So exam is something which you feel is really, was really there, and it is really there, which is held several times a year. And the fact that you have got through the exam, now that is a concept that you are having. You don't realize that it is a thought which was created just now, right at this moment. So is it true? Now you had to work out on that. The word exam was just a sound, and the sound, as I mentioned earlier, is due to the fast speed created at the ear level. And you also have all kinds of other pictures right now in your mind, isn't it? The exam hall, the way you sat and answered the papers, the way that the invigilators were walking around and passing you, the fact that how difficult was the study, the texture of the paper, the firm nature of the paper. Now all these created just instantly without the involvement of the other senses. It was part of the dream, isn't it? You are seeing a daydream. When I say the word exam, you quickly had a daydream right now. So this is called Chitta Niyamaya. This is one of the four natural laws that Lord Buddha explained. Chitta Niyamaya, Bija Niyamaya, Kamma Niyamaya, Ritu Niyamaya, Dhamma Niyamaya. So those are some of the niyamas. Niyama means the order or a natural law. So Chitta Niyama is this. That means the formation of the thoughts is not done by anybody. Formation of the thoughts is not done by me either. So there's no responsible figure for this. It happens according to a particular system, a particular way of happening. No one can control this. Similarly, the other niyamas, if I briefly explain, the bija niyama means why a mango seed will give rise only to a mango tree. Why a jack seed will give rise only to a jack tree. So that is a niyame or natural law, where from that seed particularly no one can change. Only that specific tree will be grown. Ritu niyame. This is about the seasons. Again, there's no person who is responsible. Some countries do have all 4 seasons. Some countries do have just the same weather throughout the year. Some areas do have very hot weather. Some areas do have cold weather throughout the year. So, like that, the weather changes or the seasonal changes occur. That is again no one's job. No one is responsible for that. So, that is another natural law. And similarly, the bija niyame, chitta niyame, ritu niyame, that means the seasons, and the dhamma niyame is the cause and effect phenomenon. So when the appropriate causes are met, the appropriate outcome will be there. So dhamma niyame is dharma or the system, how this system is functioning. So this is something that Lord Buddha explained as a unique feature in Dhamma philosophy. When the causes meet together, when the causes are there, the appropriate causes, the effect will come. When the causes do not combine together, the effect will not be there. And when the cause arises at any moment, the effect also will arrive. And when the cause ceases to be there, and the effect will immediately cease. So cause and effect are actually like the 2 sides of the coin. One will not be there without the other. And also they are different from each others. And effect is different from the cause. And effect cannot be reversed to the cause either. So that is the natural law about the Dhamma. So this is what is explained even in dependent origination. the continuous continuous cause and effect phenomenon, how the thoughts are formed, how the thoughts are felt as real. So this is the cause and effect phenomenon. So it's different actually from the action and effect or the karma pala process. Karma pala is meant for the people who believe the world is real, who do not have any idea about these Dhamma explanations. They have the action and effect phenomenon, where the cause and effect phenomenon is something uniquely explained by Lord Buddha. And if not, if the natural concept or the process is only the action and effect, people like Angulimala will not be able to reach the Arhat state. They will have to invariably pay for what they have done. Invariably, they will be born in lower realms and be suffering for a long period. So, the other niyama is a kamma niyama, which is actually the other side of the dhamma niyama. Kamma niyama means for a person or a system who believes the action and effect. That means who believes about the world, that the fact that world is something created and existing, and I am living in that world. For any person in the mundane world, the karma phala or the action and effect phenomenon will be active. So those are some of the niyamas that are explained by Lord Buddha. So no one can change them. No one can influence them. They are happening on their own. So as I said about the fact, the exam, uh, the word exam uh, sends chills along the spine of some people, isn't it? Because the stress or the uh, pressure that they underwent with something called exam is something felt as really, really happened. It's not understood as something that happened with the sensor functions. And even now, when it comes as a thought, the system does not realize that it is something, uh, an old thought was reproduced here as a fresh thought in response to the sound component. So these things actually are felt really, really alive and true. This is the problem. This is where we have to do this purifying or clarifying this old stuff. Lots of cleaning to be done because we had that belief all this time. We believed as if the world is true. We believed that the exams are held true. But if you analyze, it is a series of sensor functions, isn't it? To do what is called studying. Studying involves your eyes, ears, and sometimes the body also. So continuously the sensors are functioning and continuously mind sensor is also functioning. So always any action in this form, any action have to be boiled down to the six senses in the human beings. We know that animals do not have a very high uh, level of intelligence, so they are unable to uh, identify this heaviness of the thoughts. Anyway, they do not have a very advanced mind, so because of that, their thoughts are not complicated like ours. And at the same time, they cannot understand this true Dhamma and they are not being able to come to any internal transformation like the human beings. So it is only the humans who can understand this beautiful Dhamma, and they are the humans are the only category who have this advanced thought formation and advanced mind. And with the help of that advanced mind and the thoughts, they can liberate from this mind and the thoughts. They can find out, they can deeply have that realization that world is instantly created with the sensor functions. So the combination of the senses again is just happening randomly. Whether it is the prominent seeing or whether it is a prominent hearing, because all five senses cannot function together. It's always one sense at a moment. But because of that fast function and fast combination of those, the thought formation, thought process is also very fast, unbelievably fast uh, happening. So you feel that you are experiencing so many things together, but it is not so actually. It's very fast. It's jumping from one focus to the other. Now, right now, uh, I can see, I can experience several things together. I can hear a sound, I can see some shapes, and I can feel something on the skin, uh, and I can feel something on the nose. What are those things? I can see a jack tree, a coconut tree, and some banana trees. I can hear the sounds of the wind. I can feel the coolness of the wind also. I can feel the smell of some smoke. Now, right now, the impression is that I'm experiencing all four at the same time. All four involves the thought, yes, definitely, because the eye could see only a shape, or you can say that it is a light. The eye was experiencing a shape, and the thought was the jack tree, plantain tree, coconut tree. And the sound was experienced by the ear. The thought was the rustling sound of the wind. Could feel the coldness on the skin, but the thought was it's the coolness of the wind. The skin could feel only the coldness, but the naming wind was a thought, and the nose felt something, and the mind sensor or the thought was the smell of some smoke, something burning. Now, it looks as if all are being experienced at the same time. And also, we don't realize that it is simply a shape, but straight away, the thought is the one which is prominent, and thought is the one which is felt. So, the jack tree, the plantain tree, and the coconut tree are the instant products, not recognizing, unable to recognize them as separate sounds, lights, and shapes, and the smell. And instant product is the outcome uh, that happens to you and me, because now the process of thought formation is very well established. So, what we experience, is it true, is a question. We spoke earlier that seeing is a manifestation of the fastness. Hearing is a manifestation of the fastness. Smell is a manifestation of the fastness. And the feeling on the skin is a manifestation of the fastness. So if that fastness is not there, those four may not have been experienced right now. But because the natural law, so-called Chitta Niyamaya, it's happening so fast, the thoughts are formed so fast. So you have to analyze and see whether what you experience is true. Now, going back to that example given by Lord Buddha about the fireball creating a fire circle, you can't say that it is really existing. On the other hand, you can't say that it is not there either, because the experience is such that you feel as if it is really there. So it's something in between, isn't it? You can't say no, you can't say yes. You can't say that there is no circle because you can see it. You can't say that there is a real fire circle because it's something created due to the speed. So this is the basic mechanism that happens in all six senses. You feel as if it is really there. So this concept, understanding this concept, is a part of the knowledge. It is your darshana, knowledge about darshana. But getting it deeper into the hard disk or the deep realization is what is essential. And when you have this deep realization or the complete understanding of this, what you experience is experienced in the same way, but it is not felt as true. Now, for you and me, the jack tree is really over there. The plantain tree is really over there, and the coconut tree is just really over there. And for you and me, that wind which was blowing is really blowing. The smell is really there. The smell of the smoke is really, you feel it. So this is what we have to disentangle. It is a collection of knots, isn't it? The Lord Buddha said that outside is also knots, inside also knots. He explained it that way because always we take the things as dual, the outside world and myself here. So the two sides have been separated. That is the nature of the consciousness of Vijnana. Vijnana means feeling as if it is really there, the feeling of real existence. So when you talk about the eye consciousness, it is felt as if the light is over there. The ear consciousness means the existence of the sound is there. Smell, the existence of the smell, really existing smell. And the skin sensation, yes, really existing or real feeling of the coldness is there. So the consciousness is not another thing, but consciousness means the way that a system feels as if it is really there. So when you talk about the mind consciousness, it gives the feeling that the thought is real. So as I said earlier, all these thoughts are felt as real now, and the trees are felt as real. So when it is felt as real, if you do not have this understanding, you take them as real, you are being played out, and you think that they are really there. So is it common to all the living beings? Or that is the question that you have to clarify. No, different living beings will experience this in different ways. So the world which is there for you and me is not the world that is created for an earthworm. The world which is created for a bee or a butterfly. The world created for a dog or a cattle. So different animals, different living beings will experience. I'm talking about, we can talk about these sensor functions only for the humans and the animals. We can't talk about the other vibratory levels where we are not talking about the sensors. So it is confined to the humans and the animals. We feel that we all live in the same world, and we are sharing a kind of world. But we talk about two separate worlds. We talk about the animal world and we talk about the human world. But on the other hand, forgetting that we always talk about a common world where we are sharing. But how the world is created for them is completely different from the world that we are experiencing. Even as human beings, even though we are sharing more or less similar sensor pattern, it can still have some variations from person to person. The ability to create a shape may be different. The ability to create different colors will be different. Now we know the category called color blindness is something very well known condition where they do not have the experience of the so-called red color, which is common to the other people. They see something which is interpreted as red, and if it is shown to a person who doesn't have the color blindness, that person will say, that is not red. What you are trying to show is a different color, it is not red. So I'm sure you may have had similar experiences like that with some of your maybe friends, or maybe somebody in your family has the color blindness. So we have to agree that from person to person also, even among the same species, the sensor functions can vary. There might be changes in the level of the hearing. So then that means the function of hearing also can vary from person to person. A person who is capable of, or a person who feels very cold in a particular environment, will another person will not feel the same coldness. That person will say that I am fine, I don't feel cold. So it's something like that, that uh, always it's different from species to species, but within that species itself, there can be certain changes. So then each and every living being has a created world, limited, 100% limited to these senses. So then you can't say that we are actually sharing a common world. Now, as I said earlier, and this is very beautifully explained by our noble friend R.N. Mahansi, the ability to see the colors varies from species to species. Some do see only very few colors. Some don't see any colors at all. They see it as shades of black and white. And some will have multiple pictures of units of eyes rather than having just one single eye. So their pictures must be much more complex. There's no way of finding out how they experience the same thing. Now, if you are focusing on a flower, how the bee can see the flower, how the butterfly can see the flower, how a bird can see the flower, and how you and me are seeing the flower. So it is not common, isn't it? The sounds also same. There are many, many sounds that we can't hear. That is because the range of vibratory capacity is limited for human beings. We do not need the ears as a defensive mechanism, but it is a defensive mechanism uh, to the animals like deer, maybe even dogs, cats. They have their hearing range is different from the humans. So can you say that those sounds are not there? You can't say, because only thing you can say is that I don't hear. That is the only thing you can say. So similarly about seeing the things also, there are great variations. So the things that we can't see, can you say that they are not there? No, you can't say. Only comment, only statement you can make is that I don't experience. This system is not experiencing that. So it's actually very interesting to work out in this way. How may be the world look like for them? How am I experiencing the world? And you know that the world is instantly created depending on the sensor which is active at that moment. So when you are doing this Vidarsana meditation, we ask our friends to focus on the uh, most significant stimulus. So it may be a seeing, it may be a hearing, it may be just something felt on the skin, or something felt to the nose. Often during these practical programs, the taste is not there except at a time when they are provided with tea, the way that they experience the taste also, in addition to the other four senses. So it's a rapidly changing pattern of thoughts and formed one after the other, very fast process. And each of us experience a different world. And because of that fast experience, it gives the impression that it is there, it is existing. That is a trouble. When you feel that it is existing, always it is the self which is experiencing that. So that is how that feel called myself is coming up. The concept of myself wasn't there for the baby, and it was with the thought formation and with repeated thought formation on that particular stimulus, the child gets the concept of persisting or existing things. Persisting or existing, or the itta sanyava, means it is the atma sanyava which you want to maintain it, which you want to have it. That is where the words upadana, tanha, things like that are used. That means, in other words, it is a kind of craving or attachment. Those words you can use there. So the craving means it's a burn, it's a current. Craving, in other words, can be labeled as defilement, and also it can be labeled as self. So this is the one which we have to understand, which we have to recognize. So right at the beginning, you try to understand, or you try to recognize this burn which is coming up. We know before we hear Dhamma, we had no clue about this current or this power, isn't it? It was always labeled as myself, and we continued with our day-to-day activities with the concept that I am related to all these things, and it was all happening around me. So that was a concept that was continued. And now we realize that the concept of me or myself is not something that is alive, but that alive feeling which is given, which is named as myself. So this itta sanyava or the atma sanyava occurs not only to human beings, even to animals. Even with one prominent sensor, for animals like earthworms, they also do have this itta sanyava. Itta sanyava means they feel that they are living, they are alive, and they want to maintain that alive feeling. That is why you may have noticed that an earthworm, if it is exposed to sunlight, it will try to creep through the soil and come to a cooler place, because it feels that its life is going to be endangered when it is exposed to the light. So this is the itta sanyava and the atma sanyava, which is common to all the animals and humans. So even though just with one sense of faculty, it can happen. So for the humans, we need to have at least combination of two sensor functions, and the common two are the eye and the ear. So those two combination will give rise to that feeling of existence and feeling of self. So these are actually what I explained was mostly the darshanic component. And Lord Buddha said that it is the darshana component which has to be very clearly understood. Realization should occur for a person to be the stream enterer or the sotapanna state. And it's very clearly explained in the books that stream enterer state or the sotapanna state cannot be achieved by doing the samatha meditation or the concentration meditation, which is a very wrong concept that most of the Buddhists have. They feel that meditation is the mainstay, but Lord Buddha did not mention that as the first thing. What he said was the three things to get rid of. All three things can be get rid of by having a very clear realization of the darshana. Or in other words, the three things are the sakkaya ditthi, vichikicha, silabhata, paramasa. So those are the three things that was mentioned. Sakkaya ditthi means the self-view. Now here, what you have to do is to have a very clear understanding of this darshana, which helps you to get rid of the thought called myself. When you realize that it is just a current which is created, which is labeled as myself, which is a thought, that in a thought you take it more in a crude way. I am hearing, I am experiencing, I am listening, I am seeing the things. So those things are experienced as if it is happening to you. And experiencing is coming as a thought. So that is the level of the self-view. Thinking that yourself is there, thinking that everything is happening to you is a self-view. So that can be broken only by having a clear understanding about this darshana. And so that is the first fact. That means the self-view, getting rid of the self-view. If you have a sila, the sakkaya ditthi, vichikicha. What is vichikicha? Vichikicha is the doubt about everything. I mean, is this world real? Why do you say that it is not real? And why do you say that the things are not real? Why do you say that myself is simply a thought? So you have all kinds of doubts. The system has all kinds of doubts. And that is where the vichikicha is there. If you have any doubt in any of the places, definitely the self is there in those. So that is a second level. Third is actually the silabhata paramasa, or promoting yourself, trying to inflate yourself, trying to show off yourself. And that is done in many ways. Again, in the form of censorship. Remember, always things are confined to the senses only. So the self being promoted, self being highlighted, self being inflated, exaggerated. So all those words can be used. So that is the sila, but the paramasa means the self promotion, trying to show that the self is prominent and trying to show that self is the most important thing. So those are the three things that Lord Buddha has explained as necessary things to reach the level of stream enterer, which is a sohan. Sotapanna. So basically, it is learning the facts or studying the facts and having a realization. It's not something that you by heart and try to explain. It's not something that you tell it without the inner transformation. So, if I give an example, if you see the reflection on a mirror, or if you see a mirage, you feel that there is nothing in that, isn't it? You feel you don't need to think actively or passively that there is nothing in that. It automatically it's felt to the system. So that type of uh, realization or understanding should be there about the world. We have just a handful of situations where we do have this type of realization, but the rest of the world is true to us. And just think about a dream that you are seeing in the night. You know that dream is not true, even though you experience the lights, sounds, uh, smells, tastes, and skin sensation. You know that it is not true. But daytime things, when you are awake, you think whatever you experience is true. But see, every instant a thought is formed related to the one of the sensor functions. Now, because we have got such a load of thoughts which have been formed time to time, which is much smaller in a smaller child. Older the person is, the load of thoughts is more. The the instances where the thoughts, similar thought has been formed, is much more higher uh, for an adult, but it is much less for a child. So the more thoughts which are formed, the chances of being reproduced is much more. Now, for you and me, just the proportion wise, the things that you don't know at all is much less. Of course, provided that we are not using that language. So, language is something that has been created by the humans because they have more or less similar sensor functions. They have created certain sounds uh, which are accepted, uh, agreed as similar. So, therefore, conveying the ideas from one system to the other has become easier. Whereas even animals do have some form of communication, but their communications are much less simpler. Maybe something like to warn about a danger, or maybe something to indicate calling for the young ones to be able to recognize the mother, or maybe something to do with the to indicate anger or objection, uh, or maybe something to indicate happiness. So like that, there are so many ways of communicating, even among animals. So those are in the form of sounds only. But we do have something more complicated called language. And language is dividing the things even to past, present, and future. And we use the language because we need a language to uh, survive in the modern society. It may not be necessary for a person who is living in the deep jungle, but still, I mean, they will need it in a very less complicated way. But for you and me, we need this so-called complicated language to be able to communicate among the people. But again, remember, this is confined to the senses. we know that language is something that is taught. So language is also something created by the senses, isn't it? Now you can't talk anything beyond the sensor level. We know that when you talk about the language, it's again the sound and the light, isn't it? You remember how you learned the language as a child. The letters were shown, the shape was drawn, and the sound was given. The letter A was drawn and it was given the sound A. And if I talk about the Sinhalese language, Ayanna sound was given after writing the letter. This is how our language started. And you use the body sensor or your hand and try to copy it. Now there are three sensors functioning: eye, ear, and the eye, ear, and the hand or the body sensor. And you get more and more data about the language. And that is how you have become proficient in a particular language now. Again, we go back to the level of the senses again, isn't it? It is a sensor functions that created something called language. And using the same sensor functions, we use the language to communicate with another person. So there, if I just try to recollect for you, it's the ear sensation again, and the body sensation or the body sensor, which includes the throat area also. So that is how the humans have come to a particular level of advancement, but doesn't realize unless you point out, like we do in Buddhism, that these are all confined to the senses. Now, even if the scientists find lots of new gadgets, lots of new equipment to do the scientific exploring, we do not feel that whatever is created with this high level equipment, whatever we experience, is completely confined or should be compatible with these five senses. Otherwise, we might say that no, we can't see it, we can't hear anything there. So we might stop at that level. So what you have to understand is that actually the language itself is another production of the five senses, and all kinds of other advanced things that you are doing again is simply a product or a function of the five senses. Cannot go beyond these senses, and what you experience is what is assumed to be there. That is a clear-cut statement. That is why Lord Buddha said that it is anitya. The word anitya was used to indicate that what you assume to be real is not there outside. So the world that you are creating with your senses may not be what is there externally really. We don't know. And the animals who are experiencing the world in the different way think that it is what is really there. So each of us do have our own world created. Now I assume that is clear to you. The world that is created by the senses is assumed as if it is to be there real. So it's very obvious that we go on assuming the things. we go on accepting the things that we experience with our senses. We go on thinking that what we experience is true, and we go on having kinds of cravings, attachments, resentful behavior, aversion, all kinds of things to this assumed outside stimuli. The assumed ones are the one we think are real, and the assumed ones are the things that we have all kinds of clashes with. It may be in the form of a craving and attachment, or it may be a form of aversion, hatred, jealous. So, can you say that I hate this person? I am jealous of this person and I love this person so much. So, can you say something like that? You are assuming things and then you say that you love that or you hate that. But the assumption means just a creation at the sense levels. So, if you say that you love this person, you love him, or you love her, that means you are loving a dream, isn't it? You are loving a magic creation, or you are hating a dream, or you are hating a, a magic creation. Now, doesn't it look very silly and funny? That is what Lord Buddha was trying to explain. The people are mad, he said. People behave in a very foolish manner, and people believe that the world is true. So the word mad or the Ummantaka was used by Lord Buddha. That is simply because when you do not understand the truth, you realize that what you experience at your sense level is exactly what is there outside. Each of us think like that. Each animal also thinks like that. And we all are fighting among each others to achieve or reject what was assumed. So that is a level of the current that is explained. So when your physical body comes to an end with this current or with this power, what will happen? It's a very unfortunate ending, isn't it? When your life comes to an end with this current, the current is not switched off, and the current will settle somewhere else. Doesn't mean that current is going from here to some other place, but that current will be activated in another place. So that is what's called the samsara journey or the birth cycle, which we had a very limited understanding until the Lord Buddha experienced all this, found out from his super wisdom, and explained to the world. He did all the hard work, he did all the exploration, and then researching and revising. All kinds of difficult things was done for you and me. And the only thing is now the plate of food is ready in front of you. All the hard work of uh, cultivating it, plowing, harvesting, and preparation of the meal all have been done for you and me by the uh, noble friend, our topmost noble friend, our Lord Buddha. So that hard work is already done. Why don't we have the enough courage and determination to do the little bit of thing that is going to benefit only ourselves or the benefit this system? Why can't we do it? Is actually pathetic, isn't it? Because all the hard work has been done. Hard work is over for you and me. You do not have to do a lot of self-experimentation to find out about the truth. The truth has been already found out, understood, and clearly mentioned. And it is again re-explained in more simple versions by our R.N. Mahanse, by our noble friend. And it has been made even easier because we have no language barrier now. We are able to read it from different languages that we are familiar with. We are able to listen to the facts in a very simple manner. So the job is done now. Why are we late? We don't know what our lifespan is. And the instant death is a possible thing, isn't it? This Dhamma, Lord Buddha explained that this is a timeless truth. And because we are talking always about this moment, now and here, we talk only from that point of view. So therefore, you don't go on expanding these things to the 3 time frames. If you are spreading it to the 3 time frames, it is not the real truth Dhamma that Lord Buddha was explaining. Then you go to the world where you feel that the world is true. And on this side, myself is there. So wherever there is duality, wherever the stimulus becomes a thing, then you can span it out to the 3 time frames, the past, present, and future. But what Lord Buddha said was that everything is happening at this moment, right now. So it make it easier actually for you to understand when it is only at this moment, right now. Even Lord Buddha said that you have to make your own raft to cross the stream. There aren't any ready-made rafts, and no one else can make the raft for you. So depending on the level of your understanding, which changes actually. This is one of the statements made by one of my Dhamma friends, Sudharma. She was saying that we had to remake the raft every day after listening to sermons from Aryan Mahase, which I thought is a very true statement. We don't have a permanently made raft also. Even if we make a raft, that is not going to be the permanent one. As she very correctly said, that you have to go on changing the raft. Maybe you can get rid of some of the unwanted pieces of wood, unwanted pieces, unwanted nails. So unwanted extra parts can be removed with time when your understanding in this Dhamma pathway is better and better. So the final requirement may be just something very simply made, just adequate for you to cross the street. And you are not going to carry it on your shoulder either once you uh, cross the stream. So these are some of the metaphors given by Lord Buddha also. So everything is done for you and me. And we know that the life is so unpredictable. It may be a natural disaster or it may be something unexpected. Many ways the death can occur. Many ways the physical body can cease to function. And you have got everything ready on your table. The food, a plate of nice, delicious looking food is there in front of you. Why not taste it and enjoy? Why not fulfill your hunger with that? And we are still marking time. We are still wondering when to start. When should I start concentrating on this fact? When should I start uh, uh, start realizing or making an attempt to realize this Dhamma. You are postponing everything, and the time is passing every second, every minute, every hour, day, week, month, etc. And it's valuable time which you never can get back. And your life is going further and further to the end without knowing when it is going to stop. We just mark time, isn't it? And no one is going to be your savior, because in other religions you have a savior. They think that there is a savior who is going to help uh, at some stage. But in Buddhism, we have no saviors actually. Your own savior is yourself. So you have to realize that it is something, the effort has to be put by yourself. And we always feel that with knowledge or without knowledge, or with realization or without realization, the priority is given to so many other things in the life. It may be the work. A person who is working will think that I will finish the work, and when I am retired, I will go for Dhamma. A person who has children will say that let the children finish their education, let them feel the adulthood, I will come there by then. And a person whose children are married, sometimes they say, I have to look after the grandchildren. So when they are a little bit older, I will be able to follow this Dhamma. And further late, sometimes you have to look after the grandchildren or maybe the household affairs when your children are away at work. These are the common scenarios that most of our people, our mothers and fathers do have to undergo. But there is no time for the Dhamma. It is completely up to you to create a time in your timetable, isn't it? At least listening to one Dhamma sermon a day may be a great thing. Or when you are working, you can do it. When you are doing some work, at least try to listen to the Dhamma if you are really short of time. And there are enough people with our group who are still working while they are traveling to the workplace, while they are returning, while they are doing some cooking in the kitchen. So they find some time to listen to this Dhamma, which is really great, because earlier you start, better it is. And there shouldn't be any delay. Lord Buddha said that Appalmado Amatapada, Pamado Machuno Pada. Those are the Pali phrases which explains the delay or postponing the things is always going to matter. It's always going to help an unexpected or unfortunate ending. So pramade, or the delay, being late, was never ever approved or appreciated by Lord Buddha. And what he said was, younger the age, it is better, because the thinking power and sometimes the memory power are good at that stage than a person who is older. And also the physical disabilities, physical discomforts, pains and illnesses, they are also more when you pass a particular age. So even things like sitting and listening to the Dhamma sermon, or sometimes concentrating to what you hear without falling asleep, is also something, a great challenge for an elderly person. So therefore, even in a small way, if you start listening to this Dhamma, even from the young age, you do not have to give the priority. If you are going to live, but at least the second priority should be given. Now, if you are working, if you have uh, lots of responsibilities at home, you can certainly do them, but at least without putting Dhamma to the bottom of the list, should have at least a second place in your priority list. You don't need long time periods. You don't need long time periods where you have to sit and listen while you are doing the work, while you are traveling, while you are driving, or even while you are flying. If you are a person who is going out of the country, make sure that you use that time that is wasted watching everything around and having sort of useless chats or listening to films and watching films and various other things which come under the Dasakata, which are uh, discouraged by Lord Buddha. The things that will rouse the current more in your system should be avoided. Those are the ones that are listed as Dasakata by Lord Buddha. I cannot remember all 10, but even talks about politics, uh, talking about the other people's businesses. Mm, those things do come under the Dasakata. They are empty words actually. They have no value and they are just reflecting yourself only, your mana, uh, you are trying to prioritize yourself. So those are actually greatly uh, discouraged by Lord Buddha. Uh, Even talking about the kings and the queens, talking about the politicians. So like that, there are 10 of them that has been listed. But I'm sure you, even if you do not remember the 10, just focus on something which is not useless. If you feel that it is a useless talk, just get away with that. Just leave it aside and try to focus your attention to something else. So there are many things that we have to do. Aryan Mahansi has already preached quite a large number of sermons. It was mentioned as 12,000 some time back, but I am sure it must have reached at least 13,000 by now. So why do we waste the time? Why don't we focus on what we hear? Why don't we experiment ourselves and try to have that realization related to that? It is not only the knowledge, but the realization is what is important. So I will conclude this sermon here. I hope I could give a little bit of push to a person who is trying to find out the truth, Dhamma truth. I first of all worship Triple Gem with the greatest respect, and I worship Aryan Mahansi, our noble friend, our spiritual leader. At his feet, there was Aryan Mahansi. And may all our Dhamma friends be blessed by Triple Gem. May our friends who are helping with the technology be blessed by Triple Gem. Saranam.
After kindergarten time, that's teacher given the picture and given the sound. No, that's the thoughts are coming. No, at that time, that thought is no, it's a mind. No, it's a thoughts. The thought is no coming. Chair, table, red, yellow, blue. That's the world. No, that's why we are talking about. There's the every spark have a power different in. No, it's a spark. The our eye creation is a speedily happening, again and again, and it's power. That's a cause is a vibration, effort is a light. It's a speed given this. No, it's a creation. So sound also same, no? Same system. It's a sense of creation. Sound is a pitch also. How is coming this sound and form together coming? That's the to your mind. Its thoughts are coming. No, sound and form and the body feel. No, taste, smell, feel. Sthina sangati passo. These five senses creations together coming. That's the thought. So it's okay. That's every spark have a power. That's why. No, that's our now we are always talking about the example is uh, something drop in the water and waves are coming. That's a waves is a power, no? Inside the power. Like that, every spark have a power. Example. So that's why light also existent field is coming. That's the eye conscious we are talking. Consciousness meaning is existent field. Otherwise, no, is a ear consciousness. Perception converting the consciousness. Perception have the power, but consciousness have a power. You see that? It's a five aggregates. No,
Yes,
Rupa, Vedana, Sanya, Sankara, Vijnana is a Pali words. Rupa is a vibration. Vedana is a feel. Is a Sanya is a perception. Sankara is a system. No, create this system. It's a process. It's a creation. Is a finally is a consciousness. It's a consciousness. It's a power. That's a simply explaining speedily happening the spark is while the effort is I is creating the light is coming. No, it's a rapid speed spark.
yeah.
No, final light is coming. That's type of yeah. It's very important. It's very important. The sound also, no, it's a vibrations speedily. That's why inside there's a power spark different in and it's no spark the power. That's secret is the different name. That's a Majje Sutra Buddha's word is no Yo Bante Viditvana Majje Mantana Ripatitam Bruhi Mahapurusha say the simply Majje. What is this Majje Sutra? Where's the different name? There's a spark that's inside the power. No different name, no power is there. No spark, no power. That's why there's a power. They exist to feel. That's otherwise the consciousness. Eye consciousness and the ear consciousness and the sound. No? Ear given the sound. Sound consciousness is ear consciousness and the smell consciousness and the taste consciousness and the body feel. Hot and cool, smooth and rough. That's the consciousness. So eye consciousness and the ear consciousness and the other consciousness together coming. That's the mind consciousness coming. That's kindergarten time. Chair, table, mother, those thoughts. Thoughts have existed, feel is a power. That's power is otherwise. Who are you? You are talking about, oh, I'm here. How telling, I'm not alive. I'm alive now. I can see, I can hear, I have feel. What is this? This is a sense creations, no? It's not you. Yeah. It's sense efforts. is not. It's not anybody. He is a power. So sense given this power. It's a thoughts, thinking. Every thoughts have existence field. Otherwise, that's a power. That's your life field. So someone is outside is existent something. That's the kindergarten time existent field. No, chair is there. You are also here. Chair is not there. You are not here. That's why world is other side is you. You are otherwise the world. No, that's power. Existent field is you. Existent field otherwise alive field. No.
Yes, Arana.
Do you hear me?
Yes. Now.
What do you think about existent field otherwise alive field?
Yes,
The
Arana.
the case is now the field. No, what is this field? Normally everything is happening. No, someone eat the spicy is hot is coming, but nobody is here. How is this experience? Nobody is here. Hot is there. No,
Has to be
how
felt.
yeah, how is that one? So spicy is hot, no. So but no one is here. How is telling this? Yeah, it's okay. Because the sensor not working is not spicy here, not hot here. No, because sensor given this hot. No, it's the same. You are looking something. That's it's a beautiful. Yeah, you are telling it's a beautiful. Yes, Buddha also telling this forest is very beautiful, very nice. But nobody's there. How is telling this? It's a feel. No?
Mm.
It's, you can't tell others because it's a beautiful. No? Yeah, it's a beautiful. But what is this? You don't want it. You are going. You leaving it there. Why? You don't want it. That's why. There's you want it or no? That's why. No. So something outside there is okay. It's good. No problem. But you don't want it. Why? It's not added. No. Everything is like that. No. So that's why Buddha's no upadayati no bow. That's the
Mm.
meaning. It's Buddha's word. You don't want it. Then how is that happening? So smell is okay, very nice. Jasmine is okay. He know this is jasmine. He know it's very nice. Yeah, smell is taste. Smell is very nice. But you don't want it. Why? No, it's a fee. How is telling that? It's the understanding finally coming this stage. That's why you, who are you? Who want it? He's there. He don't want it. He's not there. No. How is this? What do you think about a kokila? Hmm?
Yeah, that's
Yeah. It's
beautiful.
a
And
feel. Yeah, it's a feel.
everyone should feel it.
What?
Everyone should feel the non-existence. Or I don't
Yeah.
know how to say that, but it's just to
But
feel.
existence also there.
Yes,
Existence also there. But
sound is
nobody is
there.
there. How is telling this?
Yeah.
How is telling that? Yeah, it's okay. Existence feels. Simply we can tell existence feel, otherwise the alive feel. But existence also, they are not alive feel. Is there?
Yeah.
How is telling this? If that's
I think the
LIP.
words
Yeah.
can't actually express this.
Yeah.
I think easiest way for you to feel it. I think.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know.
Yeah. English words, I think, is difficult to say this
Difficult, yeah.
because in English words have something. That's why. But it's okay. But normally, it's a Buddha's words there. That's a Adhigata Samadhi. Is talking about. Yeah, it's a super awareness. We are talking because awareness there. It's okay. There is something. It's okay. Awareness there. But super awareness, nothing is there because it's understanding. Like a mirror. We
Yes.
can see everything mirror, but mirror haven't anything. So like the normal world, we know everything there. It's okay. We understood the truth. This normally world is okay. Like a mirror, you can see everything, but nothing is there. It's understanding, no.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's understanding, no. It's inside meditation. Is understanding, no.
Mm.
It's a very deep meaning there. Understand, no.
The prajna.
Yeah,
I
wisdom.
think is
It's a wisdom. That's the wisdom. That's what Buddha's explaining. The wisdom is consciousness is true. Consciousness is a mirage. Consciousness is a how it's scary illusion. No? Consciousness is not real. But someone know the consciousness is not real. That's the wisdom. Mind consciousness given no everything. Sun, moon, mother, father, everything no. Mind consciousness no is a thoughts no. But it's not real. Someone understood. That's the wisdom. Buddha's explaining. Prajna bhavitabba vijnanam parinye. Prajna is a wisdom. Vijnana is a consciousness. Consciousness is not truth. Consciousness is not real. That's the wisdom. Consciousness is not real. Someone understand the truth. Finally, consciousness is not real. It's coming. The meaning. That's the wisdom, no? The understanding. Consciousness is not real. Nothing, anything. It's a illusion. It's a house story. It's a mirage. No. Mirage is a other one. It's
perception.
a Vijnana Maya. Maya. What's the words is English? Vijnana Maya. So miracle is a mirage, no? It's a perception, it's a mirage. It's a consciousness is the Vijnana Maya, it's a Buddha's word. What is this Maya, English word?
We
That's
use being
another one. That's
as
illusion.
illusory consciousness.
Yeah.
Illusion.
Yes. Illusory
Yes.
consciousness.
Illusory consciousness. That's the word. That's good. Hmm. It's understanding. That's the inside meditation. So inside meditation given you to that's the world is normally here, but you are not here. It's a final effort. Is this? What is this experience? Tranquility, no? Because no any pain, no any reactions, no. Normally, reactions also there, but no any pain. How is telling this? Not none is none.
Yeah.
Yeah, none alive. So none alive feel no. That's a Buddha's explaining. Is nobody's here no. System is working no. Normally everything is there no. That's why. How is that telling?
That's that RM answer, the apatitta vijnana, non-manifestative consciousness.
Mm,
Is it?
yeah, it's the words only. It's a feel otherwise.
Yeah.
Otherwise.
Apatitta vijnana.
Yeah, it's the words. But the feel is how can say others? You feel no.
You don't feel anything. Yeah.
Yeah.
Nothingness. It's
Yeah,
nothing.
yeah. Your death is over. Now you happen the death. You are now like a goats. Nobody's here. No. Everything is happening. No, your death is over. No death or birth because the thoughts. No, who is death? Who have death? Nobody have death because no death is here. Why? It's the thoughts. No, What is real death? Suranka?
No such thing, Ramahan sir. Just a thought.
I think your death is over now. Long time now. Now you're a goat like that. No goats. Nobody's here. It's okay. No one is here. Sister is okay. We are talking. But no death or birth. What is this feeling? Kokila? You touch your hand. It's okay. You are here. No? Yeah, yeah. No, I'm not dead. I'm alive. No, it's a like a current. It's not your Kogila. It's a current. What is that? No current here. It's okay. What is that current? What is that? No, what is that fade in this current? What is that fade in this current? What is that current? LFE? Yeah, what is the current? It's the ego. Ego is disappeared. Oh, zero the ego. That's
Yeah,
the that's the power is
that's the
it's a
beauty.
zero. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
the power is zero. That's the Nibbana. No, the firing is over. That's the Nibbana. Otherwise, firing is there. You are also not there. What is that? It's very important. It's very nice. Yeah, it's very nice.
It very nice, Adam.
Yeah, very nice feelings. The experience, I think, very good. I think very nice experience. Nibbana experience. It's a tranquility. What is that Nibbana experience? It's very important, I think. No,
Yeah.
no, it's okay. It's very nice.
Thiruvan Saranai Aryan Mahansa. Can I
Yeah.
ask the question, Aryan Mahansa?
No,
Maybe.
no. Now it's not. Now no time.
Okay.
No,
So,
it's okay. It's okay. Susana. Yeah, ask it.
Aryan Mahansa, now the child in the court also has some like feels certain things. So when the eye of that baby functions, the vibrations also come together and some level of power is generated, but the sense of self is not there. Some minimal power anyway is automatically generated. No, at that point also, when the child sees the eye functions, I when
No. Radiant mind is a court. A baby in the court have the power.
mm,
Not a defilements there, but
yes,
it's a cause is there.
yes,
Yeah, cause is there because no defilements is okay, no problem for that.
mm,
But power is there because asa is there. The power is there
mm,
because something you can give the little baby for no something. So
mm,
he don't give on you again. Why?
mm,
He's attached. What is that attached? Is a power. Is there? There's the power. That's why asa power is there. But not defilements there. But power is there because it's a before is a situation before coming this defilements. No, after this kindergarten time is sense creations. The thoughts are coming. That's the defilements are there. Without thought, we can't talk about the defilements because thoughts given the defilements.
so
Thinking power.
that's yeah, that's why you say that the son has 5,000 watt power in the thought, whereas the father has 30,000. So, I mean,
Yeah, is yeah.
due to
Yeah.
Abhisankaran.
No. That
Yes.
example is the little baby. So
Mm.
kindergarten no is after that. Baby have
Okay.
little bit datas
Okay.
is a 5,000. Yeah, we are talking about defilements is 5,000.
Mm.
Defilements is coming the thoughts coming after that. That's why before is a radiant mind having the defilements. So 5,000 is we talking about the defilements. So
Okay.
is a father have the 11,000 or 13,000 is a defilements. It's a power. It's a power. It's a defilements power because data. No, sun, moon, mother, father is a data. So That's the words. It's like a film. So that's a thorough, the data's there. That's why Father have more power. No, it's okay. Yeah. Someone can explain this. So that was question. Kokila, what do you think? Are you there?
Yes, I am answering.
Yeah, it's okay, no? Because that's a that's a Sudharma's question is for radiant mind. We can't tell the defilements. It's a power is that one. It's a ego. But radiant mind have an ego, no? How we are talking about the ego? We can't talk about the ego. That's why it's a before. It's a situation.
Reading The True Dhamma Has Awakened, Volume 2, page number 22. You would see that the last thought is also a lie, and you would let it go. Let us see the importance of studying just one thought. For example, if you have a mango tree that has 5,000 leaves on it and you pick one leaf from the tree and study the structure of that leaf, you will learn a lot about that leaf. You know that the rest of the leaves on the tree would have a similar structure to the leaf that was picked by you. Similarly, just that one thought that arises in your mind consciousness will be the same as all the other thoughts that arise in your mind. What you need to do is to understand just one thought. Understand how the thought is formed and how it ceases to be Udaya. The wisdom to see the formation and the cessation of the thought is called Udayabhaya Jnana. Actually, our problem is that we fail to see the truth in this fleeting thought. When we begin to go on the path to nirvana, applying effort to see the truth in each thought is of utmost importance. By now, you would have observed, still, attended many meditation classes held in this society, practiced samatha bhavana, concentration meditation, and you would have followed various other methods to control your senses. What you need to do now is to rearrange all this knowledge that you acquired so far and use it in a beneficial way to release yourself from this illusional thought. You should realize the pure truth and attain nirvana. Now we have a presentation to do for all those people who have arrived at this point after learning various methods on how to control your senses. What do we have to understand now? We need to understand how a thought is formed and how it ceases to be. The arising and the cessation of a thought is a natural phenomenon. It just happens. Nobody makes it happen. There is nothing as a thought, and there is nothing as a mind consciousness. Let us consider the thought that you see something in front of you. Teron Sanna, everybody.
Therwan Sarana Shani. Thank you for reading the 2 pages for us from the book. The True Dhamma Has Awakened, Volume 2. We all worship Aryan Vahasi at his feet at this moment, who is our teacher and our guide on this Dhamma path, who has been exposing and disclosing all the teachings of Lord Buddha, which was done 2600 years ago. Therwan Saranai, all Dhamma friends who have joined, and also Therwan Saranai to everyone who are listening to us through various other means. This is the English Zoom discussion, and we will be discussing some simple Dhamma facts from now on until 4 p.m. And the facts that Shani just read is the basic facts actually for a person who is trying to understand what this true Dhamma is. Buddhism is actually not a religion. There is no beliefs. It's something that the person can understand and then get convinced himself. So that is the importance and that is the value of this one, because it's you don't go blindly believing something that Lord Buddha said. What Lord Buddha said always was that come and see it yourself and understand. If you feel that it's true, just listen and try to take it up. So that is the valuable side of this Buddhist teaching. It's all centered around the mind and the thought, because we all know that thoughts or the mind is the one which manipulates this physical body. So what Shani read was about how to understand this thought formation and then what is the mechanism. Actually, some parts we discussed yesterday. So at the beginning, it's called Satya Jnana, where we learn it as a knowledge. We read or listen to a Dhammadeshana and then try to understand the theory part of it. So this basic knowledge is needed, like having a strong foundation for a building. And then once you are thorough with that mechanism of how the thoughts are formed, how this self perception or this feeling of being alive is felt. That is the root thing, that is the spirit of the Buddhist teaching. In the book it's read that if you study the pattern of one mango leaf, you know that it is same in all 5,000 or whatever the number of leaves in the tree. So you don't need to study each and every thought. Studying each and every thought is not possible practically, because the thoughts are flowing in such a fast speed. You can't study or analyze each and every thought. What you can do is you can study and research on one thought using this basic knowledge that you have achieved, and then you know that whatever the thought which is coming up is happening in the same way. That is what Shani read as tatra tatra vipassati. That means whatever the thought which is coming is very well understood, and it's very clear that how it's formed, how the thoughts are formed. And thoughts are formed as long as the physical body is functioning, as long as the breathing is there, the thoughts are formed. So how the thoughts are formed is the next step to know. Different living beings, maybe human beings or even animals, they have what's called the sensor function. These facts we have been discussing earlier also, but because this is relevant to what Shani read, I thought of just explaining this from the beginning. So the human being has 5 faculties, so 5 sensor functions. Sensor means actually it's a function of seeing, function of hearing, function of feeling. We call it ditta, sutta, mutta in Pali. Mutta means the feeling, function of feeling, which includes 3 things: the smell, taste, and what is felt by the skin. So skin has 4 qualities actually: can feel the warmth and can feel the hard or soft feelings, and can feel the liquid nature. So altogether there are 8 components in this one, but when you group all the skin sensation under one heading, which is mutta, then there are 3 components. So with this sensor function, something is created. The important factor here to know is that the speed is a decisive factor in all these sensor functions. Extremely fast speed cannot give it in figures, I would say, because can't even imagine or can't even go near the speed of the light, which we think is the fastest thing that we know of in the material world. But this, the function of the thoughts or the flow of the thoughts or this formation of the thoughts is much, much, much more faster than that. So what happens is there is sensor function, means there is some vibration then and there, and this vibration creates something which was not there, but it looks as if it is there, and that is where the illusion is. A light which was not there is created due to the speed. A sound which was not there is created due to the speed. Similarly, the sense of taste, smell, and the skin feeling, they are not really there, but because of the fast speed, it's created. as if it is really there. So that is where all this big lie is there, because we are all going behind something which is illusionary, which is not really existing. So in the small baby's level, these sensors are functioning, but there is no naming or description. That means there is no thought formation. Therefore, we can say that the little baby doesn't have defilements. But what happens as a part of the natural process, these sensor functions get together or unite together to form a different form of function. It's described with a beautiful example by Lord Buddha that forming ghee from milk. So it's a completely a different type of vibration when it comes to the thought formation, but it's still a single vibration. So this single vibration, or what's called the thought, because of the rapid speed of happening, again you feel that as if the thought is real. What are the thoughts? Everything possible that you can think of, everything possible that you are talking of, everything possible that you are doing, they are all thoughts. So these thoughts has the components created by the other 5 sensor faculties or sensor functions. And the moment these thoughts are started forming, there's no reversing. There's no way of identifying it as different sensor faculty functions, sensor functions, but automatically what you get is the thought. So there's no way of going back and trying to analyze. What you see straight away is a mango tree. Straight away what is created is my son, my wife, my husband, my car, my house. Everything is just thought, but it has the components of the 5 sensor functions. So I think the next 2 pages it's going to be going to discuss about how the some kind of research or some kind of analysis of these thoughts. So we can sort of elaborate on what we have read so far. I can see Surangika also joined and Sudharma also joined. Thiruvan Saranai to both of you. Maybe one of you can add something or any alterations needed of what I said. Thiruvan Saranai.
Thiruvan Saranai, Dr. Sakuntala, and thank you for that good explanation. Thiruvan Saranai, Dhamma friends. I'll just add a little more to the aspect of speed that you mentioned. And this whole thought process and the mechanism hinges on the speed of vibration, because when we talk about creation that occurs through the sense faculties, the creation and the appearance of this so-called creation or manifestation only comes about, as you quite rightly said, due to the sheer speed. Without the speed, there is no manifestation, because, we have to understand that this is not that there is something, it is just a creation, and the creation comes about through that sheer speed. So if we give a few examples that are often quoted and often discussed in these Zoom discussions, if we think about a couple of balls of fire being rotated, and then if it is rotated at a speed, if it is not rotated at a speed, you would see the single balls of fire being rotated. But if it is continuously done and the speed is increased, one would just see a simple ring of fire, isn't it? So how did that ring of fire come about? That was only due to the speed. Was there actually a ring of fire? No, there wasn't. So another example that we often use is, even R.N. Walser talks of this several times. Back in the day, for people, probably not the nowadays children, but maybe middle-aged people or our generation may recall that the old cartoon books, there used to be all the motions of people walking, running, and things are drawn through cartoons, and every little picture, and there's like hundreds of pictures in one cartoon book. Every picture denotes an active movement of, for example, a child running or a child walking or a child jumping out of something. So every moment, every arm being raised, every length of distance being run is being drawn through multiple pictures, and together the rapid. If you look at all those pictures in rapid motion, you'd realize you get the impression that that whole activity is happening. So how does that happen? Again, through the way it has been drawn up, in order to give the impression that there is an activity, there's a walking and a running, and there's all kinds of things being done through that storybook via that cartoon imagery that has been created. Another simple example is something that we've all encountered again back in the day. You take the usual light bulb that we had in our homes. So you see the light bulb as something that is permanently lit, isn't it? Particularly in the evening when we turn on our lights, we see that the light bulb, the bulb is permanently lit and there's light coming out of it. But I recall back in the day where in the area we lived, there was constantly power cuts during our childhood. And not only the power cut, the wattage that is coming through the current system, the power lines, used to be, for some reason, used to reduce. And when it reduced, actually, the bulb started flickering, and then sometimes only the tungsten little thing that is inside the bulb, only that is illuminated. So even the flickering of the bulb just shows you that. And so how did that bulb become at one moment a flicker of light and then at the other moment a permanent light? So was there a permanent light there? No, it wasn't there. It's just because of the speed of the way the current is coming through the lines, one gets the impression that there is a permanent light that is emanating from the bulb. In fact, I think for a second it flickers like, so many times, 23 times a second or millisecond or something, in order to emanate that light from the bulb. So that's the way the light formation happens. In a similar way, the speed of vibration that is occurring in the eye gives the impression that the spark that happens in the eye sensor or the eye faculty is not just a spark, but a permanent light. So that is also only a manifestation, and that gives us the impression that there is light. Similarly, if we take the ear faculty, the speed of vibration, the occurrence of that in the ear faculty gives the impression that there is a sound. So, and so too the other faculties, all not because of just one single vibration, because this is happening at speed, this is happening with rapidity, and there is a series of vibrations occurring at such a sheer speed that one gets the sensation and the notion that this light exists, the sound exists. And if you eat something, that there is such a thing called taste, there is such a thing called smell. So this rapid vibration gives rise to the consciousness. There is the sensation that arises out of the rapid vibration. There is a representation of that sensation, which we call perception. and the rapid speed in which it occurs is what we call formations, which then culminate to form what we call the I consciousness, or the feeling that light exists. So this feeling that light exists comes about only due to the speed of vibration. If there was one spark, one vibration, one wouldn't get that feeling of existence. So that feeling of existence, which we call consciousness, arises only because of that speed. So similarly, if we take all the five sense faculties and put it together, the light consciousness, the sound, the smell, touch, and taste, all these combine to form what is called the mind consciousness, that single thought. It is a combination of those of those other five vibrations, but one or two of those sensors can become prominent. Nevertheless, it forms into another vibration, which is the mind object or the thought. So as Dr. Sakuntala mentioned, the thought or the mind object can be wide and varied. There can be so many things that gets formed with, we call it mother, father, chair, your favorite ball, bat, house, mortgage, whatever it is. From our childhood days, these mind objects or labels, the images, sounds, touch, taste and smell and so on, have not remained in that basic functionality, have not remained in that basic perception. Every one of those aspects, perceptions, every facet of it has been given a name, a branding, and a label, and all for the reason of due to ignorance. For what happens is with those consciousnesses and that feeling of existence comes that underlying power. The underlying power that there is something that is existent, which then gives rise to the feeling of alive, being alive, the sense of being alive, or the alive feeling as we call it. And that also occurs through ignorance. So this is the process by which the power in the thought is understood and unraveled, and which is what that understanding of this thought occurring in this very moment is important and needs to be fully understood in order to understand how this suffering occurs, how the craving occurs, and how there is this so-called binding power of the thought, which can then take you on, take living beings on to this process of birth and death in this never-ending samsaric cycle. This, I say never-ending cycle because it is so for millions and billions of species and living beings. It is only through the understanding of the true Dhamma and seeing the pure truth through wisdom that one can break this chain of causation through understanding what we call the law of cause and effect, which is the pure Dhamma, the true Dhamma that is being imparted through these Buddothpado teachings. And to do that, the crux of this whole teaching, the core and the essence of the teachings, is to understand how this mind is formed. Is there such a thing called the mind? What is the thought? What is the substance in the thought? Is there a substance? Understanding this is absolutely core to be able to break this chain of causation and to see through the ignorance, see through the illusion, and understand the pure truth. So I'll stop there, and maybe Sudharma can, or Dr. Kokila can continue.
Yeah, it's I have a reception issue here, but anyway, hopefully you can hear me. Yeah, I think it was a very, very, both of you gave a very descriptive element about this, the rapid vibration, how the speed is bringing all these effects. There are effects, so the cause and effects. When you understand cause and effects, finally, what you feel, what you think, what you do is all kind of becomes a mirage. This can be very overwhelming for a beginner, but I think once you get hold of this idea and once you start to feel it, it becomes easier, isn't it? Anything else to add, Sudhanma?
I think we need to complete it, Sudharma. Maybe we stopped at the existent field, so we should get to the self view.
It's very beautiful. Yes, both Dr. Sakuntala and Ms. Surangika explained very vividly and with a lot of examples. Actually, after a while, I was listening to it, so it refreshed that concepts again, because very good revision for me also personally. And Dr. Kokila, yes, as you always remind us, what came into my mind is now what is the danger of this thought? Is there how does it matter now? These thoughts are being created as a natural phenomenon. So as Buddothpado Aryan Mahansa in the morning discussion also, I think, highlighted that it is the law of mind, Chitta Niyama. So it is now we actually through these sermons and all these discussions, we know this mechanism, very beautiful mechanism, scientific, the combination of vibrations, this rapid speed, and on top of that, this telepathization of previous data, and how we end up getting a thick perception of these projections. So, as Ms. Rangika pointed out also, what the danger is, the moment that external perceptions are taken as real, on the other side, the self arises. Self-view, self-perception gets thicker and thicker. That excitation, positively or negatively or equanimity, something happens. You also mentioned that craving, that is where we get entangled in this samsaric journey also. How that's why we cannot liberate from this, because we all know that that self vibration, the inner vibration, calls this Sastravati, inner vibration. Actually, I have forgotten that word also, English word by now for that. So whatever it is, so
That's the zygote.
Zygote, yeah, that is Yuktano.
Is it taints?
Taints, exactly. Taints. So, so that is the danger. Otherwise, we can enjoy all these perceptions, that all the inputs of sensory organs. Just because they create this, automatically this power is generated. So it has an impact on this self vibration. Actually, I don't know how to explain through words also. This, we can't say impact on something existing. That power itself becomes the self vibration, and the notion of self gets stronger and stronger. So when I was sorry about the disturbance. So when I was trying to recollect what Shani read previously, there I saw the reference to last thought also. Don't know whether it was yesterday or today. It is said, so why are we trying to analyze the thought creation and trying to understand that there is no substance in thought? Because when the last thought occurs in this mundane world, we believe in this life and death. So when the last thought occurs, maybe the all sensory organs will be in a very kind of weak situation, the function of them. Now when we are strong, we can show the truth to the mind using the mind management. Now they are not true, they are false projections. We can manage our mind and just suppress it temporary manner. But when the last thought occurs, if if a person is not having this experience of spontaneous or automatically the skill to liberate from thoughts naturally, they are the one get caught in that, and the last thought may have some power, and that vibration will decide the rebirth, so-called rebirth, if we look at it from that perspective. So as you beautifully explained, Dr. Kokila will add and will actually correct what I was trying to say. So the danger is that. And another point I would like to refer to is that Ditta Sutta Mutta. Yes, Dr. Sakuntala very beautifully mentioned that 2 rounds of the thought occurrence. The first, it is purely the sensory organ, which is involving at that moment maybe ear, eye, body, mind, or the sensors, that particular sensor. But when the mind consciousness, I mean, skillfully, get all the previous inputs of the other sensory faculties, this dicta seeing, sutta hearing, and mutta felt that bodily, then that is body, tongue, and the nose. Yeah, all 3. So that finally, with that, the name also, the identification takes place, and we end up getting a thick perception. Teruvan Saranai. Teruvan Saranai to all of you. Please.
Yeah, actually,
correct them.
the main point I think is the feel that we get. I mean, we can't say we get even, but the next one, to maintain the next one. So even the feel, we might end up having that kind of feel. So how do we say that? Feel to feel. I don't know whether that would be a good way to say that. Feel to feel. I mean, need to feel. So the main sensual world, it's very easy to understand, but then when it becomes the form world and the non-form world, it's important to understand how this is extending, or actually the extension was the sensual world, but how, when we go back, how we feel. So there is always a kind of a craving to feel, also craving to have the mind, because the sensual world, we have a craving for toffee, or craving for what? Craving for water. No, not really. Craving for something. So craving to see a film, craving to see someone after a long time, something like that. We can keep on saying cravings. But then when it comes to the mind, when it comes to the form, kind of we don't have those extensive needs, extensive projections. We just have kind of a seeking for the perceptions, mind perceptions. And when it comes to the field, okay, it's not that it doesn't have a form, so that's why we call it kind of, when we even describe, we try to tell it as a vibration. So the need to or craving for the vibration, craving for feel. What do you think about that? So the craving for the field is different to the actual feel. Do you have anything to add to that, Surangika? Because it's rapid vibration. Yes, that was the ignorance made it to feel that it is something, but due to that, what has happened? That is what actually even the beginning of the zygotic vibration. Beginning of the zygotic vibration is because of this vibration which is not actually related to any of the organs. That is why Aranvansi keeps telling that it has nothing to do with the body, nothing to do with the mind, because it is not. Because it is not, and it is actually created. It is created and it is telepathized every time when a stimuli is formed. So what happens is this, even with the cessation of the bodily functions or the mind and the respiration, sensory functions are not there. Then what is the main vibration that is going to persist? Is that extra power. Where is the extra power from? Because there is a need to maintain the power. That is the force that would make you to, that is kind of a force. Can we call that? Maybe. Because it's a force that has, or power that has the ability to telepathize or synchronize to some other very different similar vibration. Isn't it? So this need, it's difficult to understand sometimes, but it is when we keep discussing this, I think it will go into our deeper level, because you need to differentiate these two, what happens and what happens with the I'm sorry, I think the background noise is so much, but did you
We
hear
can
me?
hear you, Dr. Pukila.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
great.
the importance of understanding that the actual vibration and the need to maintain the vibration, you can feel this when we try to understand non-form, because in non-form there's no discussion, there's no story, there's no form, there's no word, there's nothing. Just to feel has nothing. So just to feel, that's why we call it even a vibration, because it has no form at all. But then what is the difference between the vibration of the sensory organ and the need to maintain the vibration? How does that come? Because of the ignorance. That's because of the ignorance. The vibration is taken as something for granted. That is what is going to telepathize into this extra vibration. That is this extra vibration is the vibration which is going to vanish, in the sense there will be this vibration will cease because it was fueled by ignorance. If the ignorance is not going to go down, and craving can't exist. It's on the Lord Buddha has said once that in the field of the ignorance only, the craving seed is harvesting, isn't it? So what is important is to distinguish these things practically. That is the difficult part. Actually, difficult part is not the Dhamma. Difficult part is, Dhamma is also difficult. Understanding this is a massive task that we have been trying very hard. And we may be still understanding. But what I'm trying to say is that the difference between the feel, the without this power, and is the important thing. So it's very important to distinguish. I mean, you can't distinguish with the words. That's the problem, because it's a feel. So we can only do this with the wisdom we have. And that is why we keep discussing this. That is why we keep highlighting this. That is why we keep this, keep making the other people's mind. We put, actually, we kind of attack ignorance. What do you think, Suramika? Do you think you have anything to add? Like, it is a very, very, very important point, I think.
I think the main issue here is that power, the power of how does people, I mean, living beings, but particularly humans, because they have this mind, that is the thing that gives them that the glowing factor to the thoughts and the underlying power. So I think Aranman just yesterday or today, I think, explained about the difference between, animals also have a slight consciousness, but it's not as big as, the mind is not as big as human beings, which is why, they still have the sense of existence, which comes about through whatever sense faculties that the animals have. If you take, for example, a bird, the bird would also have that, the bird will get frightened. The bird will also want to fight for survival. The bird will also want to go and fetch food and so on and so forth. But the mind is not big. The mind is not overpowering. But it is content with a little. However, it still has that feeling of existence which comes about through the limited sense faculties that it has, whatever, whether it's 2 or 3 or whatever it is. And the mind, and so it is easily satisfied. If there is probably some hunger in the morning, then they'll search for food. If they have they'll just find the food and have the food, and then that's it. And then they'll just chirp about and be content. But in contrast, the human beings, because of the mind, there is this overworking, and the irony of it is because of that very nature of having a mind, or the mind mechanism is there, shall we say, which is also needed as a tool initially to understand the Dhamma and the teachings. But it is that mind consciousness itself that is almost, you can say, the downfall, or almost can create the downfall of human beings, because that the power that is there in every thought process and the glowing nature of it becomes all the more powerful and enduring for a human being, which is why it is so difficult to break that cycle, because of the fact that there is that belief which is really overpowering of something existing, the external world being real, that existent feeling, and with that comes that alive feeling. So I was just reflecting this today about this. I don't know whether there's any other example, perhaps anyone else can suggest, but what our noble spiritual teacher has given us is the stone or the pebble being put into the water or being thrown to the water, and how the ripples arise. So how do the ripples arise? That is because the stone, the impact of the stone or the pebble being thrown into the water creates, there is a power. Because of the power, the ripples are caused, and it doesn't mean that the ripples are moving from one direction to the end of the pool or end of the wall or something, but it is creating a vibration, which means that one single vibration has an underlying power. So we talked earlier about it's not just one vibration, but it's a series of vibrations, and the vibrations are also happening, sorry, I should say the vibrations are happening at speed. So if one pebble is one vibration, and if you can imagine that it is vibrations happening at sheer speed, and the underlying power of that in a continuous series is the thing that gives rise to that alive power. That is the thing that makes people think that I am alive, we are alive, and that is the thing that they are fighting for. They don't know. It is true what you said, Dr. Kokila. It is that ignorance of not understanding that wanting to be alive. It is that thing that keeps them alive and kicking. That's the thing that keeps them fighting. That's the thing that keeps them feeling as if they belong to something. And how do they get that feel? By attaching to objects, attaching to persons, attaching to various things. And how does that attachment come about? Through the thought process, isn't it? So it's like a never-ending chain of power building up on an underlying power which they are fighting without even knowing it, to keep on maintaining that power, isn't it?
Yeah, and then we have to ask the question, what are you fighting for? And the people will be like gobsmacked, because they don't even know what we are fighting for, because it's very difficult to finally pinpoint. Like Arenwanse asks, where are you? And we are like confused. Where am I actually? Then like that, what we are fighting for is here, like to maintain a field, or maintain this mind, or maintain this the dream, kind of, because this is a dream as well. Even though we talk about another dream when we sleep, this is a kind of a dream as well, full of stuff that is feeling as real, because it's miraculously beautiful. That's Lord Buddha said. It's like a challanchitra, and it's such a makes us fools, kind of, because of that mirage effect, or illusory effect, this simulation world. So that is the thing. It's as you said, never-ending trap. So the to understand this trap, what are we wanting? And that question will actually, there's no answer. Finally, if we keep asking through Dhamma, if we actually understand through Dhamma, then we understand what you want. Then it finally comes to, survival. What are you surviving for? Is again another cycle of thoughts. So, or cycle of feel, in that sense. So it is funny, but at the same time, it is very dangerous. Very dangerous, because we can understand that because Lord Buddha once said, if there is something to be happy, I wouldn't have told this, if there's anything to be happy about, I wouldn't have told this Dhamma. Because everywhere there is suffering in a different form. Whatever the form, we might not feel it, but even in basic level, there's a suffering. So trying to maintain the feel, trying to maintain the dream, trying to maintain stuff, trying to achieve stuff, that is in sensual world. Actually, people, they are in the sensual world. But trying to maintain the dream is in the form world, and trying to maintain the feel is in the non-form world. So this comes through the ignorance of feeling that there is something to maintain. If we know that there is nothing to maintain, that we are actually born in each stimulus, and what it was there was just the stimulus only, the craving has to disappear, isn't it? What do you think? Anything else to add?
I think I'll just mention a little bit before maybe Sudham and Dr. Sakuntala can end. So the main thing there to break this thing is because you can't break it halfway through. The breaking, how you can attack it is by showing that what are you trying to, all these things is to kind of keep an identity, keep a soul here alive and kicking. No? So if we show through that true Dhamma that there was never a self, and this was only that self, the misconception of a self, that is the thing that is going to, as you said, make people get gobsmacked. Because all this that people are doing in this conventional world is on the assumption that there is a self, there is a persona, there is an identity. And when one actually, unravels it in perfect logical sense, how this thought process, how these sense faculties are forming to give an impression, an illusion of a self, then, there is actually nowhere to turn, isn't it? That is where the whole process gets arrested. And that is why Advanced says all you have to do is to understand the mind, understand the thought. How do these sense faculties arise? How are these perceptions coming about? You do that, and if you do that, you're arresting that process. You're arresting this power getting built up. You're arresting the current. And before that person even knows it, gradually, through time, there is a diminishing of that power because the self-view is diminishing. And that is where, not the virus, the antivirus is put in, isn't it?
Yeah, it's really beautiful. Anything else?
Yeah, Theruvan Saranai, Dr. Pugala. It's so beautiful and enlightening. And as actually all this life, we did not have any other experience than the experience of these sensory faculties. And this physical world was so real to us. And then to know that it is actually, it's a dream, it's not real, itself was unbelievable in the first place. And we tried to liberate from the suffering, having a kind of using these real entities being in the world, then accumulating merits and thinking of heavens, and then some actually some concept that we cannot define called Nibbana, and we had the different dream to liberate from this suffering also. So with this true Dhamma, the true message, as now Ms. Urangika also pointed out very nicely too, we work on understanding the stimulus, how this thought is formed and how this power is generated, and how actually we are working on that. But ultimately, that is the only way to diminish, because to liberate from this world and this thick self vibration, and to know that Nibbana or the non-vibration is also there itself is completely a new, even though we were born as Buddhists, it was up until this 5 years ago we heard this true Dhamma. It was again, we were fully unaware of that. We were in the dark. So when Dr. Kokila said that, I wanted to ask that, Dr. Kokila, when you said feel and the craving for feel, actually I didn't understand that even, because it is so deep. You are referring to a different level, because sensual world, the diminishing of this power, the attachment that we actually the diminishing of defilements, I experience that. But when you talk about non-form and formless, actually I have no experience whatsoever. And can you please explain bit more about that feel and the craving for feel? You asked whether we understand that. Have I understood the question at least?
That's there already. If you take chair, we already have the craving for the feel underneath, craving for the dream also underneath, and craving for the chair is on top of that. That's the thing. It is similar. It is similar. It is kind of the levels of the craving, I would say. That is level of you, level of self vibration. So they are kind of different levels, because you crave for milk toffee. You can say you crave for milk toffees. Then underlining, there is craving for the sanyava as well, the perception as well.
Perception.
And there's a craving for the feel as well. Not milk toffee as such, but craving for any feel is also down there. I mean, that is when you really understand what we are craving for. It is important to dig into your cravings a bit. The main important thing, the question you ask is to keep understanding Dhamma only, because if you understand that the perception also, so imagine you kind of feel that the ability to think is or actually dying. Why we don't want to die is also part of that. I mean, in the thinking part also, we don't want to die. That's a different story. I mean, as a concept, or as a sentence, we can say, I don't want to die. That's a different thing. But actually struggling to maintain the feel is there even in a Brahma with the wrong vision. If there is a Brahma means only there's Brahmas with only the feel. There's Brahmas with the form as well, but they are struggling to maintain with the form. They are struggling to maintain the form, and with the feel, non-form, they are struggling to maintain the feel. So you can understand this even with the animals, or even with the baby, human baby. Human baby doesn't know anything, but still the human baby will not know anything about death, anything about birth, nothing at all. But the baby can't actually have a fight to survive, but still will not like to die. The perception or the feel of light, feel of sound, feel of skin, or the taste, or the nose. No baby would like to seize that. That's in the tense level, though. That's in the tense level. I think it should be just understood through the Pubbe Nivasanussatiñāna, and yeah, you can that understand through that as well, because there's only one vibration in the one cell organism. So if you just take these examples only, you can feel this. How come one cell organism would maintain that vibration? Would like to maintain that vibration? How can you even think about that? So there is always a power with ignorance everywhere, everywhere, every consciousness. Every consciousness has this problem. So no one is free until they understand non-vibration and until they feel the non-vibration and until they become the non-vibration. No one is free. No consciousness is free. Isn't it?
Yes, and it's clear, Dr. Kokila. That's why when the phone or some object is given to the baby, he grabs it
Yeah.
without any perception, any kind of attachment whatsoever. Due to that chains, the power of that traction is there, isn't it? Yes, good.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Anything else?
Yes, about this craving that you mentioned, Dr. Kokila, craving for the feel or craving for the things or the thoughts, whatever, means craving for existence, isn't it?
Yes,
Craving to be,
similar.
yes, similar. And I think Lord Buddha has mentioned that do not wish for existence even for a very short period or whatever the higher realm that you can be very comfortable. Never ever wish for existence, because the example or the metaphor he has given is that feces, whether irrespective of the amount, will smell always. So it's something like craving or wishing wishing for existence or for another life is something similar to that. So always should uh, refuse or utterly, reject that feel to exist. Uh, and also that example that Surangika mentioned about the water, the ripples. One thing important that we should understand is that there is the water particles are not going from this end to that end, isn't it? Because nothing goes from here to there. It's the current which is transmitted, and the water molecules or the water particles are moving then and there in that place, but transmitting the current. So it is the same mechanism which is described as synchronization or telepathization, where the current from one life is transmitted to another life. So if the current is strong, the where it is transmitted is going to be at a lower realm. Where the current is minimal, it will be at a higher realm. So what is the importance is that the mechanism is the same. Nothing goes from one end to the other. So because earlier we had this, we have heard in some of these Dhamma discussions by different other teachers, other monks, that consciousness is transmitted from this birth to the next birth. That's what actually that's not what Lord Buddha has mentioned. And very clearly our Aran Mahansi, our spiritual teacher, has explained that fact, that nothing is transmitted, nothing goes from this end to that end. And I think he has given some modern examples, the function of the television test set, where the pictures are created then and there. It's similar to the sensor functions of the living person or the human body. When the appropriate sensors are there, the picture or the story is created. So similarly, when the television set breaks down, the material part, when it breaks down, and if there is another television set somewhere else, the same picture can be created if the same set of uh, equipment is there in the television set. So he gave that modern example, which is very easy to understand how the life continues as a part of this samsaric journey, isn't it?
Yeah, it's very important to understand Dhamma, and we invite everyone actually to come and have a discussion in English medium, which we may be struggling, but still I think it is good to discuss in whatever the form, whatever the way, whatever the topic. It doesn't really matter because it ends up in non-self angle, and keep understanding what drives us to persist. What drives his existence? What drives his idea of existence? What drives his view of existence? It's complete ignorance, and the ignorance drives the craving, and craving drives the ignorance, and it's like a vicious cycle, never-ending vicious cycle, as we discussed. Yeah.
Teruvan Saranai, Dr. Kokila. Can I share the daily meditation schedule of Tombagada International Meditation Center?
Yes, please.
For
Yes,
the
please.
benefit of the listeners. Yes, we have now in most of these discussions, we go into detail in terms of Buddhist philosophy. It's very beautifully explained by scholars. Most of these Zoom discussions represent scholars representing, the entire world, I should say, because you're all from Australia, then UK, then America. So that, it is also not because not that it is for only educated people or only for scholars or only for a certain social class, but still everybody has the opportunity for that. Now there are Metmal monasteries island-wide, so any person, even most of the villagers, peasants, everybody can come and experience what we discuss as theory or as Buddhist philosophy in the discussions can be experienced personally under the guidance of Theranis or nuns, Mehenin Mahanses, and Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse himself. Why this International Meditation Center is important is because people who work overseas, who have migrated to other countries, may not have the opportunity to get this experience in Metmal monasteries because they don't have that much time. They come to Sri Lanka on holiday for a short time. So I have the personal experience. I am here. I came with my sister who came down to Sri Lanka only to participate in this program. And by participating in 2 days, she got the basic concept practically because there are two nuns here. The one-to-one guidance, a participant gets one-to-one guidance. That's very beautiful because this is so new to us, this true Dhamma, because it is not some extraordinary Dhamma, it is the true Dhamma disclosed to the world 2500 years ago by Gautama Buddha. So as we all know, this Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse, through perseverance, he worked himself, meeting diverse teachers, visiting different monasteries and working on it by himself. He rediscovered or reawakened the Gautama Buddha Sasana. That is not just a word, because inside meditation was distorted, because the true Buddhist philosophy was distorted over the time. So he bravely pre-discloses this to the world as he practically experiences it. So what we hear in these Zoom discussions is the Dhamma he has been shared with uh, us actually, who have been listening to these sermons for a while. So in this meditation center, this Dombagoda, it's not very far from Colombo, the main city in Sri Lanka, easy access, but this is based in a very beautiful serene environment. On one side there's a beautiful rubber plantation, on other side vast stretch of paddy fields, and then some wilderness, and you have the facility to book a comfortable room via booking.com, and it's so economical also, it's not very costly. That is to facilitate, because we believe that people who live overseas cannot easily fit into the heat, the climate, etc. So you have the with under these all these comforts, you can experience this true Dhamma in this the beautiful center. So I briefly go we briefly discuss this daily meditation retreat schedule. Normally the participants are supposed to wake up at 5 o'clock, and from 5 to 5:30 they can themselves, get ready for the day, and from 5:30 to 6 the samatha bhavana, concentration meditation, and then 6 to 6:45 it's beautiful working meditation. So why this working meditation is important is we practice these points of contemplation in an artificially created situation. Once you leave the meditation center, it comes to you naturally, automatically. We know that 3 levels as Satya, Krutya and Krutak. So for you to experience this in daily life, this meditation to become part of your daily life, this working meditation experience is very important. Working meditation means just sweeping the garden, picking up dried leaves and helping them to prepare meals. Not heavy work. And then 6:45 the typical Buddha Vandana, and 7 to 8 breakfast. It is very beautiful again, typical Sri Lankan meal, healthy meal is offered. Then from 8 to 10 Dhamma discourse, the wisdom of truth. It's happening in the discussion, Q&A, question and answer mode, under the guidance of nuns. And then 10:30 to 11:30, 10 to 10:30 the tea break. 10:30 to 11:30 the Dhamma discussion continues. Then the Buddha Puja is offered at 11:30 and the lunch is offered. And from 12:30 to 1:30 the first point of contemplation is being introduced, and get the opportunity to walk through beautiful wilderness and this beautiful environment. Which silence is the beauty of this, that calmness. So it's the ideal setting for you to isolate from this busy world and to look at your own mind, to understand our own mind, because it's the biggest challenge. Then 1:30 to 2:30 second point of contemplation, then the tea break, then again 3 to 4 third point of contemplation, 4 to 5 fourth point of contemplation, then another 5 to 6 again the working meditation experience, then 6 to 7 another beautiful, I think this is Aryan's creativity and wisdom, actually the silent meditation. This is so beautiful, because when the people who do not have, actually including myself, do not understand what this really is. This is the moment to let go of everything and to just wait under the kumbuk tree, or there are beautiful garden benches. You can sit in there. Beautiful lawn is there. There are huge trees like kumbuk trees. So be seated under them and just wait silently. So it's there. We never know this side. Being silent is a form of meditation. And then 7 to 7:15 again, paying homage to Buddha. Then light meal is offered as dinner. Then 8 to 8:30 again concentration meditation. So by 8:30, the program, the scheduled program ends, but we still have the freedom. The participants have the freedom to practice walking meditation on the balconies, beautiful balconies, looking at the open. There's a beautiful, actually panoramic view of the paddy fields and the sky. And so what I am telling is, as someone who has the first-hand experience of being here, to come and see, come and experience this, so you will for yourself realize this true Dhamma. That's what these Dhamma friends, Dr. Kokila and all of them explaining to you. It will become self-evident to all of you. So this is an open invitation to people who have a desire to, who have a passion to look for the truth and to understand who are you and where are you. The two big questions asked by the Thai monk also. Teruvan Saranai, thank you very much. Teruvan Saranai.
I think we have to wind up the session today because we are running into 4 o'clock Zoom discussion. So we worship Paran Manse, and thank you very much for Dharma friends for participating to the discussion today to make it fruitful, and we'll meet again tomorrow. Teruvan Saranai, everyone. May Triple Game bless you.
Teruvan Saranai.
Teruvan Saranai, all Dhamma friends. Teruvan Saranai.
So,
After kindergarten time, that's teacher given the picture and given the sound. No, that's the thoughts are coming. No, at that time, that thought is no, it's a mind. No, it's a thoughts. The thought is no coming. Chair, table, red, yellow, blue. That's the world. No, that's why we are talking about. There's the every spark have a power different in. No, it's a spark. The our eye creation is a speedily happening, again and again, and it's power. That's a cause is a vibration, effort is a light. It's a speed given this. No, it's a creation. So sound also same, no? Same system. It's a sense of creation. Sound is a pitch also. How is coming this sound and form together coming? That's the your mind. Its thoughts are coming. No, sound and form and the body feel. No, taste, smell, feel. Sthina sangati passo. This five senses creations together coming. That's the thought. So it's okay. That's every spark have a power. That's why. No, that's our now we are always talking about the example is something drop in the water and waves are coming. That's a waves is a power, no? Inside the power. Like that, every spark have a power. Example. So that's why light also existent field is coming. That's the eye conscious we are talking. Consciousness meaning is existent field. Otherwise, no, is a ear consciousness. Perception converting the consciousness. Perception have the power, but consciousness have a power. You see that? It's a five aggregates. No,
Yes,
Rupa, Vedana, Sanya, Sankara, Vijnana is a Pali words. Rupa is a vibration. Vedana is a feel. Is a Sanya is a perception. Sankara is a system. No, create this system. It's a process. It's a creation. Is a finally is a consciousness. It's a consciousness. It's a power. That's a simply explaining speedily happening the spark is final effort is I is creating the light is coming. No, it's a rapid speed spark.
Yeah.
No, final light is coming. That's type of It's very important. It's very important. The sound also, no, it's a vibrations speedily. That's why inside there's a power spark different in and it's no spark the power. That's a secret is the different name. That's a Majje Sutra Buddha's word is no Yo Bante Viditvana Majje Mantana Ripatitam Bruhi Mahapurusha say the simply Majje. What is this Majje Sutra? Where's the different name? There's a spark that's inside the power. No different name, no power is there. No spark, no power. That's why there's a power. They exist to feel. That's otherwise the consciousness. Eye consciousness and the ear consciousness and the sound. No? Ear given the sound. Sound consciousness is ear consciousness and the smell consciousness and the taste consciousness and the body feel. Hot and cool, smooth and rough. That's the consciousness. So eye conscious and the ear conscious and the other conscious together coming. That's a mind conscious coming. That's kindergarten time. Chair, table, mother, father's thoughts. Thoughts have existed, feel is a power. That's power is otherwise. Who are you? You are talking about, I'm here. How telling I'm not alive. I'm alive now. I can see, I can hear, I have feel. What is this? This is a sense of creations. No? It's not you. Yeah. It's sense efforts. is not. It's not anybody. Is a power. So sense are given this power. It's the thoughts, thinking. Every thoughts have existence field. Otherwise, that's the power. That's your life field. So someone is outside is existent something. That's the kindergarten time existent field. No, chair is there. You are also here. Chair is not there. You are not here. That's why world is other side is you. You are otherwise the world. No, that's power. Existent field is you. Existent field otherwise alive field. No.
Yes, Arana.
Do you hear me?
Yes. Now.
What do you think about existent field otherwise alive field?
Yes,
The
Arana.
the case is now the field. No, what is this field? Normally everything is happening. No, someone eat the spicy is hot is coming, but nobody is here. How is this experience? Nobody is here. Hot is there. No,
Has to be felt.
how is that one? So spicy is hot, no? So but no one is here. How is telling this? Yeah, it's okay. Because the sensor not working is not spicy here. Not hot here, no. Because sensor given this hot. No. It's the same. You are looking something. That's it's a beautiful, yeah. You are telling it's a beautiful, yes. Buddha also telling this forest is very beautiful, very nice. But nobody's there. How is telling this? It's a feel.
Mm.
You can't tell others. Because it's a beautiful. No? Yeah, it's a beautiful. But what is this? You don't want it. You are going. You leaving it there. Why? You don't want it. That's why. You want it or no? That's why, So something outside there is okay, it's good, no problem. But you don't want it. Why? It's not added. No? Everything is like that, no? So that's why Buddha's no upadayati, no bow. That's the meaning, it's Buddha's word. You don't want it. Then how is that happening? So smell is okay, very nice. Jasmine is okay. He know this is jasmine. He know it's very nice. Yeah, smell is taste. Smell is very nice. But you don't want it. Why? No, it's a fee. How is telling that? It's a understanding finally coming this stage. That's why. Who are you? Who want it? He's there. He don't want it. He's not there. No. How is this? What do you think about a kokila?
Yeah, that's
Yeah. It's
beautiful.
a feel.
And
Yeah, it's a feel.
everyone should feel it.
What?
Everyone should feel the non-existence. I don't know how to say that, but just
But
to feel.
existence also there.
Yes,
Existence also there. But
sound is
nobody is
there.
there. How is telling this?
Yeah.
How is telling that? Yeah, it's okay. Existence feels. Simply we can tell existence feel. Otherwise the alive feel. But existence also they are not alive feel. Is there?
Yeah.
How is telling this? That's
I
LIF
think
is.
the words can't
Yeah.
actually express this.
Yeah.
I think easiest way for you to feel it. I think.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know.
Yeah. English words, I think, is difficult to say this
Difficult, yeah.
because English words have something. That's why.
Mm.
But it's okay. But normally, it's a Buddha's words there. That's a Adhigata Samadhi. Is talking about. Yeah, it's a super awareness we are talking. Because awareness there, it's okay. There is something, it's okay. Awareness there. But super awareness, nothing is there. Because it's understanding. Like a mirror. We
Yes.
can see everything mirror, but mirror haven't anything. So like the normal world, we know everything there. It's okay. We understood the truth. This normally world is okay. Like a mirror, you can see everything, but nothing is there. It's understanding, no.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's understanding, no. It's inside meditation is understanding, no.
Mm.
It's a very deep meaning there. Understand, no.
The prajna.
Yeah,
I think
wisdom.
it's
It's a wisdom. That's the wisdom. That's the Buddha's explaining. The wisdom is consciousness is a true. Consciousness is a mirage. Consciousness is a how it's scary illusion. No? Consciousness is not real. But someone know the consciousness is not real. That's the wisdom. Mind consciousness given no everything. Sun, moon, mother, father, everything no. Mind consciousness no is a thoughts no. But it's not
mm.
real. Someone understood. That's the wisdom. Buddha's explaining. Prajna bhavitabba vijnanam parinye. Prajna is a wisdom. Vijnana is a consciousness. Consciousness is not truth. Consciousness is not real. That's the wisdom. Consciousness is not real. Someone understand the truth. Finally, consciousness is not real. It's coming. The meaning. That's the wisdom, no? The understanding. Consciousness is not real. Nothing, anything. It's a illusion. It's a house story. It's a mirage. No. Mirage is a other one. It's
Perception.
a Vijnana Maya. Maya. What's the words is English? Vijnana Maya. So miracle is a mirage, no? It's a perception, it's a mirage. It's a consciousness is the Vijnana Maya, it's a Buddha's word. What is this Maya, English word?
We
That's
use
another one. So that's
the
illusion.
illusory consciousness.
Yeah.
Illusion, yeah.
Illusory consciousness.
Illusory consciousness. That's the word. That's good. Hmm. It's understanding. That's the inside meditation. So inside meditation given you to that's the world is normally here, but you are not here. It's a final effort. Is this? What is this experience? Tranquility, no? Because no any pain, no any reactions, no. Normally, no reactions also there, but no any pain. How is telling this? None is none.
Yeah.
Yeah, none alive. So none alive feel no. That's a Buddha's explaining. Is nobody's here no. System is working no. Normally everything is there no. That's why. How is that telling?
That's that our answer, the apatitta vijnana, non-manifestative consciousness.
Mm,
Is it?
yeah, it's the words only. It's a feel otherwise.
Yeah.
Otherwise.
Apatitta means.
Yeah, it's the words. But the feel is how can say others? You feel no.
You don't feel anything. Yeah.
Yeah.
Nothingness. It's
Yeah,
nothing.
your death is over. Now you happen the death. You are now like a goats. Nobody's here now. Everything is happening now. Your death is over. No death or birth because the thoughts no. Who is death? Who have death? Nobody have death because no death is here. Why? It's the thoughts no. What is real death, Suranka?
No such thing, answer. Just a thought.
I think your death is over now. Long time, no? Now you're a goat like that. No goats. Nobody's here. It's okay. No one is here. Sister, it's okay. We are talking. But no death of birth. What is this feeling, Kokila? You touch your hand. It's okay. You are here. No. Yeah, yeah. No, no, I'm not dead. I'm alive. No, no, it's a like a current. It's not your Kogila. It's a current. What is that? No current here. It's okay. What is that current? What is that? No, no, what is that fade in this current? What is that fade in this current? What is that current? LFE? Yeah, what is the current? It's a ego. Ego is disappeared. Oh, zero the ego. That's
Yeah,
the that's the power
that's
is
the
a
beauty.
zero. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
the power is zero. That's the Nibbana. No, the firing is over. That's why Nibbana. Otherwise, firing is there. You are also not there. What is that? It's very important. It's very nice. Yeah, it's very nice.
It very nice, Adam.
Yeah, very nice feelings. The experience, I think, very good. I think very nice experience. Nibbana experience. It's a tranquility. What is that Nibbana experience? It's very important, I think. No,
Yeah.
no, it's okay. It's very nice.
Thiruvan Saranai Aryan Mahansa. Can I
Yeah.
ask the question, Aryan Mahansa?
No, now it's not. Now, no time.
Okay.
No,
So,
it's okay. It's okay. Susana. Yeah, ask it.
Aryan Mahansa, now the child in the court also has some like feels certain things. So when the eye of that baby functions, the vibrations also come together and some level of power is generated, but the sense of self is not there. Some minimal power anyway is automatically generated, no, at that point also when the child sees the eye functions, I when
No. Radiant mind is a court. A baby in the court have the power.
hmm,
Not a defilements there, but
yes,
it's a cause is there.
yes,
Yeah, cause is there because no defilements is okay, no problem for that.
hmm,
But power is there because asa is there. The power is there
hmm,
because something you can give the little baby for no something. So
hmm,
he don't give on you again. Why?
hmm,
He's attached. What is that attached? Is a power. Is there? There's the power. That's why asa power is there. But not defilements there. But power is there because is a before is a situation before coming a defilements. No, after this kindergarten time is sense creations. The thoughts are coming. That's the defilements are there. Without thought, we can't talk about the defilements because thoughts given the defilements.
so
Thinking power.
that's yeah, that's why you say that the son has 5,000 watt power in the thought, whereas the father has 30,000. So, I
Yeah,
mean,
is yeah.
due to
Yeah.
Abhisankaran.
No. That
Yeah.
example is the little baby. So
Mm.
kindergarten no is after that. Baby have
Okay.
little bit datas
Okay.
is a 5,000. Yeah, it's a we are talking about defilements is 5,000.
Mm.
Defilements is coming the thoughts coming after that. That's why before is a radiant mind have a defilement. So 5,000 is we talking about the
Ah,
defilements. So
okay.
is a father have the 11,000 or 13,000 is a defilements.
Mm.
It's a
Okay.
power. It's a power. It's a defilements power because data. No, sun, moon, mother, father is a data. No, That's the words. It's like a film. So that's a thorough, The data's there. That's why Father have more power. No, it's okay. Yeah. Someone can explain this? So that was question. Kokila, what do you think? Are you there?
Yes, Saranasi.
Yeah, it's okay, no? Because that's a that's a Sudharma's question is for radiant mind. We can't tell the defilements. It's a power is that one. It's a ego. But radiant mind have the ego, no? How we are talking about the ego? We can't talk about the ego. That's why it's a before. It's a situation.
Reading The True Dhamma Has Awakened, Volume 2, page number 22. You would see that the last thought is also a lie, and you would let it go. Let us see the importance of studying just one thought. For example, if you have a mango tree that has 5,000 leaves on it and you pick one leaf from the tree and study the structure of that leaf, you will learn a lot about that leaf. You know that the rest of the leaves on the tree would have a similar structure to the leaf that was picked by you. Similarly, just that one thought that arises in your mind consciousness will be the same as all the other thoughts that arise in your mind. What you need to do is to understand just one thought. Understand how the thought is formed and how it ceases to be Udaya. The wisdom to see the formation and the cessation of the thought is called Udayabhaya Jnana. Actually, our problem is that we fail to see the truth in this fleeting thought. When we begin to go on the path to nirvana, applying effort to see the truth in each thought is of utmost importance. By now, you would have observed Sil, attended many meditation classes held in this society, practiced samatha bhavana, concentration meditation, and you would have followed various other methods to control your senses. What you need to do now is to rearrange all this knowledge that you acquired so far and use it in a beneficial way to release yourself from this illusional thought. You should realize the pure truth and attain nirvana. Now we have a presentation to do for all those people who have arrived at this point after learning various methods on how to control your senses. What do we have to understand now? We need to understand how a thought is formed and how it ceases to be. The arising and the cessation of a thought is a natural phenomenon. It just happens. Nobody makes it happen. There is nothing as a thought, and there is nothing as a mind consciousness. Let us consider the thought that you see something in front of you. Teron Sanna, everybody.
Therwan Sarana Shani. Thank you for reading the 2 pages for us from the book. The True Dhamma Has Awakened, Volume 2. We all worship Aryan Vahasi at his feet at this moment, who is our teacher and our guide on this Dhamma path, who has been exposing and disclosing all the teachings of Lord Buddha, which was done 2,600 years ago. Therwan Saranai, all Dhamma friends who have joined, and also Therwan Saranai to everyone who are listening to us through various other means. This is the English Zoom discussion, and we will be discussing some simple Dhamma facts from now on until 4 p.m. And the facts that Shani just read is the basic facts actually for a person who is trying to understand what this true Dhamma is. Buddhism is actually not a religion. There is no beliefs. It's something that the person can understand and then get convinced himself. So that is the importance and that is the value of this one, because it's you don't go blindly believing something that Lord Buddha said. What Lord Buddha said always was that come and see it yourself and understand. If you feel that it's true, just listen and try to take it up. So that is the valuable side of this Buddhist teaching. It's all centered around the mind and the thought, because we all know that thoughts or the mind is the one which manipulates this physical body. So what Shani read was about how to understand this thought formation and then what is the mechanism. Actually, some parts we discussed yesterday. So at the beginning, it's called Satya Jnana, where we learn it as a knowledge. We read or listen to a Dhammadeshana and then try to understand the theory part of it. So this basic knowledge is needed, like having a strong foundation for a building. And then once you are thorough with that mechanism of how the thoughts are formed, how this self perception or this feeling of being alive is felt, that is the root thing, that is the spirit of the Buddhist teaching. In the book it's read that if you study the pattern of one mango leaf, you know that it is same in all 5,000 or whatever the number of leaves in the tree. So you don't need to study each and every thought. Studying each and every thought is not possible practically, because the thoughts are flowing in such a fast speed. You can't study or analyze each and every thought. What you can do is you can study and research on one thought using this basic knowledge that you have achieved. And then you know that whatever the thought which is coming up is happening in the same way. That is what Shani read as tatra tatra vipassati. That means whatever the thought which is coming is very well understood, and it's very clear that how it's formed, how the thoughts are formed. And thoughts are formed as long as the physical body is functioning, as long as the breathing is there, the thoughts are formed. So how the thoughts are formed is the next step to know. Different living beings, maybe human beings or even animals, they have what's called the sensor function. These facts we have been discussing earlier also, but because this is relevant to what Shani read, I thought of just explaining this from the beginning. So the human being has 5 faculties, so 5 sensor functions. Sensor means actually it's a function of seeing, function of hearing, function of feeling. We call it ditta, sutta, mutta in Pali. Mutta means the feeling, function of feeling, which includes 3 things: the smell, taste, and what is felt by the skin. So skin has 4 qualities actually: can feel the warmth and can feel the hard or soft feelings, and can feel the liquid nature. So altogether there are 8 components in this one, but when you group all the skin sensation under one heading, which is mutta, then there are 3 components. So with these sensor functions, something is created. The important factor here to know is that the speed is a decisive factor in all these sensor functions. Extremely fast speed cannot give it in figures, I would say, because can't even imagine or can't even go near the speed of the light, which we think is the fastest thing that we know of in the material world. But this, the function of the thoughts or the flow of the thoughts or this formation of the thoughts is much, much, much more faster than that. So what happens is there is sensor function, means there is some vibration then and there, and this vibration creates something which was not there, but it looks as if it is there, and that is where the illusion is. A light which was not there is created due to the speed. A sound which was not there is created due to the speed. Similarly, the sense of taste, smell, and the skin feeling. They are not really there, but because of the fast speed, it's created as if it is really there. So that is where all this big lie is there, because we are all going behind something which is illusionary, which is not really existing. So in the small baby's level, these sensors are functioning, but there is no naming or description. That means there is no thought formation. Therefore, we can say that the little baby doesn't have defilements. But what happens as a part of the natural process, these sensor functions get together or unite together to form a different form of function. It's described with a beautiful example by Lord Buddha that like forming ghee from milk. So it's a completely a different type of vibration when it comes to the thought formation, but it's still a single vibration. So this single vibration, or what's called the thought, because of the rapid speed of happening, again you feel that as if the thought is real. What are the thoughts? Everything possible that you can think of, everything possible that you are talking of, everything possible that you are doing, they are all thoughts. So these thoughts has the components created by the other 5 sensor faculties or sensor functions. And the moment these thoughts are started forming, there's no reversing. There's no way of identifying it as different sensor faculty functions, sensor functions, but automatically what you get is the thought. So there's no way of going back and trying to analyze. What you see straight away is a mango tree. Straight away what is created is my son, my wife, my husband, my car, my house. Everything is just thought, but it has the components of the 5 sensor functions. So I think the next 2 pages it's going to be going to discuss about how the some kind of research or some kind of analysis of these thoughts. So we can sort of elaborate on what we have read so far. I can see Surangika also joined and Sudharma also joined. Theruvan Saranai to both of you. Maybe one of you can add something or any alterations needed of what I said. Theruvan Saranai.
Theruvan Saranai, Dr. Sakuntala, and thank you for that good explanation. Theruvan Saranai, Dhamma friends. I'll just add a little more to the aspect of speed that you mentioned. And this whole thought process and the mechanism hinges on the speed of vibration. Because when we talk about creation that occurs through the sense faculties, the creation and the appearance of this so-called creation or manifestation only comes about, as you quite rightly said, due to the sheer speed. Without the speed, there is no manifestation, because, we have to understand that this is not that there is something, it is just a creation, and the creation comes about through that sheer speed. So if we give a few examples that are often quoted and often discussed in these Zoom discussions, If we think about a couple of balls of fire being rotated, and then if it is rotated at a speed, if it is not rotated at a speed, you would see the single balls of fire being rotated. But if it is continuously done and the speed is increased, one would just see a simple ring of fire, isn't it? So how did that ring of fire come about? That was only due to the speed. Was there actually a ring of fire? No, there wasn't. So another example that we often use is even our advisor talks of this several times. Back in the day, for people, probably not the nowadays children, but maybe middle-aged people or our generation may recall that the old cartoon books, there used to be all the motions of people walking, running, and things are drawn through cartoons, and every little picture, and there's like hundreds of pictures in one cartoon book. Every picture denotes an active movement of, for example, a child running or a child walking or a child jumping out of something. So every moment, every arm being raised, every length of distance being run is being drawn through multiple pictures, and together the rapid if you look at all those pictures in rapid motion, you'd realize you get the impression that that whole activity is happening. So how does that happen? Again, through the way it has been drawn up, in order to give the impression that there is an activity, there's a walking and a running, and there's all kinds of things being done through that storybook via that cartoon imagery that has been created. Another simple example is something that we've all encountered again back in the day. You take the usual light bulb that we had in our homes. So you see the light bulb as something that is permanently lit, isn't it? Particularly in the evening when we turn on our lights, we see that the light bulb, the bulb is permanently lit and there's light coming out of it. But I recall back in the day where in the area we lived, there was constantly power cuts during our childhood. And not only the power cut, the wattage that is coming through the current system, the power lines, used to be, for some reason, used to reduce. And when it reduced, actually, the bulb started flickering. And then sometimes only the tungsten little thing that is inside the bulb, only that is illuminated. So even the flickering of the bulb just shows you that and so how did that bulb become at one moment a flicker of light and then at the other moment a permanent light? So was there a permanent light there? No, it wasn't there. It's just because of the speed of the way the current is coming through the lines, one gets the impression that there is a permanent light that is emanating from the bulb. In fact, I think for a second it flickers like, so many times, 23 times a second or millisecond or something, in order to emanate that light from the bulb. So that's the way the light formation happens. In a similar way, the speed of vibration that is occurring in the eye gives the impression that the spark that happens in the eye sensor or the eye faculty is not just a spark, but a permanent light. So that is also only a manifestation, and that gives us the impression that there is light. Similarly, if we take the ear faculty, the speed of vibration, the occurrence of that in the ear faculty gives the impression that there is a sound. So, and so to the other faculties, all not because of just one single vibration, because this is happening at speed, this is happening with rapidity, and there is a series of vibrations occurring at such a sheer speed that one gets the sensation and the notion that this light exists. the sound exists. And if you eat something, that there is such a thing called taste, there is such a thing called smell. So this rapid vibration gives rise to the consciousness. There is the sensation that arises out of the rapid vibration. There is a representation of that sensation, which we call perception. And the rapid speed in which it occurs is what we call formations, which then culminate to form what we call the I consciousness, or the feeling that light exists. So this feeling that light exists comes about only due to the speed of vibration. If there was one spark, one vibration, one wouldn't get that feeling of existence. So that feeling of existence, which we call consciousness, arises only because of that speed. So similarly, if we take all the five sense faculties and put it together, the light consciousness, the sound, the smell, touch, and taste, all these combine to form what is called the mind consciousness, that single thought. It is a combination of those earlier of those other five vibrations, but one or two of those sensors can become prominent. Nevertheless, it forms into another vibration, which is the mind object or the thought. So as Dr. Sakuntala mentioned, the thought or the mind object can be wide and varied. There can be so many things that gets formed, whether we call it mother, father, chair, your favorite ball, bat, house, mortgage, whatever it is. From our childhood days, these mind objects or labels, the images, sounds, touch, taste and smell and so on, have not remained in that basic functionality, have not remained in that basic perception. Every one of those aspects, perceptions, every facet of it has been given a name, a branding, and a label, and all for the reason of due to ignorance. For what happens is with those consciousnesses and that feeling of existence comes that underlying power. The underlying power that there is something that is existent, which then gives rise to the feeling of alive, being alive, the sense of being alive, or the alive feeling as we call it. And that also occurs through ignorance. So this is the process by which the power in the thought is understood and unraveled, and which is what that understanding of this thought occurring in this very moment is important and needs to be fully understood in order to understand how this suffering occurs, how the craving occurs, and how there is this so-called binding power of the thought, which can then take you on, take living beings on to this process of birth and death in this never-ending samsaric cycle. This, I say never-ending cycle because it is so for millions and billions of species and living beings. It is only through the understanding of the true Dhamma and seeing the pure truth through wisdom that one can break this chain of causation through understanding what we call the law of cause and effect, which is the pure Dhamma, the true Dhamma that is being imparted through these Buddothpado teachings. And to do that, the crux of this whole teaching, the core and the essence of the teachings, is to understand how this mind is formed. Is there such a thing called the mind? What is the thought? What is the substance in the thought? Is there a substance? Understanding this is absolutely core to be able to break this chain of causation and to see through the ignorance, see through the illusion, and understand the pure truth. So I'll stop there, and maybe Sudharma can, or Dr. Kokila can continue.
Yeah, it's I have reception issue here, but anyway, hopefully you can hear me. Yeah, I think it was a very, very, both of you gave a very descriptive element about this, the rapid vibration, how the speed is bringing all these effects. They are effects, so the cause and effects. When you understand cause and effects, finally, what you feel, what you think, what you do is all kind of becomes a mirage. This can be very overwhelming for a beginner, but I think once you get hold of this idea and once you start to feel it, it becomes easier, isn't it? Anything else to add, Sudhanma?
I think we need to complete it, Sudharma. Maybe we stopped at the existent field, so we should get to the self view.
It's very beautiful, yes. Both Dr. Sakuntala and Ms. Surangika explained very vividly and with a lot of examples. Actually, after a while, I was listening to it, so it refreshed that concepts again, because very good revision for me also personally. And Dr. Kokila, yes, as you always remind us, what came into my mind is now what is the danger of this thought? Is there how does it matter now? These thoughts are being created as a natural phenomenon. So as Buddothpado Aryan Mahansa in the morning discussion also, I think highlighted that it is the law of mind, Chitta Niyama. So it is now we actually through these sermons and all these discussions, we know this mechanism, very beautiful mechanism, scientific, the combination of vibrations, this rapid speed, and on top of that, this telepathization of previous data, and how we end up getting a thick perception of these projections. So, as Ms. Surangika pointed out also, what the danger is, the moment that external perceptions are taken as real, on the other side, the self arises. Self-view, self-perception gets thicker and thicker. That excitation, positively or negatively or equanimity, something happens. You also mentioned that craving, that is where we get entangled in this samsaric journey also. How that's why we cannot liberate from this, because we all know that that self vibration, the inner vibration, calls this Sastrava thing, inner vibration. Actually, I have forgotten that word also, English word by now for that. So whatever it is, so
That's the zygote.
Zygote, yeah, that is Yuktano.
Is it taints?
Taints, exactly. Taints. So, so that is the danger. Otherwise, we can enjoy all these perceptions, that all the inputs of sensory organs. Just because they create this, automatically this power is generated. So it has an impact on this self vibration. Actually, I don't know how to explain through words also. This, we can't say impact on something existing. That power itself becomes the self vibration, and the notion of self gets stronger and stronger. So when I was sorry about the disturbance. So when I was trying to recollect what Shani read previously, there I saw the reference to last thought also. Don't know whether it was yesterday or today. It is said, so why are we trying to analyze the thought creation and trying to understand that there is no substance in thought? Because when the last thought occurs in this mundane world, we believe in this life and death. So when the last thought occurs, maybe the all sensory organs will be in a very kind of weak situation, the function of them. Now when we are strong, we can show the truth to the mind using the mind management. Now they are not true, they are false projections. We can manage our mind and just suppress it temporary manner. But when the last thought occurs, if if a person is not having this experience of spontaneous or automatically the skill to liberate from thoughts naturally, they are the one get caught in that, and the last thought may have some power, and that vibration will decide the rebirth, so-called rebirth, if we look at it from that perspective. So as you beautifully explained, Dr. Kokila will add and will actually correct what I was trying to say. So the danger is that. And another point I would like to refer to is that Ditta Sutta Mutta. Yes, Dr. Sakuntala very beautifully mentioned that 2 rounds of the thought occurrence. The first, it is purely the sensory organ which is involving at that moment, maybe ear, eye, body, mind, or the sensors, that particular sensor. But when the mind consciousness, uh, skillfully, get all the previous inputs of the other sensory faculties, this dicta seeing, sutta hearing, and mutta felt that bodily, then that is body, tongue, and the nose. Yeah, all 3. So that finally, with that, the name also, the identification takes place, and we end up getting a thick perception. Teruvan Saranai. Teruvan Saranai to all of you. Please.
Yeah, actually,
correct and
the main point I think is the feel that we get. We can't say we get even, but the next one, to maintain the next one. So even the feel, we might end up having that kind of feel. So how do we say that? Feel to feel. I don't know whether that would be a good way to say that. Feel to feel. Need to feel. So the main sensual world, it's very easy to understand, but then when it becomes the form world and the non-form world, it's important to understand how this is extending, or actually the extension was the sensual world, but how, when we go back, how we feel. So there is always a kind of a craving to feel, also craving to have the mind, because the sensual world, we have a craving for toffee, or craving for what? Craving for water. No, not really. Craving for something. So craving to see a film, craving to see someone after a long time, something like that. We can keep on saving cravings. But then when it comes to the mind, when it comes to the form, kind of we don't have those extensive needs, extensive projections. We just have kind of a seeking for the perceptions, mind perceptions. And when it comes to the field, okay, it's not that it's not, it doesn't have a form, so that's why we call it kind of, when we even describe, we try to tell it as a vibration. So the need to or craving for the vibration, craving for feel. What do you think about that? So the craving for the feel is different to the actual feel. Do you have anything to add to that, Surangika? Because it's rapid vibration. Yes, that was the ignorance made it to feel that it is something, but due to that, what has happened? That is what actually even the beginning of the zygotic vibration. Beginning of the zygotic vibration is because of this this vibration which is not actually related to any of the organs. That is why Aranvansi keeps telling that it has nothing to do with the body, nothing to do with the mind, because it is not, because it is not, and it is actually created. It is created and it is telepathized every time when a stimuli is formed. So what happens is this, even with the cessation of the bodily functions or the mind and the respiration, sensory functions are not there. Then what is the main vibration that is going to persist? Is that extra power. Where is the extra power from? Because there is a need to maintain the power. That is the force that would make you to, that is kind of a force. Can we call that? Maybe. Because it's a force that has, or power that has the ability to telepathize or synchronize to some other very different similar vibration. Isn't it? So this need, it's difficult to understand sometimes, but it is when we keep discussing this, I think it will go into our deeper level, because
Seruan Saranai. I worship Triple Gem respectfully. Also, I pay homage at the feet of our Kalyana Mitra, Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse, the great sage of our era, the most valuable spiritual master with the highest wisdom, fully awakened Arahant. May Aryan Mahanse live long to spread this Dhamma all over the world to end the suffering of all human beings. Teruvan Saranai, Dhamma friends. First of all, I pay my gratitude to our spiritual master, Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse, actually revealing a path to realization, path to redeem from the suffering for the
helpless, innocent mankind stuck into this cobweb of suffering. From our childhood, from our early childhood, we have seen Lord Buddha's uh, statues at our home, and we have uh, done the worshipping 3 times a day, offering Buddha Puja, morning, before noon, and in the evening, offering flowers, incense, and always chanting stanza and chanting spirit, and always we are very much uh, proud of Lord Buddha, because as we have heard from our elderly uh, parents and all the elderly relatives and the teachers, Lord Buddha is the one who fully enlightened master who have gone through these 3 worlds, 3 realms. But actually, it was actually a dream for us. For more than 50 years, I was trying to find what Lord Buddha actually said. But it, we have tried so many spiritual masters. We have went to learn Dhamma from so many spiritual masters. Even went to these jungle monasteries to practice Dhamma. But actually, Lord Buddha's Nibbana was like a dream for us. But because of Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse, our great spiritual leader, Nibbana is no more a dream for us, because Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse is clearly showing us a very short, clear path to achieve Nibbana, the ultimate bliss of uh, freedom from this mind. For that, we can't actually we can't thank. There's not enough. There's no way to thank Buddhothpado Aryan Vahanse. He has done such a great job, because no any clergy from the on this planet Earth couldn't do it, because Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse is doing it now, nearly for 6 years, revealing the greatest spiritual path of Lord Buddha, the greatest scientist, and Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse also revealing so many things. The scientists live in this world even cannot imagine what actually Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse is revealing. Such a beautiful Dhamma and such a beautiful science behind this humanity. And without knowing this, we are just suffering unknowingly and endlessly. So Aryan Vahanse has shown us the uh, hidden true Buddhist philosophy, which was hidden more than 1,000 odd years. And Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse is the one who is the one spiritual master who is showing us. Not only that, Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse is nowadays going village to village, town to town in Sri Lanka, and describing Dhamma, doing Dhamma discourses to gatherings, actually like Lord Buddha. It's most likely like that. And not only that, Aryan Vahanse is showing us the way he realized how in the mountain tops, uh, how he sat and uh, tried to understand this Dhamma by understanding the nature, not towards the one pointedness in meditation, only towards the insight meditation. So Aryan Hanse has done insight meditation in different uh, parts of Sri Lanka, in the mountain hills, jungle monasteries. With a great difficulty, he has practiced this Dhamma uh, more than 30 years and finally found the Lord Buddha's true Dhamma and now revealing it to the mankind. Therefore, we invite everybody, all the living beings in this planet Earth, to each and every Buddhist monks and nuns in Eastern Asia and all over the world, Europe, Western countries, wherever, even in Africa, each and everybody, even in India, we actually invite them to come and listen to this Buddothpado PeoTV Zoom and YouTube channel and go through the website of www.wisdomofasia.com and buddhotpad-dhamma.com. In 3 languages, Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse is revealing this Dhamma in Sinhala, English and Tamil. Buddothpado Tamil YouTube channels, Facebook pages are there, and so many Buddothpado uh, English and Sinhala Facebook pages are there. More than 13,000 sermons in the YouTube of Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse, and there are so many English ones as well. Therefore, we invite each and every human being, that is our duty for the mankind as the followers of Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse, to show the way of uh, outcome the suffering. That means going beyond the suffering and live a peaceful life. This globe is completely a global language, global uh, village now, and the global language is English. Most of the people in the globe can understand and speak English. So we invite you all to come and see, as Lord Buddha said, whatever your religion may be, your faith may be, doesn't matter. The ultimate truth is not belongs to a religion. Whatever the color of skin you all have, that is no matter. We all are human beings made out of flesh, bones, and blood. Whatever the social background and the social level you may have, it is also no matter. Whatever education you have, that is also no matter. Each and every educated person or uneducated person who can understand English can come and listen to these sermons, and you will very easily you will be able to very easily understand this true Dhamma. Listening the words of truth will actually change your inner mind. That means you will be redeeming from the suffering, even if you are listening to this Dhamma. Even this is so powerful. There is only one truth on this planet Earth, on this cosmos. Not only this planet Earth, there's only one truth in this cosmos, and that is the Dhamma, true Dhamma. Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse is revealing based on the true teachings of Lord Buddha. So today I'm going to talk about a sermon of Buddothpado Aryan Mahansa has done 6 years ago, the self-translated sermon, Nibbana is near you, because Aryan Mahansa is always trying to show us nothing to worry about the Nibbana. It's not very far. If you are willing to be the nature, you will be able to understand this Dhamma, because true path to realization means true path to become the nature. Nature and Dhamma is not two things, those are only one things. So Aryan Mahansa is doing each and every sermon based on true Buddhist philosophy, because Lord Buddha said to achieve the ultimate bliss of Nibbana, you all should first listen to this true Buddhist philosophy, and you all must definitely listen to this Dhamma, the true Buddhist philosophy based on Dhamma, through a fully enlightened spiritual master. In Dhamma it says Parato Gosha. Parato Gosha means we are getting this Dhamma through a fully enlightened spiritual master. Because we cannot uh, learn swimming from a person who is not knowing how to swim. So this is also like that. To free from your mind, you should listen to the teacher who has already freed from the mind. So that is Parato Gosha. When you listen to this true Buddhist philosophy, and you should be able to realize that in your day-to-day life you have to do little insight practices and insight meditative practices, not on the meditative posture, in your four postures. That means sitting, standing, walking, sleeping, and all four poses you can practice this uh, insight meditation for a while, not throughout the day, for a while, once in a way, like once a day or twice a day, and listening to this ultimate truth of Nibbana, you will be able to redeem from your mind pressure. So in Nibbana is near you, third sermon, Aryan Mahansa is explaining. People do not know about the freedom of mind, relaxation, relief. This nature is not realized by the people. You know, the relief word is also giving you some kind of relief. Yes. If you are in a very big mental agony, so you should come and listen to this Dhamma. Even by listening to this Dhamma, you will overcome that mental agony. Not only that, relief. You should, as human beings, we should live a relieved life, not the exhausted life. So, freedom of mind is the needful thing, the best thing we need as human beings. And nowadays, people, 800 billion people who are living on this planet Earth, are also not having that, the basic thing, that is freedom of mind, relaxation. this nature is not realized by the people, because all the time people are thinking after coming to this planet Earth, going to school, learn something, and getting a job, earning money, getting married, making children, getting old and sick, and then death. That is not the correct lifestyle for a person with wisdom. We should live a relaxed life, relieved life. So, to live a relieved life, relaxed way of life, freedom of mind is needed. But as I have explained more times, the true Buddhist philosophy is the basic lesson which Lord Buddha has revealed to the world, and Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse has revealing now after 1,000 odd years, that shows our life story. Our life story is not based on anybody. Actually speaking, we are creating our world inside our mind. That is clearly shown in the true Buddhist philosophy. By listening and realizing this true Buddhist philosophy, we will be able to have the wisdom of truth. When we are listening to this true Dhamma, different wisdoms are arising. The first wisdom we should have is wisdom of truth. So, in that wisdom of truth, always shows that there is no outside world. Everything we see, we hear, and we feel are actually creating inside our mind because of the stimuli and the thoughts. We are creating a world inside our mind due to the fast vibratory nature of these body parts and everything around. But for this, there should be light. Light is actually nothing outside. Light is created in our own eyes due to fast vibration of the uh, light rays and light waves and fast vibration of the eye, human eye, and both are synchronizing. Both are synchronizing and become one. Then we feel. Then we feel the light on our eyes. Then the light is when the light is created on our eyes only, we will be able to see anything. But actually seeing is happening through these two lenses inside our eyes. Through those two lenses, we are actually seeing only reflections. It's like when we look at a mirror, we are seeing, we can see only reflections. Like that, whatever we see through these two lenses means only reflections. We are seeing only reflections, and those reflections are created in our own mind, and the mind is giving us names according to the stimuli we see. Mind gives a name because from the early childhood there were so many names, were conceptual names feeded into this human system. So when the forms are arising through the eyes, names are given by the mind, and a combination is happening there. That means the color and sound is combining and making a thought. That means the form comes through the eye and the sound comes through the mind is combining and making a thought. That thought has more power because all the stimuli have power. Everything in this cosmos has power, vibratory nature. This cosmos is full of vibrations with vibratory nature, fast vibratory nature. So when we hear something is also the same. When we are hearing a sound means when there is a sound out there and our eardrum is vibrating according to that sound, when the eardrum's vibration is equal to the outside vibration, then these two vibrations synchronize and become one. The gap between them are disappearing and we are able to hear that sound. That this synchronization, this telepathization is the biggest ever science. Nobody knew until Aryan Mahansa is showing us, because Lord Buddha has mentioned it in each and every sutra, but nobody knows how to clarify that. And the touch is also, body feeling is also like that. When we touch something, body vibration and the uh, stimuli what we are touching, when those two vibrations are equal, then only we will be able to feel that what we are touching. It's happening in our nose and mouth, in the tongue also. And when our body skin can feel cold weather, hot weather, or the breeze also like that, and whatever it touches can feel. So this is what actually happening around us, and uh, each and every thought based on the seeing, hearing, and feeling are created inside the mind, and the thoughts are transforming into the level of knowing, that is consciousness. And mind consciousness is the uh, dangerous thing here, because it's like a generator creating more and more thought power and showing us there is an outside there and there is a self here. Actually, there's nothing like that. We are only seeing our mind, hearing our mind, and feeling our mind. And therefore, the outside world, there's no way for us to experience the outside world, because human system is understanding, seeing, uh, hearing and feeling everything towards this six senses. Thought flowing also like that. Thoughts are flowing, but nobody is here to think. So this human body has six sense systems which is working according to the law of nature, cause and effect law, and the habits. Habits came from the childhood. Based on those things, the system works. But actually, this system, human system, there's no owner for this human system. This is only a human machine. If we look at this body, actually, there's no self here, there's no me here, because Lord Buddha has shown us through a meditation, sharing each body part, and showed nobody is there. The mind is also a vibratory nature, flow of vibratory nature of uh, mental images. Each and every Through each and every six senses, just mental images are creating inside the mind. And all these mental images are just arising and ceasing in this fraction of the second. That is why Lord Buddha said, look at Udayavaya of each and every thought. Udayavaya means arising and ceasing of each and every thought coming through the eyes, ears, and the body skin, tasting a tongue and the nose, and the mind, thought flow. So, when we think of these things, we know, we can understand each and every moment this mind is changing. When you look at a mirror, when you look at a tree, and when you turn around, you can see a cupboard, and that tree thought is gone. Then again, when you see the see around, you can see the sky, like that all the time, very in a very fast way. In a very fast way, your thought is changing. Not only that, when you are while you are looking at something, you can hear a voice sound. At the same moment, your mind catches that sound and become that sound, and making a mental picture based on that sound. So then again it goes to the tongue, tasting a food. Then it comes to the nose, smelling something. And then it comes to the body skin and feel something. Like that, this is mm, this mind is actually circulating through these six senses and creating mental images and flowing thoughts. Past thoughts are arising in the mind, and just all the time thoughts are flowing like a river. But nobody can stop it or nobody can control it. That means mind is also me, not me. So, sorry, mind is also not me, and mind is also not permanent. So there's nothing called mind. It is just appearing and disappearing. But even if you look at your mind carefully, you can see between two thoughts there is a gap. That means the past thought is not connecting to the next thought. Like that, all the time, thoughts are just appearing and disappearing. So the mind, there's nothing called as mind. Also, it's just a flow. So there's no existing mind. Therefore, we can redeem from the mind. That means we are redeemed from the name. When we understand there's nothing called outside, we are just experiencing the mind, then there's no outside, means redeeming from the you are redeeming from the form. When you are listening, when you are understanding each and every stimuli and thought appearing in your mind is just arising and ceasing. That means there's nothing called mind, and mind is also empty, outside is also empty. When outside is empty, you are redeeming from the form and this body. When you understand there's nothing called mind, you are redeeming from the mind as well. That means you are redeeming from the name. Thereafter, then, according to Buddothpado, Aryan Wahanse's true teachings based on true Buddhist philosophy and the four contemplations, Buddothpado, Aryan Wahanse is showing us that third contemplation is there is nobody in this body. This is just an activity process working with action minds based on cause and effect law and the habits. Then finally we know there is no owner for this body. This body is just like a tree, but only thing it can move. This is just a robot machine. no difference than a robot machine. Only thing this mind can take different initiatives. That means different decisions. So decision making is there, thinking and thinking power is there. That is why it is called a human machine. But that is also happened due to the alive field. So not only us, each and every animals, birds and everybody has this alive field. Because only the species who have alive field have this problem. They think there is a self here, but actually not. There is no self here. So that is why people do not know about the freedom of the mind. When you understand what I have gathered and explained now, then you can have the relaxation. This nature is not realized by the people. This extensive nature opening into a vast cosmos. Yes, when you understand this, what I described as how this thought process creating and how this world is creating, how we are redeeming from the world and the mind, then we are becoming the nature. No boundaries, we are just becoming the nature. And this extensive nature opening into a vast cosmos. That means we are becoming the cosmos. No gap here, no boundary here. There's no self here. We are just floating into the nature and going beyond the nature until the mind is in a square and trapped into the thoughts that free and relaxed pleasure is not there. Without eating salt, nobody can talk about salt. Yes, Buddothpado Aryan Mahansa is giving us a good example. That is salt. You know, everybody, each and every household kitchen, there is salt. But we cannot explain the taste of the salt, right? We cannot explain the taste of the salt by words. So this Nibbana is like salt, according to Aryan Mahansa. We cannot convince about salt to anybody. We cannot convince anybody about this salt. But if we keep little salt on his tongue, he will feel the salt. Oh, this is the salt. That is what Buddothpado Aryan Mahansa is telling. Buddothpado Aryan Mahansa is giving us little salt like Dhamma. Then when we go through and understand this Dhamma and doing insight experiences, we know what is Nibbana. Slowly we are experiencing Nibbana. If you realize this Dhamma, you will feel the Nibbana. Yes. Aryan Mahansa is explaining from morning till night, night till morning. Without an end, Aryan Mahansa is always giving sermons. And if we can realize this Dhamma, Aryan Mahansa is telling, if you realize this Dhamma, you will feel the Nibbana. Yes. Dhamma means the path. Nibbana means the ultimate freedom, realization of freedom. If we can realize Dhamma, we can feel the ultimate truth of Nibbana. This phenomena is not a religion. Yes. The most beautiful thing in this planet Earth is this path to Nibbana, the path to full realization. That means path to ultimate bliss. That is the best thing here. Because this is not belongs to a religion. Though Lord Buddha have understood and revealed to the world, and now in this era, the Shravaka Buddha of Sri Lanka, wisdom of Asia in Sri Lanka, Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse has realized fully and showing us this Dhamma, but it is not belongs to a religion. This is this each and everybody, the whole mankind is able to understand this Dhamma, and actually this is like the most valuable uh, pleasure, that most valuable gift we can give to our own humanity. This phenomena is not a religion. This cannot be sounded within a religion. Yes, this cannot be sounded grounded within a religion. Religion means some faiths along with wrong views. That means there are set things in these religions. There is a set God, there is a set saints, and there is a set of so many uh, people, and they are thinking God is the creator, but actually the your world creator is you. When you understand this Dhamma, you can very clearly see that. There are two extremes, a square in it. That means in these religions there are two extremes, good and bad, this and that, like that. There are two extremes, and those religions are bounded with a square of faith and so many views. But when there are thoughts, there is a religion. Yes, created the religion. Thoughts have created the religion, and religion in the religions there are thoughts. They are always murmuring, practicing, memorizing so many things, from the chanting from the morning to night. But actually this path to Nibbana, path to fully realization is not something like that. But therefore no religion for this phenomena. There is no anything for this. Nibbana is where we have freed from thoughts. Yes, as Buddothpado Aryan says, explanations. We can. There is no anything in this Nibbana. Actually, there is Nibbana. Nibbana is where we have freedom from thoughts. There are thoughts in religions. Religion means a thought. Yes, but freedom from thoughts is the only way to have a peace of mind. Otherwise, always memorizing and thinking and worshipping and praying is also a difficult thing, because we have to create so many thought processes. But actually, the only way to go beyond the mind is to freed from the thoughts. That then we will have a peace of mind, a relaxed mind, a relieved mind. Relief is the greatest ever thing a human being can have. But Nibbana means the point of redeem from thoughts. That means we are actually redeeming from the power of thoughts, thought power. because we also didn't know about it. These thoughts have power like electricity power, gravity power. These thoughts are also having power which we have not known so many years. Now only Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse is telling us, showing us based on the true body, true teachings of Lord Buddha, these thoughts have power. And this thought power is creating craving inside your mind and in the mind consciousness, craving and duality is happening, and therefore the suffering and creating defilements are also happening, and due to that your sansaric journey is created and continuously flowing. So to overcome this continuous flow of this suffering, wheel of suffering, the thought suffering, we will have to first understand the creation of thoughts. If we can see, if we can just watch the mind, thought flow is just if we are able to let go of the thought flow, then there will be no problem. But we are not like that. We are clinging into those thoughts. Then only the suffering begins. Clinging into one thought means the mind consciousness creates thousands of thought patterns based on that one thought. And because of those thoughts, there are so many aggregates. They are in one thought, there are 5 aggregates. Rupa Vedana, Sanya, Sankara, Vijnana. That means form, feeling, perception, mental constructions, and consciousness. So, when there are a lot of thoughts creating, your mind will be very much depressed, pressed with the thoughts, and there is no way to relax because we have to lower your thought power. To lower your thought power, you should understand how the thoughts are creating. When you understand how the thoughts are creating and there's no self here, then those thought power is becoming lower and lower, and you will be able to lead a peaceful life, a very relaxed and relieved life. That is the most valuable thing in this planet Earth, because if somebody is having millions, trillions of money without a relief, relieved mind, that is useless. If you have so much of power with so many thought processes, but there is no relief, that means you are suffering. So, as human beings, we are not coming into this human realm to suffer, because we have given a very good path to overcome this suffering patterns of thoughts by Lord Buddha 2600 years ago, and Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse is showing us uh, nearly 6 years now. Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse is showing this ultimate freedom from the suffering. Aryan Vahanse is going and talking to village mothers and fathers, and village mothers and fathers can easily get this Dhamma because they are living with the nature all the time, cultivation, growing and things like that, always with the nature. So they are very much closer to the nature, and nature means the Dhamma. And Aryan Vahanse is going there, going and meeting them and showing Nirvana journey in 8 steps. So step by step, Aryan Vahanse is clarifying them. There's no, this body is not you. This name is not you, this form is not you, this mind is not you, then who are you? Then Aryan Mahansa is showing them the fire is you, the inner fire is you. That means if you see something without letting go, if you are grabbing it, clinging to it, then the suffering comes. That is the fire. The fire is happening in your mind. That fire is actually the self. There's no otherwise, there's no self here. Likewise, when Aryan Mahansa is explaining this true Dhamma to the village mothers and fathers, they used to cry because they feel Nibbana in this. While doing that sermon, Aryan Mahansa is showing them the Nibbana and they are feeling the Nibbana. Like that, we also can do it. Actually, our mind power should come down. To calm down the mind power, we have to be very relaxed. By after listening to this true Dhamma, the relaxation will be reaching us even without knowing. There is only an emptiness there, a blank seeing, a big emptiness. Yes, in that emptiness, everything is there. Yes, in Buddhist philosophy, Lord Buddha says a special word that is emptiness. Buddothpado Aryan Mahansa is very clearly describing that word emptiness because it has taken in a wrong way by all our Buddhist monks and nuns, and all the Buddhist followers are also taken it in a wrong way. Actually speaking, emptiness means the Nibbana. There is an emptiness in Nibbana. Buddhothpado Aryan Mahansa is telling. A blank seeing, a big emptiness. In that emptiness, everything is there. As you all know, in Hinduism, the Veda, they talk about something emptiness. They talk about nothingness as emptiness. There is nothing. Nothing is there and it is emptiness. In Buddhism, it's not so. Emptiness means everything is there. Everything you see is there, everything you hear is there, everything you feel is there. All the thought processes are also there. But there is emptiness. That means you are not attaching to those thoughts and you are not clashing with those thoughts. That means when you are looking at something, you are having just a blank seeing. You are having just a blank hearing, and you have just a blank hearing, and you have just a blank feeling. That means you have to openly see the world without these conceptual names. Then you can understand that level, because all these names are not true. When in Sri Lanka we call a jack tree, but in England it is not a jack tree. It is something else like that. So each and in Africa it may be another name. In South America it may be another name. In North America it may be another name. In India they must tell another name. In Japan there must be a completely different name. Therefore, all these names given for us by our conceptual teachers and parents, those are actually not true. So how can we call as call by the names. The names are not true. So that means we are seeing a empty seeing, just a blank seeing. We have to look at without thinking about names. We have to just look at things. Then there will be no burning also. Say somebody is going on the road. If we have a blank seeing, we are not interested about that man's moving or looking or anything. If we are keenly watching that man, his appearance, his way of walking and everything, there will be thoughts and some kind of burning is there. That is why if we can look at this world as a blank seeing, with a blank seeing, that is the best thing we have to do. Then there will be no thought pressure. Even at the office we can do it. If we are working, we can concentrate to our own work without thinking and looking at others. Then actually you can see that. Then actually you can see that. That is how we have to see things. Hearing also like that. When we hear a sound, if we can hear it without clashing or without a liking, that means our mind is free. At that point, our mind is free. There's no attaching or clashing. Something we look at also like that. If we can look at something without attaching or clashing, that is emptiness actually. Everything is there, but we are not going to attach to them and we are not going to clash with them. That is the most important thing we should do. What we feel also like that. We may be sitting on a chair, a comfortable chair, but if we are just sitting without without thinking of that pleasure, comfort, that is the emptiness. We are not thinking, or when we are not interested about that uh, comfort, that is emptiness. Then the mind is light. The mind is become light. When the thoughts are flowing all the time, thoughts are flowing from the past. Past thoughts are appearing, and some uh, some painful thoughts may come. Otherwise, pleasurable thoughts may come. Otherwise, angry thoughts may come. Lusty thoughts may come. Otherwise, ignorance thoughts may come. Whatever thought patterns are appearing, we can just let go of them without attaching to those thoughts or without clashing with those thoughts. That means what? That is the emptiness. Because the thoughts are flowing like a river. We are not bothered about the thoughts. That means our mind is becoming free more and more. That is the bliss we are actually nearing to feel, because thought is the most dangerous thing pressurizing the people. If we can just stay without entering into those thoughts just appearing and disappearing, arising and ceasing. That's all. We are not bothered. Day to day activities we can do according to the way we do. We can do whatever day-to-day activities. Even we can work without thinking of a self. We can just work. We can concentrate on the work and we can just do the work. Even we can talk without thinking too much. We can just talk without a self. That is the lesson Aryan Mahanse is giving us. Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse is giving us that lesson. So we must try to understand this great Dhamma and become blissful people living in on this planet Earth. Then this Earth will become a paradise without fighting with each and others. Teruvan Saranai. I worship Triple Gem respectfully. Also, I pay homage at the feet of our Kalyana Mitra Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse, the great sage of our era, fully enlightened spiritual master, the most valuable uh, spiritual teacher with the highest wisdom. May Aryan Mahanse live long to spread this Dham all over the world, to end the suffering of all human beings. Teruvan Saranai, Dhamma friends.
May the Noble Triple Gem bless you and welcome to the Buddothpado Dhamma discussion, which happens daily from 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. Sri Lankan time. So this is happening daily, and it is, all of you are able to listen to this through Buddothpado PeoTV channel. So, as every day,
I would like to remind you that this is the reawakening of Gautama Buddha Sasana, and under the guidance of our spiritual teacher Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse, we, a few Dhamma friends, come together to discuss the problems that we face in the path. And actually, some senior Dhamma friends always guide us. And so this forum is open for everyone. So this is basically initiated to help the non-Sinhala speaking communities all around the world who actually has a real need to understand the truth of life, whether there is a self in this body, mind, or the so-called name given to us has anything to do with the self. So this story of the self is unfolded in almost all Buddothpado sermons. So now also we can see Dr. Sakuntala and Champa have joined the session, so we can start the discussion. Dr. Sakuntala, Teruvan Saranai, and let's all worship
Therwan
our
Saranai.
spiritual teacher Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse's feet. Teruvan
Therwan
Saranai.
Saranai.
Teruvan
Dr.
Saranai to both of you.
Saranai Sudharma and Therwan Saranai Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse and all Dharma friends.
Yeah, we can start with some topic. What to discuss? Anything to bring up?
Yes, Doctor. Last night, Sudharma's question to Aryan Wahanse is very good. Actually, it revealed a great Dharma point.
Yes. Mm.
So I have taken some notes on them. We can, if Sudharma has something else, we can talk about it. Otherwise, we can.
We can discuss that actually. He gave two beautiful points of contemplation, and throughout the day, like uh, it kept. I mean, some reminder it is when he uh, actually explained things one to one. We really feel it, and it was actually a beautiful experience. And he actually strictly told me to try to do everything without the involvement of a self. I mean, liberating from the uh, self view,
Yes, it's
whatever I do. So,
very much helpful for us also.
yeah,
So great, actually.
true. And it is actually, we have to take it seriously, especially me when actually I experienced that when explaining Dhamma also, even in Sinhala Dhamma forums, slowly the self thing creep into that explanation also.
Mm.
So whatever we do, I mean, this is the most repeated perception, the self. We all agree that. So it is for some systems, it's really hard to get rid of it. Yeah, Teruvan Saranai Champa, you can discuss the points
Yes,
you have taken.
yes,
Yes.
Doctor and Sudharma. If there is nothing, nobody is here. Yes, taken as something is me. Look at it from the feel side. You feel something and it is me. Lord Buddha always said, if there is nothing, there is nobody. What you feel as a thing, that is me, the self.
Mm.
It is your son or whatever it is, that is you. It may be a chair. Chair is the self or the soul.
value of the chair will be dissolving. That means when we are not interested, the value of the chair will be dissolving. Something happened to the self. Here always vanishing you. You are me, I am you. Here the self is chair. If the chair is not there, no self. To Mogaraja Thero, Lord Buddha said, look at the world as with the empty eyes. Look at the world as empty, Lord Buddha said. Until the world is there, I am here. The self is here, not the other way around. We feel what we see or what we hear. Here the value of seeing, hearing and feeling will be vanishing. After seeing this Dhamma, the stimuli is what we see, hear and feel. Value of those are disappearing, that is me. Only the value is vanishing, not the soul vanishing. Until the world is there, I am, the self is alive. Shunyato loko avekassa machu raja napassati. Up to that point we can discuss, I think.
Yeah, I think Sudharma left for some reason. She might join again, I suppose.
Right.
Uh, yeah, actually the same thing is being repeated in different ways, isn't it?
Yes, Doctor.
Basically, what you have to understand is that if a value is given to a thought, or if a thought is felt as real, that is where you are.
Yes.
So බැස ගැනීම, if there is a බැස ගැනීම, or the අරමුණ or the stimulus becomes a thing, or
Yes.
if the system feels a current about a particular thought. Now all these sentences basically explains the same thing.
Yes.
අරමුණු වෙනකොට තමයි එතන දෙයක් වෙන්නේ. So අරමුණුනේ නැත්තම් දෙයක් වෙන්නේ නැහැ. That is, yeah.
Yes. අරමුණමයි මම. නේ
Oh, ඒ
නෝඩ.
කියන්නේ දෙයක්, yeah, that means දෙයක් වෙනවා කියලා කියන්නේ අරමුණ දෙයක් වීම means that is මම. That is yourself.
Yes, yes.
Sometimes I remember he says අරමුණු වෙන්න ඕනේ දෙයක් වෙන්න. නේ?
Oh, yes.
Now that example that he gave some time back, in front of you on the wall, there is a cobweb, there is a nail, there is something, maybe a patch on the wall. There are three things. And if the cobweb becomes a thing, if you focus on the cobweb and if you feel that the cobweb is really there, that is where you are.
Yes, yes, Doctor.
Now, there are two other things which were not focused. I don't know what is the best word for the aramunu veema. What is the term?
That means, Doctor, become a thing, establishing a thing.
No, is there a better thing? One word, is there anything? I mean, that now becoming a thing is something that we have started using. No, it is not one
Yes.
of the standard English terms.
Yes, yes.
Is there
Yes.
any word that you
It's
can use?
very
Yeah?
difficult to, I mean,
Mm,
give the proper word for that. No, Doctor,
mm.
I think we used focus for that.
Focusing.
Yeah,
Focus. Yes,
yeah.
that. Okay.
Mhm.
Focusing.
So that example, I remember sometimes back he said that on the wall there are several things like that. When you focus, when you can කොබ්බෙබ් එකට අරමුණු කළොත්, when you focus on that, that
Yes.
is the point where you can say that it has become a thing. So that means the cobweb is you. So
Yes.
always when a stimulus becomes a thing, when a stimulus is focused and becomes a thing, that is where you are.
Yes, Doctor.
So everything, now all the sentences that you mentioned basically gives the same meaning.
Yes,
When
yes.
there is no focusing, or when there is no thing, when there's no thing with a value,
Yes,
that is, then there's no self here.
yes.
Self
Aryan,
is.
yes,
Mm,
Dr. Aryan Mahanse is giving the same thing,
mm,
this way and that way and
mm.
different ways, right?
Yeah,
But
yeah, yeah.
when we take those, there's a little different angles are there. No? So it is
Yes.
actually
Mm.
the absorbing is happening in a better way.
Oh, yes, yes. I mean, you have to always take it when he's telling, you have to sort of find out whether he's telling something slightly differently. But
Yes,
as you
yes.
said, the core meaning is the same.
Same.
Yeah.
But the presentation is different.
Yeah, that could be, yes. Anything to add, Sudharma?
Yeah, doctor, for that, uh, actually, what you explained, the focus level is the rising of mind consciousness, in other words, isn't it, doctor? But otherwise, when if the
Yes.
eye is the camera, that
Mm.
camera takes the entire photo shot,
Short.
but
Mm.
mind sensor is the one that recognizes or identifies the cobweb, or that is the
Mm.
completion of the 2 rounds, isn't it, doctor?
Yeah, yeah.
Right.
Yes. So mind consciousness, yes. Mind consciousness means the thought
Mind,
is felt as
yeah,
real.
felt as real, that
Mm.
completion. The
Mm.
second round, Ditta Sutamuta,
Ah,
first
yes.
eye only,
Yeah.
the faculty, sense
Yes.
faculty level, then
Mm.
mind consciousness level. That ayatana vatte, manovinyana
Yeah.
vatte,
Vatang
Vata
vattati.
Vattati. Yeah, that
Mm.
is the
Mm.
focus.
So focusing on aramunu kirima means it is taken as real or it is felt as real, isn't it?
Yes.
Aramunu kirima is, doctor, Aramunu kirima is something that someone is doing deliberately. It has that
Aramunu
meaning.
vimada.
Aramonumu vima. Vima, it
Aramunu
is
vima is better.
the, yeah, better term. It
Ah,
is the
yeah.
system, and it is
Mm.
then the rising of the mind consciousness. It
Mm.
arises without the involvement of a self.
Ah,
Actually, it is a part of the system.
yeah, yeah, that's true. Aramunu
Self.
vima
Yeah.
is, yes, the correct word. Yeah, okay.
Shall I?
Yeah, yeah. Any other points to
Yes.
discuss?
Yes. Each and every moment, the appearing stimuli is becoming a thing means that is the soul. If the
Mm.
stimuli is not becoming a thing, there is no self burning here. All the time happening here is something is becoming a thing. There is no soul, self at all. If there is a burning, me, self is here and it is the soul. Whatever you feel, that is yourself. Jealousy, hatred, craving, all those are based on self perception, not on sensor perceptions. Some uh, someone some are not becoming self. Something is not becoming a self. The hatred feeling, sorry, I can't read the word I wrote. Sorry, senses are not becoming self. The hatred feeling is not belongs to the senses. It is a static power. When the self, me, is powerful, pride will be high. Duality, such as beautiful, ugly, those are belongs to the senses. Good, bad, those are relative. Smell, pleasure, taste, those are belongs to the senses. Jealousy, hatred, etc. are static powers related to self. We should have the ability to see that. Phone data is over means that is a sensor field. Self means a field. It has to seen in each one's level. Yes, doctor.
Yeah, I think that part is important because I also remember saying that the jealousy, hatreds, and even anger, no,
Yes,
they
anger.
all are actually burns, kind of fires. So
Yes,
they cannot be attributed to the sensor level.
yes,
The sensor level, what Taran Mahasi said was this good, bad,
yes,
uh,
yes,
beautiful, ugly, those things can be attributed to the sensor level.
yes,
That
yes.
yeah, the thing that he explained as the anger which is not an anger. දෙයක්
Yes.
නොවන තරහක්, දෙයක්
Ah,
නොවන දුකක්, දෙයක්
yes.
නොවන, that is the sensor level. That is the mind
Ah,
sensor level. But
right.
the things like jealousy and hatreds, they definitely from the word itself, it gives the idea that it has a weight, it has a current, power. So
That is the same. Yes. Hmm.
those
That's
cannot be assigned under the sensor level.
same
They are
level.
actually the thing has become a thing at that level. That means there is a current there.
Yes.
That is beyond the mind sensor level.
Maybe Shastra level, no, doctor.
Sasava is there underneath all these, no?
Ah, right,
It's the
right.
ashrava. You can call it ashrava, I think.
Ashram.
Sasava level is anyway there, no? Even in the baby with the
Yeah.
radiant mind, the Sasava level is there.
Yes. The
So,
jealousy and things like that deep, no, doctor. Yes, they
yeah,
are.
they are deep. I mean, from the word itself, you can see that it is something deeper, no? Deeper than the simple mind sensor thing. Yes,
Yes.
Sudhana.
Deeper and burning, no, doctor.
Burning.
Burning,
Burning.
yeah.
Hmm.
That jealousy, hatred, some real difficulties there, no, we feel
Yes.
that yeah.
Yes. Yes. Hmm.
Yeah, that day where we checked for something else, this AI definitions we checked about the attachment. Now,
Ah,
Ah.
I was under the impression that attachment also can be labeled as sensor thing.
Ah.
But the attachment, the definition which received was actually it is almost like the craving.
Ah.
Attachment is something long lasting, like deep seated thing, whereas a craving is something that comes instantly at that moment, but attachment is something that is ongoing thing like that.
Continuous.
Therwan
Continuous.
Sarnai,
So there are
Okay.
some Dr.
they
Kokila.
actually the eye doesn't have attachment to anything anyway. In the sense, the vision, the tongue doesn't have attachment to anything anyway.
That is the mindset, mind beyond the mind sense, isn't it?
Yeah,
Yeah,
original
yeah.
sensors, they
It's
don't
not.
have any attachment.
Yeah, it's
It's
not the I. I was talking about this craving and the attachment.
but there is a point what
Means.
you're saying,
Mm.
because the baby feels a general attachment kind of thing. You
So I
know,
wasn't sure whether that word attachment can be used there, but there aren't any
no, you
better
can't.
words.
It's actually a difficult word
Mm.
because to get attached, there should be something on the baby.
Mm.
Sasava level, there is a kind of a
tendency to get attached.
no, actually, what you
Like,
can
can you
say
use a
is
liking or something like that? Like
there
or
is a
dislike.
uddipanaya. That word is the best word, I would say. Excitation is there.
Excite.
There's no kind of attachment to
Mm.
anything, because attachment word, if we use to anything, there is a two ends. Like I
Yes,
like
yes.
I like
Mm.
ice cream. There
Mm.
should be something to like, no? But
Yeah.
the sense excitation is a different thing.
So excitation is a better word there, isn't it? The
To sensor
baby.
level, like tongue
Yeah, sensor level.
excitation
Yeah.
is a different
Yeah.
one.
Radiant mind level.
Yeah.
Excitation. Mm. Yeah. Yeah. We were just briefly discussing about last night. That's last night, no? Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
Sudharma was there, right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
Sudharma's question.
Yes.
The points I have taken down. The
Hmm.
same thing, but in different angles. Aryan is explaining. No? Yes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, what did Sudharma get from that?
Doctor, I got he gave the Kamatahana no directly. I really felt it when he was talking that way, one to one kind of feeling that I felt. And what I got was the first and foremost thing is self view. That self view, I even experienced that when I was explaining the Amma points also, self creeps into it silently in the form of recalling childhood or talking about parents. So I really felt,
No, the
yeah.
thing is, Aranwanse recalls all the time.
But yeah, it is different, no, doctor.
Yeah,
When we
that's what I'm
talk,
saying. What's the
yeah,
difference? This is the thing that we have to
that
fully
is
go into.
the film comes real at that point. Well, the
Mm.
moment I recall things, the as you said, that Uddipane is at high level, that power is at very high level. But Aryan Hansi talks about anything with zero power. And actually, the other day in the morning, I felt the self view when I was recalling something. I mean, just to give an example, but still, I was telling my mother was a primary teacher. Where did it come from? It has nothing to do with my mother being a primary teacher or a vegetable seller. So we actually feel after a while only how, because that is an effort to establish a kind of background. No, it happened unintentionally, but what I felt was that self view is so strong, somehow it jumps in. And then commitment also, giving excuses. I have been away from programs also. I had, I mean, lot of uh, things. I mean, with the self focus I was doing, like I have no such commitment for others in goal area. So everything, I mean, not just one thing. Uh, the self was, I know actually the problems. And actually, doctor, when he said that I have to do everything, remembering that there is no self, I really got it, because while teaching, while doing a class, while cooking, he was giving all the details. And he highlighted that if we are getting rid of self view, definitely the focus should be diverted to help others rather than we getting more and more comforts. And basically, the gist of it is, he said at least 1 year, if you with commitment practice uh, how things.
Practice is lacking in a lot of
Yeah,
people.
yeah,
Practice is lacking.
yeah, practice things with the without self view. Uh,
But
yeah, it would.
but Sudharma, don't you think now any of those things can happen without the self, isn't it? Now, if you think that the self is there, your self will be there. But
No,
telling
but
that
the
you are
problems, Dr. Sakuntala, that we can say. But the thing is, there should be some kind of confirmation that there is no self. Otherwise, this
no, no, I know. I mean, I was going
the
to say that it is 100% something that she feels herself. 100% that Sudharma should feel how it is. Whether it was the self-like or it was just an incident like now you're telling that it is a primary teacher. You can do it with self or without self. So both ways, it
100%.
is
That's what I
only
said.
you can understand.
Aranwanse
And,
says no
But
nicely that about things, but without power. That's exactly what Sudharma is saying. When she talks about it, there is some uttejana, right? Like
so
yeah,
she feels
some
it.
of
Yeah.
deepening.
the
Mm.
and I
Mm.
I actually I said I got doctor, at the age of 6, a beautiful fair sister. What is that beautiful in this thing? So definitely I agree 100% because Aryan said did not answer my yesterday's question. He has followed up all my talks everywhere. He does that know as a spiritual teacher always. He has got caught, lot of self things in my way of, dealing with things. And he actually, it was a very beautiful opportunity. I was so fortunate in that sense. We gave everything, as that much warning and
But definitely the practice is less.
practice is less, doctor. Now, while lying on the bed also, when we have full, complete awakening that it is just a system, the way the body turns here and there, it's also a very kind of next level experience, actually. What Aryan Hanse said, actually, when he shows that to that level only, we at least got. Otherwise, thinking that if I got the shortcut for that, Dr. Kokila, because as Dr. Sakuntala said, if we think self, it is the self, then it is the self. Otherwise, not the uh, does not work for all systems. Then it is an excuse for us. I was trying to give the same excuse to Aryan and Aryan said, shut up. What is that? I was initially telling, no, how come that Dr. Aryan said it could be the burning of the system. I asked, no, whether it could be the system also. Then he showed, no, how can that be? He got this jealousy, hatred, and whatever we feel that burning, we can't actually, without being very honest with the system, there won't be any progress. He said, no, Peraliam Barakaratte Peraliam, kind of very beautiful. I don't know his presentation skills. I know now.
ඒක මට තේරුන්නේ නැහැ. මොකක්ද පෙරලියම් බය කරත්ත කියන්නේ?
A doctor now, he said, okay, I was just observing how people are doing things, right? When I see people are taking making the Nivana another beautiful journey for them to enjoy. අර චූන් එකක්, I say, I stop them and say, Peraliyam Barakarat Peraliyam. I don't. So that's it. Yeah, it was such a beautiful, each and every word he said, I really felt. Each and every word are telepathizing into the system also. I felt it more than any other day. I was just following it while closing my, having my eyes
We can
closed.
keep
Yeah.
saying what Dr. Sakuntala was saying, but the thing is, when it comes to the death moment, if there is a vibration, even last minute, you might be able to realize that. But the thing is, we don't know why we are wasting our time. So we need to come to the kind of the track again. If we are like the 4-step thing, why there is 4-step things, and even බාහිරෙන් මිදීම, සිතෙන් මිදීම, ක්‍රියාවලිය සහ ක්‍රියාවලිය කෙනෙක් නෑ කියන්නේ ඇත්තටම අර අන්තිම කොටස. So this whole thing is at least to have it happen for the moment is good, but feeling it all the time is also, it's 100% good. That is the thing. In the explanations are different and the insight you get is different. So the insight is changing. බාහිර ඇත්ත නෙමෙයි. Is actually outside is not true, has a very deep meaning. Then whatever you see, whatever you hear, whatever you touch, it's not true.
And they are, and Dr. Sakuntala, and now I got what you were telling, and they are to the point that I was explaining. My mother's information or my family background is not, in any case, not important. So all those thoughts, sustained and initial thoughts, vitakka vichara came because of the strong nature of the mind.
Maybe.
That is the self, yeah. Otherwise, when we get rid of self view, we talk to the point. We don't try to please other people. Uh, Now, thinking other side will be upset with my words, then the strong self view is there. So that is, I mean, something I took.
No, even that we can't say even that. Lord Buddha didn't say to Kisagotami, අයියෝ පිස්සුද මේ ඔක්කොම මැරෙනවනේ එහෙම කිව්වේ නැහැ. So there are so many aspects to this. That's why we keep saying, everyone keeps saying, in the sense Aryan Hansi keeps saying that go deeper, because this the actual sasava level getting to zero is the only thing that is going to happen. Senses are going to work as before. You are not having dementia. You remember everything. You know how you don't lose your common sense. If someone keep coming to you and crying, specifically we'll say a patient is coming, you don't say you say whatever you have to say to calm that system down. So that's not the problem. So the senses will work as normal. Mind will work as normal. The main factor here is sasava getting to zero.
And Dr. Kokila, 100% awakening that this is a system will be there. And not as a burning without effort. The fact that this is a system will
That should be there.
Yeah, that should.
Because senses should be realized. Senses is the system. Senses should be realized in depth. Not just by thinking. Like we can think, no, I can think anything, like scientific things also we can think. We can think Artemis went around the moon also. There's no problem in thinking. Thinking is happening. But actually, what happens here in the sensor system has to be explored. It's did you get it, Dr. Sakuntala? This finding the sasava, and the finding the sasava is kind of the important aspect in the beginning. Do you know what your power is? That's completely arupa.
Yeah, self, no? That is, yes. Self vibration.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's the power we are talking about. Nothing about this තරහ යනවා, සතුටු වෙනවා. ඊර්ෂ්‍යා හිතෙනවා. Those are also just the extensions of the power.
Yeah.
100%, if you have those, it won't be difficult. But the 7-year-old child didn't lose all that. It just momentarily they feel that this system is this. That's all.
That Aryan Mahasaya's advice to see it as it is focused from the distance. That
why is he going to the rocks and stuff? There is a meaning in all these things. Why is he telling people about these things? He can also go without talking about that. I don't think he's just showing for the beauty of just because they are beautiful. He's trying to take people's attention about this pratipada. There is a pratipada.
Is it the last one that he's trying to explain? That means the without the self, that he's trying to explain, because those environments anyway, the vibrations are.
It is easy to
Mm.
exit the mind, and you have to exit the mind to feel the even the sasa.
And Dr. Kokila, now I have asked this question couple of weeks ago. So now Aryan Mahanse, now we all know for 30 or so many years he was in forests, monasteries, with nature, and he made certain realizations. And Swarnamali also, Aryan Mahanse says, was in the forests, those monasteries. She was away from home, however, and looking for it on practicing it by herself. And I was asking you those days, having all these comforts, being in family, now just because Aryan Hansi gives us everything, uh, is it feasible to kind of fully transcend this self view and self perception, that all that?
Yeah, you can go to a level like even anagami level you can go.
To that level, no?
Yeah.
Even,
I don't think an arahant would be doing a job.
yes.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Dr. Kokila, what were you trying to say about that, showing various sightings that he was doing it like yesterday morning and even today morning? What were you trying to explain? Can you explain a bit more about it? The message that he was trying to
All
give?
these experiences are easy when the mind is shutting down, when the system is more towards the field, because there is a problem with the field. There's a problem to everyone to get the mind power down to get to the sasava level, let alone the nirvana level. At least you have to have the idea about your sasava level to know that it is coming down, right?
Yeah.
We can't be judging by all the time. We can, but this what is it called, the anger, the like hatred, jealousy, they are sensual world stuff. No, I'm talking more than that. So it at least it is easy. If we are finding it difficult, it is easy when the system is relaxed. Now go and stand near a big rock and see how your mind can't work that much good. If you go hiking, you would know if you go near a big rock, usually the mind power is less, the feel is more.
Yeah.
They are the easy points for you to feel the Dhamma, that's all. Because everyone is trapped in the mind bubble. That's the whole problem here, I think. At least momentarily to come out of the mind, it's difficult now. Come to the field.
Now, even an ordinary person, sometimes that person is disturbed. They tend to go to a place where there's a lot of quietness and calmness. Now, even to the temple, sometimes they go and sit close to the bo tree.
Yeah,
So
that's with the self view. But here, someone like in someone of us is going. There is a specific thing to see the truth.
yeah, what I was going to say was that in such environments, anyway, the
Yes, yes.
vibrations are at
Yeah,
low level, so that will help
yeah,
to bring the vibratory level of the mind also to the lower level, no? Not
yeah.
lower
We
level,
just
calm down.
no.
Hmm.
If the mind is powerless, then the feel can come up.
Come up. Yeah, yeah.
That's an important aspect. That's why 4 steps were given, because Aranwanse felt that everyone is struggling. Still, I don't think they do it that much properly. They may be just thinking and going around. But the thing is, even understanding this Dhamma is difficult now, that there is a task like this, kind of not a task, but there's something happening like this, that the fail would come up, and uh, that it would help us to understand the nature and understand the vibration and understand how the vibration is coming down and all that. They are the
Now,
direct questions Aranwanse asks. If someone says, I know Dhamma or an answer, then they are the direct questions he would be asking. How do you say so?
when Sudharma was given the Kamatahana to work without me, whatever you are doing, talking or whatever, do it without self. Uh, Underneath that advice is what actually is what he stresses is that to see how the self is created. That means how uh, the mind sense is formed and how that it the say, perception of existence is coming up, isn't it?
I think the theory part is all
No,
good,
he shouted at
but
me.
the
Yeah.
theory
For
part is not the problem. The problem is the practical aspect.
yeah, Dr. Sakuntala, what he meant was when I talk that uh, awakening that there is no self is not there in Dhamma path, that maturity is not there in me. But whatever I do, self is reflected, because very recently I met him face to face in Matara also. No? So he knows everything. I mean, whatever I do, I have to do without the self view. I remember I never thought I am included in that. There he wanted everyone to rearrange the mats and chairs and everything. Then we were like doing that. And after that, he said, now you so know how people were putting the mats and rolling them with the self. So definitely, so from the way we walk or do the things, he notices whether we are doing that with the self or not. We believe that there is no self, it is a system when there is that's here. But all the time we do things with the world which is so real to us and with the strong sense of self. So it is actually a really a tough thing in the sense when it comes theory wise. Now, yesterday also he said, no, that is the mind. Stop all the knowledge. Knowledge is just mind. No, we can talk for days and days about how self is created, how Sasava comes in full. Entire stories there. There are no gaps. But when it comes to practice, where is that awakening and actually uh, the system is addicted to self. we know. So that is the problem. He says now when from the way we turn our heads, he can tell the level of self-view. Self-view is nothing but ego. Istic nature, no ego. Subtle, some level of
No, why self-view is coming is the investigation. This, what is the reason for this self-view? That is that vibration. And the words that helped me was only two words, vibration and the speed of vibration. Speed is the one which gave this system that nature, and that nature was misunderstood for the whole samsara to be itself. So it's not a difficult thing. It's just the problem is a high power in the mind, which I kept telling Champa also. The power mind power, when it is high, it's difficult to come to the field. This feel is not the sad feel or the even that Aranwanse takes seriously now. People who can feel sad, people who can feel a lot, they are feelers. So feelers, it is easy. If they are not feelers, they have to try a bit. Who cares? We can try. The problem is not knowing that they have to try. Right? Now, once Dr. Sakuntala said, it's kind of, you don't feel that there is a problem. That is also, that is also a thing. Then is she an arahant or is it otherwise? Because if there's no problem, that means completely no problem means someone is an arahant, right? The power is zero. If there is one aspect to be realized, then they know what that is and all that. So it is unique to everyone. So so if you know the how the source of power is different to the sensor power, sensor level, then you know that there's this much to go away. You know there's one part lacking or this part lacking. And it's not a problem, but it's still happening. So there are two ways, right, Dr. Sakuntala? What do you think?
Yeah, what you try to say is that the sensor power is what is there even in the arahants, isn't it?
Sensor is working. That is Skandha Dukkha.
So anything beyond that is what we have to see. That is what has to be felt.
Yeah, you have to go beyond that now to find it.
Avadiya, yeah.
Avadiya is a fruit. Avadiya is a fruit. I'm not talking about this Avadiya. I'm actually trying to get everyone to come to the finding, to come to the Asavaksya Jnani.
So that is where the Yatha Bhuta Jnana is held.
Yes, but you have to feel it now, the practical side of it.
Yes, yes.
Because Avadi is a fruit. I don't know. I don't even talk about Avadi.
Avadiya is a fruit. In that sense, doctor, we have 100% awareness. Awareness is something that we can get deferred. No?
Actually, an arahant, there is no awareness,
Awareness.
for there's no awareness for anything because it's confirmed.
Mm.
But avadi is there. Avadi is something like that,
Mm.
fully awakened from the dream.
It's made in different levels, Avadiya. I mean, it is
Yeah,
fully there with the arhants. Isn't it something gradually getting better
Aaron
and
Hanse talks about. I will let him to talk about these things because he uses these words interchangeably, as I said yesterday. It's very difficult, which I don't even pay attention in that sense because it is something to happen. And even if you talk about the Avadya, the people, if you keep focusing on the fruit, I don't think it is coming. That's my experience.
seeing the film with completely no owner there, but seeing the film in the
The sasa power should be 0 for you to have the avadya. That's the basic message. Senses are working, sasa power is 0.
so Sasva power is 0 only in the arhants, isn't it?
Yeah,
We can't talk about other things, yeah.
but avadya can come and go.
So then you can't actually limit it to the fruit level, no? Avadiya
There
will
is a
be
lot of fruits, so be careful. There's a lot of fruits. There is sotapanna phala. There is sakudagami phala. There is anagami phala. There is arahant phala, right? So
yes.
a lot of fruit levels are there. So that's why I stay away from that because people should experience these things.
So in simple terms, what we have to see is that the 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 burn or the current is felt that coming down gradually, but the same incidents may be happening, but the current is dissolving little by little, and also the system
Which
is
current? Which current?
current. What do you mean?
Sasava current.
Sasava current. Ah, yes. Okay.
Yeah. So because when you say current, are you talking about the sensual world? Are you talking about the so
Ah, okay.
sensual world also will calm down? Yes, true.
So while it is coming down and also become more,
Anyways, sensual world will calm down.
yeah, and while it's happening, also being able to see everything very clearly, the what is happening.
Yeah,
Uh,
don't worry about what is going to happen as when it
no,
happened.
what I'm saying is that seeing the drama or the film or the whatever that Aranwas is giving beautiful examples. So seeing that as if there is no ownership to that, it's being more and more clearer while that the Sasava burn is also coming down. I mean,
Yeah,
we use so many words, but isn't that what is experienced?
yeah, kind of. Mm.
When you try
We
to explain, sometimes the words does not come at the correct time, the correct
and
place. So
it's not useful to put into words.
words, yeah, that's right. Mm.
That's not useful for your path.
Mm. Mm.
Knowing that there is something deeper to go is useful. Then you
Yeah.
keep understanding more.
Mm.
Your eye, you keep understanding more of your eye. You keep understanding more of your ear. You keep understanding more of your touch, bodily sensations. You keep understanding about the mind. Mind sensor is also giving a lot of emotions. Yeah, you
Mm.
keep understanding the things and trying to feel them. And when you feel them, feel side will improve. That is the main aspect that he's trying to get everyone to like, Sonamali also said no in different angle. She said go to gym or hiking. Hiking is a good one anyway. So that is the mind is less.
Closer to the nature.
Yeah, mind is less means this is good to see the Dhamma in that point. Because Dhamma is there anyway in a system. Like if we say mind is already Surangika Theruvan Sanna. Sorry, I didn't see you. So it is making the job easier. Job in the sense that this whatever the understanding the field, understanding how when you are in the mind, understanding how when you are in the field. Because these can't be explained. එන්න බලන්න කියලා කිව්වේ ඒක නේ. එන්න බලන්න කියනවා මිසක් වෙන දෙයක් කිව්වේ නෑ නේ බුදුහාමුදුරුවෝ. And also the seniors who have done Dhamma for a long time, you don't have to think about Dhamma when you go to such a thing. But try to be in the field is the problem. To go beyond that, you have to come to the field. That's the thing. It might happen. You can't predict when it is happening. So give more chances for the system for that to happen. That's the message. Do you understand?
Yeah. Anyway, now I don't feel like digging back to the knowledge anyway. Now there are instances
Yeah,
where
go to the field side. So let it happen. You don't need to. Because a lot of us are like really by-hearted, not by-hearted, but we know it's all in the mind now. Mind is full of data now, Dhamma data.
Yeah, of course.
Not only medicine now, the Dhamma is also there, right? For others, it may be different. Surangika, all the computer work, paperwork, and all that she does, now the Dhamma is also there. So likewise, keep changing. So the important aspect is the improve the field side and see how it happened.
And also another fact that I remember Aaron Hase was saying that this may be useful for, people at different levels. I don't know. He was saying try to identify the nature of yourself. Now, the exact role that you are playing. Now, he was giving as the example that the different roles played by his father. And after that, I remember him saying that recognize or identify your own role. Some may be just purely acting. So maybe one of them is a real role, which is a very good, simple advice, I thought.
Yes.
Champa, I don't know whether there are any other facts that you have noted down from that same sermon. She must be at some work there.
Surangika, do you have anything to add about last night's sermon and today morning? Sudharma was here for some time, but she has gone.
Dr. Gokula, no, not anything specific. Last night's one was really nice. Very, very beautiful, wasn't it? But that was why I wanted to ask you to elaborate more on the, Sudhama's question only led to that talk. So there were two things that I wanted to ask. One was, of course, a very basic question about, how they say that you can experience only one faculty at a time, one sensory perception.
Mm-hmm.
So how does that work when we say that everything comes in one shot? All experiences, all sensory perceptions culminate and combine and consolidate, including every samsaric cycle vibration is all in this one moment, in one thought. How
Yeah,
does
that's
that
because of
reconcile
Sasava.
with the...
Sasava is the whole sansaric thing.
Yeah, but then, and then the thought now has everything in it. Now the chair
Yeah.
has everything in it, right? So
Mm-hmm.
how does that reconcile with you feel one sensory perception at a time kind of thing?
I
I
don't know
remember
whether I
somebody
got
saying
the
that those days.
whether I got the question right. So now Lord Buddha said, there is okay, we say tongue perception. Tongue perception, if it's not a baby, if it's adult, it would be combined with the mind perception. So that's one stimuli. And then next stimuli happens. But because of the speed, we don't feel the differentiation. But that's how it is. What was the question? There is a problem. I think I missed it because I didn't understand. So anyway, there is only the assent. So all these five senses only start this system. One of them starts the system, and then
Yeah, but
another
I
one,
remember
then
those
another one.
days. Those days, I remember Asanti saying several times, and probably picked up from maybe R.N. Vance's talks, but I haven't directly come across that in R.N. Vance's talks, that you can experience only one sensory function at a time. Now, when the thought of a chair comes up, the entire whatever of the chair comes, no, with it,
I
everything.
always ask that when someone says, "Did it come through the mind?" So you are sitting down somewhere, just suddenly your sister comes to your mind. So that's a mind sensor, right? Mind sensor can work on its own, like the AI. It just can work on its own, right? But just imagine there is your sister coming in front of you and you suddenly see her. That's the eye sensor. Eye sensor started the thought sister.
Yeah, but I thought that whoever meant was that only one can be experienced at one time, which I felt was
But do you
not
understand what I'm
really.
saying?
Yeah, I mean, everything can act as a trigger, no, every
That's
sensor.
how it happens. In this system, Lord Buddha has explained nicely that at one point, that's where the spider thing is also there. The at one point, it's only one sensory stimuli working, one aspect working. If it's eye, it's eye. Even though driving, we feel like everything is working, but actually one point works one time. But what made it problem is the problem? I'm trying to understand why it made a question in your mind.
No, I had that. I thought, I mean, generally I don't have questions these days, but that one was there for a couple of days that I thought, I mean, it wasn't a big problem, but I just thought
No,
I'll
but
clarify that
I
because sometimes I
want to
come home to the,
understand what is the underlying question there.
yeah, I'm also actually not sure what the underlying thing is. It's just that very rarely only a question actually comes up now, Dr. Kokila. And then
No, it
this
is a
one,
very
of course,
important question because that may be actually helping you to feel these things.
yeah, that's what I
Because
thought, that I'll
Aran
clear
Hanse
the
in
doubt.
Satya
Yeah.
Tamai Mage Gedara or something like that sermon also, Aran Hanse says, it is difficult for us to come to that moment, right?
Mm.
I put it there into the
Yeah,
WhatsApp
I had to
group.
listen to it. I listened to it a long time ago. Difficult for us to come to the moment means not come to the moment. Difficult for us to be in the moment. Yeah. Because in
Yeah,
this
even
moment only these past perceptions.
that's why Samatha is helping the Vipassana. If
Yeah, and
someone
those days
has
in those
more
old
Vipassana,
talks.
actually the
Yeah.
problem is happening because it's more Vipassana, then the mind is full.
Mm.
So there's a little bit of need of a Samatha to get the Vipassana Samatha balance.
True.
That's exactly the point.
Is that what he
Maybe
said in that talk, Dr. Kokila?
what?
Satya Gedara?
Oh my God, he says the whole Dhamma there. But yeah, there are so many points that I wanted this few of us to listen. So because all of these people who in this discussion are usually people who have listened to Dhamma for about 2 years. More than 2 years.
Yeah, I must listen to that again. I came across a couple of old talks which were which were so good that I was repeating those, but I hadn't got to this one again. I must listen to that.
Because Aran has told everything in the beginning.
Yeah, definitely.
It's just a bit jumble now because of the Zoom discussions are only directed to the question. But the whole Dhamma is out there. And we started with that.
I think like you and whoever there at that time, no, right at the beginning.
Yeah, I started from there. So it was
There
so
are actually
helpful.
quite a lot of talks that I noticed I have missed. I mean, despite having listened to a whole lot, but sometimes when you accidentally come across an old one, a whole playlist opens up where you haven't even, because you know how you can figure out whether you have watched it or not on YouTube based on prior history. So you know that you haven't listened, I mean.
Yeah, because the talk is not biased with the listener. So he opens up as freely as he wants. Because if there's a listener, it is biased. If the listener is in the sensual world, the talk is different. If the listener is in the the form world, then the talk is different. If the listener is in the non-form, the talk is completely different. Someone who has never listened to Dhamma, that again very different.
So coming back to that point, so the sensors can act as triggers, true. But if the thought arises,
Thought arises means you are sitting down somewhere and you suddenly thought comes. Is that what you're saying?
yeah.
Okay, so what?
But but I mean, everything is there, no, in that thought. Ditta Sutta Mutta, everything is there, no, in that.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true. Yes, you're talking about the perception. Perception has
I
everything.
was just again trying to reconcile what was said, that you can experience only one perception at a time.
Who said that?
Are you? No, he said it in that Deshana. I think that he said that that's kind of what I understood it was theory like. Now, as knowledge, we know that only one is functioning at any given time. But because the sensors are so fast,
No,
we
that's
tend
why samatha is needed. You can't say it's theory only.
Yes, as if several sensors are functioning together now, like driving. We are doing so many things at the same time. You tend to feel that several sensors are functioning together, but it's not so. Actually, one at a time. But it's changing so fast.
That's why we come to like repetitive actions where it is easy, like walking meditation, sound meditation.
So
Some
that is
meditation
also,
is added to this because of that.
I thought it is knowledge wise because you can't see them differently, changing from one sensor to the other. That is understanding.
Be careful, Dr. Sakuntala, be careful.
Why?
This whole effort trying to be closer to the nature, the whole effort is to get this right, to see the wire. ස්කන්ධේ උදේවැය දකිනවා කියන එක, it's not easy, but the whole try is to do that.
Sorry, I
And
didn't get the relevance of what you said there for what Dr. Sakuntala said, Dr. Pokila. Why did you say be
So
careful to her?
because if you don't know you will never experience it. Now, why there is meditation, part of meditation in this why there is walking meditation? There's some kind of trying to calm down the system, right?
Yeah, like the old talks, he talks about Sihiya, no? Now only he says Sihiya is also there, no? But those days, in the old talks, he says Sihiya, right?
Yeah, to come to even that is the difficulty,
Yeah, because otherwise you are like completely unconscious to all this big train of thoughts going, no? So you can't do anything, no, if you're, completely unconscious of what's happening. So
Yeah.
that's why, but then he talks about getting out of the thoughts, and the satya, he used to use the word sihiya in the old talks.
Yeah, but
yeah,
he changed that because it got
The sihiya,
confused.
he likened that to the avakasha, right? With the thoughts being the clouds. And he said, in order to understand the truth of the thought, one has to, you can't be in the thought and see the truth of the thought, no?
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. So this Udevaya Dakinawa thing, the Vidarshana and Samatha has to be in part and part. They should be together. They should be together. And why I said careful now, I couldn't finish that. Why I said careful is I'm just questioning Dr. Sakuntala's deeper system to see why she is directing all the people who come to her lectures to do the walking meditation. Why? What is the big deal? නිවන මොහොතකට අත්දකින්න why we should be doing all that? So to get the mind calm down, right? Why? So I think you should I don't know. I'm not giving the exact meaning of my question also because I'm waiting for Dr. Sakuntala to come out with an answer. Because the brain, not the brain, how can I say? The inquisitiveness should work. What is missing here? What do you think missing there?
No, I don't know what you are expecting to hear from me about missing, but what I feel is that walking is something that is, can you say monotonous type or sort of that sort of function activity where these 4 steps can be applied, unlike some other activity. That is what I feel.
So,
because within a short period,
so what
that
is the effort then? What is the application for?
Application for
one thought. It is to have one thought. In the end, it is catching one thought, and if you catch, I mean, this is only initial bit I'm talking about because you can't really catch one thought. It's actually catching multiple thoughts. මොකක්ද ඒකට ආරණ වහන්සේ ඒ දේශනාවේ කියනවා මේ කොටස එක සිතක් අල්ලන්න බෑ. සිත පරම්පරාවක් අල්ලන්නේ. එක සිතක් අල්ලනවා කියලා එකක් නැහැ. කරන්න බෑ. පරම්පරාවක් අල්ලන්නේ. ඒකයි ඔය එක වැඩක් කරන්නේ. කොහොමද ඒවා ඉංග්‍රීසියෙන් කියන්නේ කියලා තේරෙන්නේ නැහැ.
Series of thoughts.
Series of thoughts. Just similar.
Means now seeing a flower means it's a series of thought. It's not one thought, isn't it?
Yeah, because if you actually change it to like actually try to cut it to dissect into all the thoughts, even one like the TV when you see a flower, how small the pixels are, like that, no?
Yeah, nothing will be formed.
Yeah.
That is why the Sankara part is there.
Yeah, so we can't actually catch the very small ones. True. But at least seeing is there. Why the Gantara Sadda can be a thing? That one series can be there. How a song from ladies when monks were walking for Pindapata. There was one lady singing a song, not a song, actually kaviya, like a poem. And how can that cause changes in the systems? It is a monotonous kind of thing. කසිතක උදේවැය දකින්නාට මරණය හමු නොවේ. Right? Aranwansa says this nicely. Oh, am I wrong?
Correct.
I think so. That full sentence I have heard multiple times.
Yeah. There is no death in the conventional sense of the word.
What did you say, Suranka?
I said the person who sees, whoever, not person, whatever, when one sees the truth in the one thought, single thought, there is no death in the conventional sense of the word.
Yeah. Because the last thought is also one thought.
Last thought is also one thought, and death is also a thought. Anything put to words is a thought. Even not put into words, a perception.
No, actually you experience a death there. You know what this is what is happening. Even in the death.
Teruvan Saranai, Doctor, and Teruvan Saranai, all the Dhamma friends. I am a bit busy now. I have engaged with some other work. Therefore, I am leaving now. Teruvan Saranai.
It's okay, Champa. Teruvan Saranai. It's a very serious talk we are doing actually. It's not suitable for even beginners, but I think you two should be able to go into these things. For beginners, this is not suitable at all. So you can't tell these things in a beginner's forum.
We can continue from that point on. We'll see whatever we can understand.
So it again boils down to one of these talks where, you know, how he generally says, "Basagatot menehi karanda," right? That is, if it's something becomes a thing.
Yeah, even that he changes, no?
Yeah, so that is good to a particular point, but then after that, any perception has the underlying existent field, right? And as long as that underlying existent field is there, the self vibration is alive and kicking. So recognition of that, I mean, obviously again, what is there to do the aware? Nothing in business.
Yeah, but the thing is, the thinking should not be powerful in that moment. That's the whole thing that the feel story comes. Because when the feel is very high, this moment can arise easily. Do you know? Do you understand?
That is the main problem.
That's why when I said to Dr. Sakuntala, be careful, because your if you say this to someone, a beginner, you have to say, for now you don't try to do that, but with time you will understand there is so much deeper things in there, because the advice you give today might not be the advice you get tomorrow. So you shouldn't put statements like that. No one can feel it like that. No one can feel one thought. As I said, it's a series. But the difficulty is the problem is also that with the right balance of Vidarshana and right balance of Samta, having that, because Aranwansa is so worried about monks turning it to Samatano, because because Samatha is a thing mastered by them. So as soon as they do something, they go into the Pavana business. Then you can't see one thought. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, that tendency to be lulled by the calmness.
Dhyana, yeah. Dhyana
is a big draw card. Mm.
So that is the other end of the problem. Like
Yeah.
people getting addicted to dhyana is a different problem. It's not a problem specifically for someone who has never done that. It's not a problem. But even them, you can get things from the past vibration. So it's very easy. But the right balance is kind of a magic, like making a kirihodda, right? Comes with so much practice.
Yeah, true.
But
So
why there is a
today,
path, Samma Samadhi, until Samma Samadhi, Samma Jnana, no, what are the last two? Not the 8, there is a 10.
Samma Jnana Vimukti.
Samma Jnana Vimukti. Until you come to that, there is a path. So Mama Natuva Kata Karno, Mama Natuva Jakari Karno, like all that is in the path. But there is a lot more. Now, all of us know the theory really well. But we have a problem of failing, right? Because our mind is a bit strong. So can't penetrate it. Penetrating the mind bubble is easier with the nature. And knowing that there is penetration is important so that you know when the moment comes. Not to disturb that process. Because it's a process that no one can predict. That's the whole thing, no?
Yeah, I mean, today's Hambampola talk also, or answer was mentioning the death part of it and saying who's there to die. What is there? What is death? And who is there to die? And just the breath going out. That's all. It's very powerful when he says it, isn't it? I mean, that word Kalakriya you mentioned yesterday, he said that today also, but ultimately, I don't know what it means, but then there's no person to Kalakriya karan even, no? Nothing.
Oh, it's a conscious.
A conscious letting go of the last breath, is it?
I mean, you're not unconscious.
You can't
If you're
really say
unconscious,
that, isn't it? Mm-hmm.
Yeah. No. What I was trying to say was, it's like this experience death while you are alive. It's the same experience, but more profound.
Because unlike any other system which has a vibration, the the Arahat actually knows that, I mean, it doesn't happen without knowing, isn't it?
It happens with knowing.
It happens with knowing. Because everybody else, how much you plan, you plan everything to the last moment, even rich people. They still don't know when that last moment is going to come, which is why they are half dying out of fear of that, rather than the death itself, which is why R.N. Vamsa says, you are worrying about death now, and you're doing all these things because of the death that is going to come at some point that you don't even know. I mean, the normal talk he tells like that, no, although in the main thing. There is no death business, he says. But when it comes to the Arahat, it's because they know when they are, what do you call that thing? Ayusanskare or Atharinana. So they know that is imminent and then they act accordingly, isn't it? That particular process. One
Yeah,
way he
actually, I
explained it
can't
quite
find that
long.
sermon he did to me long time ago. Actually, I can't find it. In the sense, I can't even understand how to find it. But the thing is, because I can't remember now exactly, because it was too much for me at that time. But I remember him saying how that happens, like how the fourth dhyana comes back to the
First
first
dhyana.
one and going backwards. Yeah, going back. So it was said nicely. I remember some parts of it. But yeah, it was too early for that question.
But yesterday you said that the question that you asked about Kala Kriya, you felt it was very silly.
Not
Why did you?
silly, but in the sense now I feel that was silly because I didn't even fully understand the answer, Not silly, as I mean that word is too much, I think. Question itself is good for someone at that point, but it was too early. Question asked too early. That was out of curiosity. I have asked that,
found
not
a
through the
talk
experiences.
I found a talk which is about Klesa Parinibbana and Skanda Parinibbana.
Mm-hmm.
If you are interested, I can put it to the WhatsApp group.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, please.
That might talk about the Kala Kriya. I don't know whether it will, but
Klesa
it might.
Parinibbana is the change that Aranhanse is expecting from everyone.
Yeah.
And Skanda Parinibbana is the actual passing away of the system. Yeah, thank you. It's very important to keep your view open. Don't close the mind. Like that's a advice to Dr. Sakuntala. Don't close the mind. Keep it fully open. Anything can happen, because if you close it too early, saying, this is not going to happen. This is yes. Don't close like that. Keep like a really open heart, really open mind.
Yeah.
Because why I said be careful is, if you don't know, you don't go to the next level. If you don't know there's a next level, you don't go to the next level. What Lord Buddha did from Arupa Dhyana, he felt that there should be something more. He fought for it for 6 years. Trying to understand the whole thing. The exploration, investigation should be kept open, like a lab experience where you don't know what the output would be, kind of thing. Rather than that is for actually Lord Buddha. He doesn't know what is the outcome. He just kept investigating. But for sons of Lord Buddha, or the ones who is understanding Dhamma after Lord Buddha, you have some kind of guidance that there is no self. So whatever the experience is to confirm that.
The other thing, Doctor, is based on the last night's talk. Can you explain more about the, he said, Advancer said to Sudharma's question, how he said jealousy, desire,
No, he said and
anger,
hatred and
hatred, those are coming from the self-view.
yeah, that's because it's in the sensual world.
Yeah, and then he said right and wrong,
Yeah, that's also sensual
ugly
world.
and beautiful is coming from the mind sensor. And when Sudama went to explain something, he said, this is the problem because you're trying to rationalize it in the mind and to come to the feel, and then it will be clear. But at that time, I thought maybe I'll ask you those things. So, jealousy, hatred, desire, those are emotions, isn't it? So emotions, as opposed to ugly and beautiful, it is not an emotion. But now deyak නැති දුකක් and deyak නැති සතුටක් නැති සතුටක්. Now satuta there is also an emotion,
That
isn't
is
it?
the little baby level. So little baby is also satutana.
I didn't get it.
So small baby with the radiant mind, there is some kind of happiness, some kind of sadness, right? When the senses are upset,
That
the
kind of very, very
baby,
almost primitive kind of happiness, no?
yeah,
Very innocent happiness.
yes.
And
And innocent sadness. When the
innocent
hand is cut,
sadness.
the baby is crying, not because he's angry or anything.
Not because it's trying to find who to blame, who cut the hand, nothing like that, isn't it? Just it's
No.
paining and the baby's crying. That's it.
Yes. So whole effort is to go to baby Surangika, baby Sakuntala, baby Kokila. It's funny.
So in that context, now when Suddhodana Rajuru died, Vansi said there is a sadness, right?
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's that baby innocent sadness, but
with full AI working.
but extrapolated to an adult, right?
Yeah. The mind sensor is nicely working. You know it's dead. You know what to do. Everything is there. It's not the baby type though. I mean baby vibration maybe, but because the actually speaking, if it's an arahant, the even the sasa power is not there.
Yeah, but everything is now cheese, no? So the cheese experience only is coming, but still innocent, no?
You know, Aranohan says Dhamma. Actually speaking, what Aranohan is saying, if you understand this Dhamma and get rid of this sasa power in the mind, you are actually getting rid of the whole sasa power. So that is the actual feel. So until the skandha parinirvana, that is the feel. Do you get it?
Okay, say that again, Dr. Kokila.
Now, someone attain nirvana, or in the sense, creates parinirvana. So the
When you're
Sasava is not there.
experiencing the senses, no?
Experience in the senses without the burning, the
Without the
Sasava
burning.
power.
Mm.
So that is a fully functional adult without Sasava. So
Without sasa, yeah.
that is
Me.
uh, uh, the actual senses are working beautifully, and the until the skandha parinirvana, it is continuing.
But the senses are working, but
Happiness, sadness is also there. Not because of why the jealousy can't be there is jealous. If the jealousy is there, you have to have something to be jealous of.
yeah, exactly. Mm.
Yeah.
There's always something to get fixated on, right?
Yeah, you can't have anidasana vinyani and
You can't.
be jealous.
Yeah. Mm. There is ajjosa dittati there anyway. Mm.
Yeah, true.
What was I going to see now? Can't remember.
So the bahira දෙයක් වෙනවා.
External world becoming real.
External world becoming real is fully functional if you are actually fixating on someone outside. That's the
right.
problem.
Yeah.
If you are fixating on Aryan Hanse or someone, it is a problem.
Even if you're not fixating, yeah, I mean, then even if one is still feeling a heaviness, it can come through, as you say, the perception and the, but that is where it becomes trickier, isn't it? When it is coming from the perception, and then even trickier when it comes from the...
No, when it is coming from the perception, person knows.
Because
That's the
there is some
difference.
element of lightness because of the transcendence from the sensual world, is what you're saying. But
Yeah.
sometimes it's not easy to catch it, Doctor. That it's coming from the mind only.
Yeah, it can be.
Because even if it's coming from the mind, there is a stage where it still tries to project it to the outside. But that projection gradually reduces or ceases, and even in that process, it's difficult to project.
Mm.
The projection doesn't work after that. It's like it's malfunctioning out of wisdom.
Mm.
Did that make sense? I don't know.
Yeah. You know that the actual incident is not erased. As a AI working, the system is working. You know the whole thing, but the power is not there. Power is not
Power is
falling.
not there. Yeah, that's right.
Because you can't. The system still works nicely.
Yeah.
Even if someone is trying to trick you, you know that it's okay. Otherwise, you would say, then did your attention fall to other side? That's not how it works. That this whole thing is to get rid of the sasava. That's you have to remember.
Yeah, that's the fundamental thing, isn't it?
Yeah. If you miss the fundamental thing and keep tracking the other things, it's not good. That's why Aranahan says shouting sometimes, begging sometimes,
But the first fundamental is the self-view.
Outside is not true is the first fundamental. Outside involves self-view, Putva view, chair view, sun view, moon view, everything.
Yeah.
Every view is a
self-view.
Every view falls into self-view,
For Pruthakjana, lay people, but then it is only after self-view is gone that you turn to the taints, isn't it? Is that right? Because he said no recently also, don't worry about the taints, that they will take care of themselves,
Yes,
take care of
100%.
itself. But then in another place he
First,
says you must be aware also.
yeah,
But
but to start the path, you have to start it from outside.
start it from outside, because otherwise he said you'll get waylaid, isn't it? Go somewhere off.
Yeah, yeah.
Dr. Sakunthala, what do you think of that?
Maybe she's busy.
So I think about a week ago on the Zoom, Sudama was saying something, and I mentioned this particular experience. Doctor, you were not there, I think, at that time. So I was relating an incident where I had to take my mother to the doctor or something, and I noticed that if we have started out late with the fact that now a thought comes, not that a thought even came, a thought didn't actually come. There was a heaviness, like a slight tension, not even heaviness, slight tension, and then there was a halfway whilst driving, there was because the tension started coming. You know how Asanti always says now it's very difficult when a tension comes, type of thing. So you notice it immediately, right? So when the tension came, then one realized that maybe because this now the mind has got into its thing that now late now for the appointment. So this was like a natural reaction because of the fact that now the mind thinks they're late. So is that there was a reflection later, but then that was taken as the formless. Is that correct?
Yeah, my advice is for Surangika is to stop thinking.
Yes. This was before that advice that this incident was. The reflection.
Yeah, because continue with the feel. Continue with the feel, because more you reflect, reflect part is all right. You can't really deviate until you get fed up with the reflection. The reflection, the more you understand that this is more towards the feel, then reflect part will actually will be powerless. Reflection is what is your reflection? This is the mind sensor. That is not necessary. If you know it is the mind sensor, why are you reflecting? Because it jeopardizes the feel.
You know that one. That is why I was asking about last night's split between ugly, beautiful, and.
But R.N. Hanse, R.N. Hanse or an Arahant, because R.N. Hanse word is used interchangeably everywhere. But an Arahant, I don't think there would be a fire.
Yeah, that is the thing there, doctor. So even how can you say it is the mind sensor and it is a natural emotion from the mind sensor? Now that was something that was always in the back of the mind. Where how
Because
can you say that? Because an arahat won't care whether he is 2 hours late for something. He'll just go it won't be a thing
it
for
will
him.
be in the moment. So in the moment you are not worried about the future. So that is there.
Yeah, so
but now I remind you again, this whole effort is to find the sasara and actually see the zero of it. So, and that's all.
So the only thing one can do there is to see the tension or acknowledge the tension.
Yeah, tension is there.
And that's it.
Yeah. Because we are not going to have a fight with that tension. That's not the way.
Yeah, understood. Yeah.
That same answer that Aranohanse gave to that lady, she was sitting down in front of him and telling something. The questions were not heard, but answers were clearly heard from Aranohanse. He said, don't worry about your power. Keep understanding Dhamma. Keep feeling the Dhamma. That's all you can do. So keep feeling Dhamma will actually eradicate this power. Once the Saso power is zero, it's like a rubber band released.
But where was that? Which talk was that where he said to that person? Oh, I can't remember. Maybe a couple of days ago.
Mm-hmm.
Where he said to that person, don't worry about your Shasviya.
Yeah, that one, yeah. Yeah.
Was that the same thing you were mentioning?
Same thing. Yeah. Yeah, same thing. So
first the Gatipurudu, yeah.
Yeah. So there's an attitude in us now. Late is not good.
Late is not good, exactly. So the mind has definitely put it in, no?
It's okay, but late is not good is still active.
Late is exactly. That is
That's
why
in
the
the
tension
mind.
was
That's
coming.
in the
Yeah.
mind, yeah. Going early is good. That's in the mind.
And the funniest thing is no discussion about being late. There were no thoughts as such, like very explicit thoughts even coming about being late. But it surfaced with a tension.
That's the same thing with the whole system, how it will work. Because it's not that prominent now, but the mind, it's the mind tricking us.
Yeah.
The privacy and this whole thing, good, bad, everything is in the mind now. These words actually don't have a external kind of value.
It's
so
all
weird.
societal. What you call those things? Panavagattu ones things, isn't it? What conventional?
Yeah, the concepts.
Conventional, some kind of. That is also another system.
Yes, and the thing is, they are ingrained in us now. Like Asian kids will have a different attitude. Some others will have a different attitude, and clash between these things, and clash
just
between
think.
generational attitudes.
I mean, just think about this, doctor. Can we remain seated when leave alone a monk coming and standing in front of us, even an elderly person. But okay, let's take a monk example. Now we'll jump to our feet, right? And we'll do other things like worshipping. But anyway, let's just say jump to our feet. But a foreigner would just wait, right, wherever they are.
That's because they don't have that idea in the system.
Yeah, that's because they don't.
So
have
whatever the
idea.
data they have, they will act on that. So the data, every data in the mind will come to the things like a AI system. So the knowing this, the maturity is coming from that.
Yeah.
And the mind power will come down slowly. So the good bad stuff are ingrained in this system from the young childhood. So some of them might take a long time. හොඳ නරක එකක් තියාගන්නවා කියන්නේ actual arahant will not, I mean, they know what is good or bad. You know, Aranansi said in one place, I will only go by the law. I will go by the law. He said nicely, like Lord Buddha went by the law.
Yeah.
So that's common sense.
Yeah, even today he said about preaching the Dhamma, that he said that's a conscious decision not to be part of the order of bhikkhus in this country, because if one gets into that, one has to abide by the laws.
Yeah, and you
the
can't be
truth
just
cannot,
fighting there.
the truth cannot be said in that framework. So we chose not to be part of the framework. Because ultimately, what is it that has to be done? Ultimately, he said, we have to alleviate the suffering of the poor people, of our people who are suffering. And if that is the ultimate goal, ultimate aim,
that is
which
also
was
because
also
Lord
the
Buddha
aim
put
of
it
the
to the
Buddha.
system. Lord Buddha, if Lord Buddha didn't say that, actually that sanya will also not be there.
Meaning alleviate the suffering.
Yeah, now Lord Buddha said no, go from home to home, or like from place to place and keep preaching Dhamma. It's such a kind of a order from him. Anyway, an arahant will feel the other person's heaviness and try to alleviate that. But going from place to place is not in that agenda. But that has come from Lord Buddha's request. Yeah.
I was actually attending to some work while listening. Can I ask you? I just heard you discussing you were using what was the term you used to explain the happiness in the baby with the radiant mind? If you can, do you remember what was the term you thought that it is a better word? Happiness in the little baby and the unhappiness in the little baby. You use some terms.
I can't remember. Do you remember, Sarangika?
No, I don't remember what you said. You did say something. I think we later said it was innocent happiness, but before that you said something.
Innocent happiness or something.
But that word is, I think, slightly biased, because innocent word has a bias, no?
Because there is sasava already, is it?
No. Every word has a bias. Because there's no word in radiant mind.
Yeah.
Radiant mind is just a feel, no words.
No. When you are explaining, you need some.
Yeah, it is difficult. It is difficult. Yeah.
Thank you.
But there is a.
I think it's, I mean, you can say that happiness has an innocence in it. The sadness
it's an
has an
apparent
innocence
happiness.
in it.
It's an apparent happiness. We call it happiness.
Okay.
Even happy word has a bias. When we use any word has a bias.
Yeah.
We call it happy. The child is unhappy when there is a tummy ache. So that word is also biased. So apparent unhappiness, apparent happiness. It's actually a excitation. Because with the tummy ache, the baby will never laugh, never smile. So it has a pattern, right?
So there anyway, you can't use the word happiness. Yes.
Yeah,
Innocent.
that's why we have put words into these systems like this baby is unhappy or baby is not well.
Yeah.
But we put that. In babies, if you go to the baby system and you become the baby, it is just a feel. It's a unpleasant feel.
Yeah, unpleasant feel. In the same way, you can say pleasant feel also. Pleasantness, pleasant feel or unpleasant feel.
Yeah. And that is normal for even an arahant. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. I think we have come to the end of the session.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much, Aryan Mahansa. Thank you, Dharma friends. May
Thank
Trilogy
you.
bless you all.
Thank you, Dr. Gopinath, and everyone.
You have to keep in mind that the outside does not exist and that it is only an illusion. You also have to know that the thought is a lie. The above practice of seeing that there is no truth to the thought means observing the udayavaya of the skandha that forms at every moment. Another way of seeing the truth in the thought is to observe the thought according to the yatha bhuta jnana, the moment the thought arises. You also have to keep in mind that the outside does not exist at all, and that the outside is a lie. Keep in mind and see that even the thought does not exist at all, that the outside is a lie, that the thought is also a lie. The Buddha said, Tatra Tatra Vipassati. This means to observe the thought the moment it arises, on the spot. Sile patitaya naro sapanno chittam annanga bhavayam atapi nipako bhikkhuso imam vijetaye jatanti. If our mind is not calm, we cannot see these thoughts clearly. If we can see the pure truth in one thought, we would be able to overcome this illusional death and rebirth. The above stanza means that we need some discipline in the mind to enable us to closely analyze a thought. When we begin to go on the path, we clearly need to see how one thought arises and how it immediately ceases to exist. Oh, how it disappears. Even after we live for a long time in this life, at the end we would only have one thought just before our time of death. Even while living, we have only one thought at a time. The last thought that arises just before we leave this mundane world is known as the Chutisita. Seeing the truth in this thought means you see the illusory nature of the thought. You see that there is nothing in the thought and you let it go. At the end, at the last stages of your life, you would do the same thing to the last thought that arises in your mind. You would see the truth. Tedwan Sanna, everybody.
Therwan Saranai. May all of you be blessed by Triple Gem. We worship Aran Wahanse at his feet. Therwan Saranai, all Dhamma friends who have joined to the Zoom and also who are listening from the YouTube. This is the English Zoom discussion, and we will be discussing the facts that Shani just read from the book, The True Dhamma Has Awakened, Volume 2. So we were discussing the facts read from yesterday, and then it is a continuity of what was mentioned and discussed yesterday. As a summary, what she read was all about the thought formation and then how it happens as a result of the five senses. As long as the breathing is there, the five senses will be activated. Five senses in the sense the eye, ear, nose, tongue, and the skin. So there is a continuous process. There is continuous stimuli which are arising as a part of this sensor function. And in the baby with the radiant mind, it's only these sensor functions which are there. That means the baby will experience seeing, hearing, and feeling. But later on, little by little, these sensor functions unite together, and there is the sixth sensor or the thought formation or the mind faculty or mind sensor comes to light. So we are actually dealing with the thoughts or the activity of this sensor function, mind function or mind faculty, and this is what will take the system thereafter, taking charge of the system, and the living or the feeling of alive or the feeling of existence is the ultimate result. But as Shani said, always there is only one thought at a time, and there is a sequence of thoughts, series of thoughts, which means the which gives the meaning to the life, or this is a changing pattern of thoughts, and the it's called abhisankaranaya, or changing pattern of the thought gives the feeling that I am alive. Actually, what happens is, as a part of this thought sequence or this thought flow, there is a power, there is some some form of current, and this current gives the feeling that of alive, feeling of existence, or feeling of alive. But a name is given as myself. So in other words, feeling of living or feeling of alive, feeling of existing is simply a current, which is the ultimate result of this cause and effect series. Right at the beginning, it's a function of the sensor function of the 5 main faculties, and then as I said, it's a thought which is the collective result of the other 5 sense faculties. And also only one thought at a time. And this thought has all the components contributed by the other 5 senses. So in other words, a thought has the components of a shape, that means a light, and then sound, and the things like, depending on the relevance, things like taste, smell, and also the feeling of the skin, the tactile feeling. So all these components are there in one thought. And also now, at the time of the collapse of the physical body, at the time of the so-called death in the mundane world, that time also there is only one single thought. So depending on the current, how strong the power of this thought decides actually what happens next. So that is called the Chutisita, or the thought that occurred at the last, as the very last thought of the life on this side, just at the time where the physical body ceases to function. And depending on that current, how powerful, how strong that current is, it's decided where it will telepathize. So this whole process is something beyond control of a self, and there is no particular specific plannable way of happening, and this continues. If the current is not, if it doesn't come to the 0 level at this end, it will synchronize somewhere else. So that is the danger of this, that is the danger, or the fearful fact about this current. So I can see Surangika and Lalana also has joined. Would you like to add something? Teruvan Saranai.
Teruvan Saranai, Doctor. Teruvan Saranai, everyone. Yes, Doctor, the most important thing we have to understand the how the current, the power of the current, how it has come through. So when we analyze our 5 faculties, it is the main reason to have a thought to become real. So when we analyze it carefully, so we know that current makes us the world, and our thought becomes real for everyone. So without analyzing it, how the thought has formed, we won't be able to get rid of the thought. We are unable to see the truth of the mind. The mind is a thought. Thought is not real at all. So the powerfulness of the thought starts due to the sense creation. So when we understand this reality, the power of the thought will diminishing little by little gradually. So the existing field also, we know it is not true due to the speedy occurrence of these senses. It gives us the picture as it is real even. So it is not real actually. So when we understand this reality, it may take time, but Doctor, this truth we haven't heard before. So when you are doing something, you feel it. The thought is not real. But when you understand the reality of the thought, we can do our things leisurely. Whatever happens to us, whatever comes to us, we know how to handle it before than earlier. So this thought makes us the world. That is 100% true. Our advance is always highlighting the power of the thought. So this power makes us the world. The gravity of the power depends on our samsara journey. So I think every one of us know this true. But to realization takes time. It doesn't matter. But when you experience it, the thought is not real. You can do your things leisurely. And you may feel, no one is feel it. The happiness, not the happiness, the freedom that you are experience is cannot be explained even. The more freedom you feel, because whatever you do, wherever you go, it doesn't matter for you. You can do your things leisurely because the world does not become true for you. So that feel increasing gradually. So I think that is the most important part in this true Dharma to understand how the power has formed and the formation of your mind and the thought. So when you understand this reality, it's very easy to live without any doubt. Not even a doubt. Your suffering, your sorrow will diminishing gradually, Doctor. That's what I want to say. Devan Saranai.
Yes, Thiruvan Saranai. Uh, I would like to invite Dr. Kokila or Surangika also to.
Sorry, I missed the first bit. What was the initial bit, like the topic?
It was actually about the thought formation, and then briefly talked about the Chutisita. And it was explained that
From the book?
Yes, from the book, yes.
Oh, okay.
Only one thought at a time, and then that effect of that last thought is what is called the Chutisita, and the current which is there at that moment will decide the next outcome. That was, there was some.
Yeah. Actually, Surangika can join the discussion if she can, or this I can see few others also, they can join as well. So till someone join, I'll continue the discussion. Yeah, it's very important to understand the thought is just a construct. That part is really important. So we understand that whatever the projection we have so much projections, the daughter, son, mother, father, family, my country, my village, my close family, distant family, whatever, the friends. So you have kind of a circle, the world, that's your world. Your world is not similar to the other person. Even if they are living in the same house, that would be very, very different. So we understand the worlds are quite different. But we keep understanding through this Dhamma that the world actually is a kind of a stimulus or thought. And to understand that thought is also not real is the most important aspect, I would say. And and when we understand that it's only one stimulus at a time and one thought at a time, and the power of that thought which underlies the thought is what we feel, and that one is actually nothing related to the stimulus. That is why when we talk about that, we understand that the levels, that is actually due to the speed of the sensory organ, but we don't know that. We don't know that. Even the even that baby's reading mind, there's no ability to understand that there's underlying power, small power. It's not a massive power, it's very small, but still to detect that, the best way to detect that is to understand your thought process and the thinking patterns. There's so many different thinking patterns, and we can understand one person will have a different, and the way you think is the magic power that you end up with a really bad kind of worse vibration than you are born. That's the usual pattern. Usually most of the humans will end up in lower realms. That's what Lord Buddha suggested. Your home is usually lower realms, not upper realms. But rarely you can get some upper realms too. But the main important thing is the correct vision. Anyone else who can join the discussion? The formation of mind, or formation of one thought, or formation of this and the continuation of this vibration is the main thing that we keep understanding. Any practical points also you can ask. Anything else, Suranka? Do you have anything to add?
Dr. Pokina and other friends. Yes, I think the point about various emotions and various realms being touched by this one thought is quite important that you try to bring out. We've heard about the 31 planes of existence and the conventional or worldly interpretation of this, thinking that, there are actually different planes of existence, or when one dies, one goes to heaven, when one dies, one goes to hell, so on and so forth. So those have all been based on misconceptions that have been carried on over the years through various teachings. It has been through the
what Suranka said. Was it similar to everyone, or was it me? Maybe it is me, actually.
Sorry, Dr. Pokina?
No, I couldn't hear part of what you said. Was it only my problem, or was it same to the others?
I just said that in terms of the thought and how important it is to analyze the thought. And as a part of that, to understand that these 31 planes of existence. Sorry, can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear.
Okay. So as part of understanding the thought, that it is also equally important to understand this so-called 31 planes of existence, which if we didn't come across the true Dhamma, there was this notion or misconception that those actually existed outside somewhere, and that one has to die to go to heaven and might die and go to hell. So therefore do good, do merit, and so on and so forth. So through this true Dhamma, we understand by analyzing the thought and the volitional formations that I think Dr. Sakuntala, you touched on earlier, as well as in the book. The depends on how coarse that emotion, how coarse that upadana or the attachment and the craving is to the thought, and how strong that self vibration is, then that can propel one to the lower realms. If it is finer and finer and the volitional formation becomes less as the defilements fade away gradually, then the realms can be the higher realms, because the thoughts are not as coarse and not as heavy as it used to be because of the understanding of the true Dhamma. But despite it being in different planes, so I'll come to that in a minute. The other thing that even Aryan Vahansa, a noble spiritual teacher, says that another misconception is people think that, the dog is in the dog world and the cat is in the cat world, and then we humans, we are in the human world, and therefore we are, higher than them and, more superior than them kind of thing. But if you take any kind of example of different people behaving in different ways, or even with our own experiences, one knows that if pushed, as long as one is in ignorance, through emotions and through volitional formations, one can get angry, one can get stressed, one can get depressed, one can, in a fraction of a moment, there can be a murder that will happen because someone has flown into a temper or into a rage, to the extent that that person can take a knife or a gun and stab or shoot a person. So to that extent, the abhisankarana or the volitional formation can go to an absolute extreme. So if that happens, and the rage that even consumes the person, one can see from that itself, when one analyzes the thought and the process behind it, that the realms of hell have come about through that act, through that volitional formation. The vibration itself is very coarse and very heavy, and therefore the realm of hell, or the different types of hells, are touched in that moment. Similarly, you can have people with more awareness of the Dhamma, the defilements are fading, and that person can have only very, very light or low self-vibration, and perhaps somebody on the path. So then there can be a state of even Brahma, or the different Brahma planes. And then that would be a lesser burdensome, less heavy formation, volitional formation, or thought construct in that particular moment. But the other aspect that the Buddha always said was that all these 31 planes of existence are still vibrations, isn't it? They're still different degrees of self-vibration. And that's what we need to understand. So any kind of vibration is not the Buddha's word on. That's not that's something that one has to work on, because the ultimate akampita or non-vibrational state is the state, and vibration of any form was frowned upon by the Buddha, because that was the state that would keep a human being, or any species for that matter, in this samsaric cycle, in this continued cycle of suffering, birth and death. So I think the 31 planes of existence is another way of analyzing this thought and the construct. in order to be able to get into the point of gradually, of course, but get to the point of non-vibration. Yes, Dr. Kopila.
Yeah, that's true. Actually, when we talk about this construct, when we talk about the 31 realms, and we talk about the thought, it's all kind of similar because all the planes are in one thought, and it's sorry, I had to mute a little bit. There's so much sound down here. So what I was trying to say is like it's bit difficult sometimes for us to get around this idea of 31 realms in one thought, but actually what it means is the when we take everything for granted and when the thought is felt as real, when the projection becomes outside, the vibration has to be so high, and those vibrations, we call it like sensual realm. Sensual realms has the 4 realms of the is it called hell? So 4 realms of lower realms, and then the human and the I think the devas, and then when we come to understand the other level, it's actually in the mind side. Not understanding the fully Dhamma, I'm just talking about someone who has not understood Dhamma. When one actually is in the mind side or in the field side, it would be the non-form level. So can you understand that? How can you actually feel this? Because the baby is actually the start of the baby's life is an example that you can feel this very well. So the baby or 6-week baby, if you take an example for a 6-week baby, you can understand that how this feel level would be. It's a non-form level. Can you understand that non-form level? How that would be? Actually, there's no even thought in that level, in the non-form level. But when the thoughts are now already, when we talk about someone in age like more than 7 years or so, there's already the thoughts are already formed, and thoughts would be showing the kind of all these levels. How? Because the feel level, then the perception level. Perception is just the form level. There's no projection as such, but you have all the kind of perception in the basic level, like you will have the idea of idea of something. But then when we go on, when it happens again and again, a lot of things will come together, and then projection is getting stronger and stronger. That's the thought level. So when we understand this, now when we talk about someone and trying to understand this Dhamma, this thought is already formed. This is a very classic feature of humans. It's in human thought only we talk about these 31 realms. So in a human thought, you can understand that human stimuli, or just one stimuli starting from maybe if you just sit down in your garden and you hear noise, and you understand that it is a sound of a crow. So sound of the crow, how did that happen? Sound of the crow, the sound. And how does the sound perception come? How does the sound perception come? And how does the sound of the crow comes, you know. But when the sound of the crow has already happened, you can't reverse it. Lord Buddha said this nicely, that you can't reverse it. So it will be the sound of the crow anyway. But then when you hear the sound of the crow, all the realms are there. How come is that? Because you had the feel. You had the feel. What was the feel? Feel was the nature feel that we had. It is already here in the sound of the crow. That vibration, the vibratory nature of the ear is already there. Let alone the vibration of self. Because in a normal human who has not understood any Dhamma, it would be misinterpreted as self anyway. But when we interpret this now, it becomes a bit different. But just trying to say the crow of the sound. Sorry, sound of the crow. What am I saying? Sound of the crow. How that had these all three layers: the feel, the vibration of the ear, and then the actual perception, and then the story you have about it. Because the sound of the crow can bring so many things to your life. You have already have an idea of he must be asking for food, or here come it is. I will not be able to sit in this garden without, I just wanted to sit here peacefully. Now these crows are shouting here, something like that. This would go on and on. How does that happen? So that's the important thing. So how this humanity, or the most important human life, how this one thought is having all these features, and what actually happens with this self view is you just misinterpret everything. The misinterpretation of the feel is the beginning, because you never know that it is just a vibration of the ear. It's already been misinterpreted, or misconception is there that it is felt here. So you felt when something is felt here, you immediately take it as it's felt something like me or mine or myself. Everything is there now, and even the perception crow. Yeah, it is the continuation of what you hear, what you see, what you. I mean, I don't think anyone will try to catch a crow and touch, but you know, of course, how it will be feeling, because it's a bird. So this story goes on and on. Story goes on and on. So what happens when you die? So the thought will stop. What does not stop there? There's something which is not stopping. What is not stopping? The power. Why? Because power was not actually associated with the stimulus. That is the power which happened in the initial zygote of you as well, like yourself. But then that will be going on. This is what happened to our parents. If they because they didn't hear any of these Dhamma at all. They heard some Dhamma, but not full Dhamma. So they just thought they are existing, and they thought when they are dying, they are dying. Very easy. Just think that you were born in somewhere, and then you lived about 85 years, and then you just die. And you think that you are dying. Nothing wrong, but they just die suffering, thinking that they have to leave everyone, and they didn't know what is going to happen. So why does that happen? Because the power which initially happened is surviving, there is no way that that power will go down. Why? Because as we know, living is cold. What happens is the constructs are going to get more stronger and stronger. So the power is going to get stronger and stronger. So the more you have the data, more you have the power, because they all give you the sense of living, a sense of self. So this sense of self has nothing to do with this sensory organ vibrations, but due to the ignorance, this continued to play a part in everyone's life, isn't it? Anyone to add something to that?
Yes, I think you were explaining very well about the current, which is going to give trouble because it's not going to end up when the physical body ceases functioning. And also, I think Surangika also explained some facts about how the current can vary in one physical body. I mean, a person who gets very angry for some reason has a very powerful current or very powerful mind vibration at that moment. And if something happens to that physical body at that moment, when that current is very strong, that when that power generated is very strong, if for some reason, if the person gets killed, now for example, in practical point of view, if we talk about some form of fighting between maybe two people or a group, and due to an attack, the person, one of the people who got involved, get killed at that moment. The thought which generated at that moment will have a very powerful, very strong current. And that is the current which is going to be very decisive at that moment, because that is the current which is going to be synchronized to the next life. So even though the person had a human body in this birth, because the current has been so powerful, it might get synchronized with a zygote of an animal. Or even I remember once R.N. Hase, our noble friend, explained that there have been some scientific reports to say that they call it some lives, some life, but I think from our point of view we can say that some vibrations, even in the fire. So that, I mean, we can explain that in very crude way. You can explain it as the hell, being born in the hell. So it's something like that. So the current which will be the decisive factor right at the time where the Chutisita is formed, or the very last thought is formed in this body. So that is the danger now. Even if a person who has been behaving well according to the lay person's talking, even if the person is behaving well, not doing bad things, maybe at one point, due to some reason, he will lose the temper and then get involved in something like the incident that I explained just now. So that current which is there at that moment in that last thought is going to decide where it will synchronize. So whatever the good things that the person has been doing will not be helpful mostly, because it is that single thought which is going to decide everything. And that single thought, I remember in some of the discussions with our RN Mahase, he says that thought is not only related to the things happen in this birth, it can uh, bring the experiences of maybe previous births to this point. So it is a collective experience or collective uh, current which occurs in this moment. So these things are actually very complicated and very difficult to understand sometimes. And we can see that there is no assurance at all that you can have a good life in your next birth simply because you are doing good things in this life. That is what we have been doing actually. We were told that doing good things, behaving well, and lots of meritorious activities will bring good to the future births. But it's not so, because there are stories even from Lord Buddha's time where people, sometimes kings and queens, who have done uh, extremely high level meritorious activities, but still they, even for a brief period, they had some birth in animal levels, because those have been described by Lord Buddha. So the behavior of this mind is so complex. Yes, Kokila, if you can add
Yeah,
something.
actually, I wanted to add to that.
Yes.
You know,
Yes.
the main problem we had was we looked at this. I mean, even if someone tells us any of these things, we used to look at this whole scenario with the self view, and also scenario with the view of consciousness, or the view of being alive, kind of like, I don't know how to say that, because we never thought about it as like a vibratory effect, and just nothing, you know, like it's nothing specific, but we felt something specific, because I know even these scientists would understand this, but the main problem here is the way they look at this is with the self view. And but what Lord Buddha discussed was looking at this from non-self perspective, isn't it? Because a scientist can definitely sense this and say, yeah, there's no, you know, there is some kind of, you know, consciousness everywhere. Yes, there is thought formation. Maybe thought is not actually real. Even that point, they might say, but they all are stuck in this vijnana, or the you know, the consciousness level, because they don't really go beyond that. They can't go beyond that, because they have not explored it beyond that, because they can't do it in the lab. They can't really understand anything beyond consciousness at all. So that's where the abhinya, or someone's like, you know, extreme feel level into the non-vibration comes very important, because this is something you can feel only. You can kind of discuss that and say that, but that's why it is called Samvitika, because basic consciousness is the basic thing everyone would like agree. They agree that you know, consciousness is something which is universal or something like that. They will stop there, because they can't really understand anything beyond that, because beyond that is only a field. So even the consciousness is a field, but then beyond, how can you understand that there is something beyond consciousness, like non-vibration? That is the problem. And also looking at this, saviññānaka and aviññānaka, I don't know whether there's an English word for this. Actually, Suranka might be able to help there, whether there is a word used somewhere. Because Sudama is not here today. So, because she used to study this a lot, to say the words in English. But I would say, what did you say, Surangika? Saviññānaka and aviññānaka. Like, I'm not sure.
I think it's just taking the self vibration to be real, isn't it? Because there's some, I don't know a particular term for it, but the consciousness or the Saviññānaka view that you were trying to explain is the that's taken as a base, and that is almost like that's a given for everybody. That's the default, because for the conventional world, they cannot absolutely fathom anything where the consciousness is not there. And when I say consciousness, it doesn't mean consciousness as a word or consciousness as a term. Consciousness exactly the way we interpret it, because what is consciousness, as Aryan Maharsa says, and we have understood through the true Dhamma, is the feel, isn't it? The feeling of existence. But what the conventional world and the lay people don't understand because of ignorance is that even that feel is a construct. So
that's the thing. The vibratory nature of everything, and the speed is the magic of this problem. Speed is the magic. Speed has nothing to do with the self, by the way. It's just the nature. But the problem is with the speed, you feel as alive, and you feel as, existing. You feel as something is happening. So that is the problem that is misunderstood from the beginning to the end. And even to discuss this, I think, is such a beautiful thing, because you can't get around that idea much. Just to discuss this, let alone feeling this. Even to just understand this, that this self is actually a misconception or misunderstanding due to speedy vibration of whatever the organ. It doesn't matter what the organ is. And finally, we are able to actually, just hand over. If you want it, you just keep it. Hand over it to the I. I mean, if we understand that the I is impermanent in that sense, who will like to crave for impermanent things? No one. Not a person who has a kind of a good sense, normal sense, common sense, would go after something which is a construct. I mean, as children, we went after sand castles. We don't do that anymore. Do we? Isn't it? Anyone? Yeah. I mean, it is funny to say that, though, because we all had that idea, isn't it, Suranta? We all had that idea. We went, I mean, I can't really, if I start to say about how I went after this self-vibration, this Zoom, I don't think that the Zooms will end. I mean, Zooms will continue. Because if you take one by one, how arrogant we were in believing that there is a, how foolish we were believing that there is a, how craving we were, thinking that there are things to crave for. It's weird. I mean, now only that it feels weird.
And that is the problem, isn't it? I mean, when we talk about this consciousness, because of that alive feel, that is why it's so difficult for the people in the mundane world to understand, because they'll say, what are you talking? What nonsense are you talking? I can feel it.
Yeah.
I can feel the world is there. I can feel myself here. I can feel that. I can feel this. And whatever you say, you can't deny the fact that I feel. So the problem is the feel is there through the construct, through the speedy vibration, through all that. What they don't understand is how, because of that feel, and they don't understand how the feel came about, they attribute the feel to an I, to an absolute,
Yes.
some concept that has been perceived and conceived, whatever word you want to call it. And they have said, I feel that, I feel this, I see that, I hear this. So the I has been attached. How did the I get attached? So there is no way that one can unravel that. And until such time one can unravel that through this true Dhamma, there is always that attachment, there's always that linking to the I, to the ego, and to the identity. And as you said just a minute ago, nobody will want to accept the fact that there is no I, that there is this is an anatma or no self dhamma, that there was never an I or a self here, and it was just a wrong self view. Because I mean, you can't blame them if they have not, fundamentally understood how this whole process, this mechanism works. It is impossible to unravel the I, isn't it? The illusion of
Yeah.
the I.
In the other way around, once you understand this, it is very difficult to say the other way around.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and then we are like, who am I? Who are you talking about? Who are you? And then as Aranwanse says all the time, I mean, I can understand how Aranwanse must be feeling, because we used to talk to him all the time in the Zoom discussions much, I mean, before, and we used to like say, Aranwanse, I understood this, and I can feel how funny it would have been to him, like to see, oh yeah, did you? And then, like to feel that you have to go a long way, how it is. And we are still here. We are still struggling, to get around these things, to talk about these things. And, that confidence he has, that, it comes with this non-self feel, the confidence. Um, it's so beautiful to be able to associate a noble friend, I would say, isn't it, Saranka? And
Yeah,
to get around that idea, what he says, how many years we have taken to understand him, and how many more years would it take to become him, like him, not him, but like him. We never know, but we definitely know, what we definitely know is it has begun. Definitely it has begun. So if someone starts saying that, no, there is self, no one would believe that anymore. Especially Buddothpado says, the people who listen to his sermons. And even if someone come and tell there is nirvana, we would be like, really? that would be funny, because like everything is a thought. But definitely, yes, there is non-vibration. But that's the thing.
Yeah, and I think even he has said, and the Buddha has said so as well, that if someone comes around and now says that no, what was told to you, what was explained was wrong, and there is a person, there is a self here. There is no way that person is going to take it, because it's now self-evident, isn't it? The experience is there, and there is no turning back, isn't it?
That's the beauty of this, and that's the beauty of the other beauty of this Dhamma is understanding this mind, understanding one thought, understanding that there is no self, understanding the speed, what speed has done to us, understanding this non-self, actually feeling it. These things have their own pattern as well. I mean, no one is actually understanding Dhamma. It just happens. This is the self. If self try to understand it, if self try to become the non-self, that's not going to happen. But what you can do is just listen to Dhamma, discuss Dhamma, and try to understand Dhamma, think about Dhamma, that's fine, the truth, and see what happens. That's all. You just try to get around the idea of what has happened here. And when you understand what has happened here, this vibration, which was fighting the whole samsaric time, is going to die down. It's going to die down. Definitely it is going to die down. And the power you had, the suffering you had, the beauty, the other beauty is the suffering you had is gone. The mental suffering. The physical part would be there, but even that, you wouldn't suffer mentally from the physical part of it. So there's no, the suffering part is a bit difficult to understand to some because the body sense faculties are still working. Yes, if you burn yourself, you might feel the burn. If you cut yourself, yes, you will feel the cut. Until your sensory organs are there, you will feel that. But you will feel that without a burning inside. That's the beauty of Dhamma. And I think we invite everyone to come and listen to this Dhamma in Sinhala or in English. We try to do our best. But if someone actually comes and asks a question, trying to actually understand this would come out much better than this, isn't it, Ranka? I think this Dhamma will come out much better than this if it is an actual question, trying to understand this.
Yeah. I mean, I've constantly reflected on that, Dr. Kokila. I think the problem with this conversation is it's twofold, actually. One is you touched on it a little while ago. When Aranwansa comes to the Zoom, he speaks so freely, and that comes. He speaks so freely, he speaks so lightly, but the words have so much of force, so much of directness, so much of clarity in it, and that is because it's coming from that non-vibration. It's coming from a point where there is nothing to hold back, where there is nothing to there's no inhibitions, isn't it? And because of that, it is free. The words are used to convey something, to convey the truth, and that's it. But I mean, just even if you compare that, and he says that, your conversation is dead, you're like half awake. That is because a couple of things. I think depending on what stage on the path each person is, or if you can just call it that for the sake of the conversation, there is, on one side, there is a respect for the Dhamma. And now even that is a thought. No, now we think that, oh no, we have to talk in this particular way because we have to be respectful. And then the other part of it is there can be certain aspects that we are not sure, so we don't want to go, gung-ho, pell-mell, and say it as if it's a statement.
Yeah.
So we are more cautionary in our approach in the way we describe it, so on and so forth. So each person, if you just look at, listen, reflect on the Zoom conversations, each one does that thing. To a certain extent, I suppose that cannot be helped, because if the complete non-vibration has not been reached, then that is the case. But that point of confidence that Aranwansa speaks also comes from that non-vibration, isn't it? So
that's
it's
so
amazing.
beautiful. Yeah, that's so beautiful. And the way he changes the vibe is so amazing.
That's right.
He changes it quite suddenly and quite amazingly. The thing is, that can happen to us also from time to time. The thing is, it's not throughout sometimes, and specifically if we are thrown into a place where we have to help someone, then I think it happens. Otherwise, the discussion wise, it goes here and there, and you don't know sometimes what you're telling also, and it keeps going here and there. But when someone is actually asking a question, I feel it changes suddenly. The focus changes suddenly, and then the trying to help that person, it's much more clearer and more directed and more I think straightforward. Yeah, I have felt this so much times.
Perhaps Lalana or Dr. Sakuntala can add to the discussion.
Yes, doctor. The RNS is very straightforward. So when I met RNS in Kelaniya, the live discussion is really important. We feel it better than in Zoom, doctor. Live discussion is much more easier to understand because RNS is asking direct questions, very leisurely explaining each and every point as a summary, and the way the RNS explaining Dhamma is really important in the live session, doctor. What I felt.
Yes,
I
and
met
I'm sure it would
RNS.
have been, isn't it, Lalana? That was would have been a
Yeah. I
great
talked with
privilege.
RNS.
Yeah.
Yes. It's a
I
different
haven't had that chance.
way. Doctor, live discussion, because I spent the whole day with Aranvas. It's a different way when we are talking with the Zoom and the live session. It's totally different, doctor and Mr. Rangika.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Definitely, it should have been. I haven't had the opportunity to have a live discussion with him. I don't know whether Surangika had a chance.
No,
No,
I
not
haven't
yet.
either. Yeah, no.
Yeah. I think Dr. Sakuntala may have, but we are not that fortunate.
Yes. I had actually, it was a brief time. Unfortunately, I had to go out of the temple right at the time that the discussions were starting with Aryan Hanse. For couple of essential things, I had to get involved. So, but I listened to one of the discussions which he had that time. Actually, he didn't ask many questions, but he sort of kept his eyes also closed, and he did a kind of deep discussion in the sense it's a deep deshana, some deep factors. And after that, I had a very brief time to talk to him. It was actually, very energetic. You can see how energetic he is, because when we had this procession from the main road up to the temple, he was organizing everything from the start to the end. He was walking and correcting the things and ordering, giving advices. So complete thing was under his supervision. So he was so energetic and very, I would say authoritative, yes, because all will listen to him and then did the changes immediately to the way that he wanted to happen. So everything happened in a very smooth and very beautiful way. Talking about these thoughts, I think I can apply that very well to me, because especially when I was joining the Zooms, I could feel that the thoughts are manipulating my words. So always there were sort of self-imposed restrictions. No, this shouldn't be done, and this should be done. This should be the way that it is. It has to be explained. So on and so forth. And it was a sort of bundle of thoughts at the end, not something mainly coming as a feel. But I think from Aryan Vase's discussions, everything is coming from the feel, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, it's so beautiful.
Doctor, and even small children also, they were very interested in asking questions and all. There were so many children came on that day. So they understood to a certain level the formation of mind even. That's really important. And they talked with our analysts and asked different type of questions. That was the incident I saw during that day, doctor. It's
I
amazing.
think
Like
he has started doing that in Natmaka as well. I heard that young people starting to ask questions in Andolnath. I think that's so
yeah,
good
doctor.
because they don't
Yes.
have restrictions in their mind. They will be open. How can you say this? Can you tell me that?
Yeah, that's true.
They will be so direct, and Aranwanse will be direct, so direct. So they like it. Yeah,
Yeah,
because
that's true, doctor.
because
Adhan very direct. Yes.
and the kids are direct anyway because kids have the
Yeah.
kind of unspoiled mind, I would say. I mean, some can be spoiled, but mostly
But
unspoiled.
when they want to ask something, they directly ask. That's true, doctor. That's the
Yeah,
way, no? Yeah,
yeah,
that's true,
yeah.
doctor.
And they would not worry about, why are you saying this? Why are you
No,
saying
no,
this?
no.
And they would ask that directly from Aranwanse, and Aranwanse like it. Aranwanse knows if you really hit on that nail, that's it. That's it. Because he has to hit on our heads multiple times to get into one point, but he might get in one go into some kid's head, because our heads are so thick, I would say. I mean, I think it's a saying that the skulls are so thick, but whatever. I'm not talking about that one, but yeah, our heads are full of ideas, norms, attitudes, everything, all spoiled when we come to a certain age. But kids, they have the most beautiful chance to ask direct questions, understand our answers. And the kids like the directness sometimes. And they will love a direct answer. I think we are running into the 4 o'clock Zoom discussion very soon. Anything else to add, or shall we wind up? Oh, Sudharma has joined just now.
Teruvan Saranai, Dr. Kokila, I joined just now.
Yeah, it's
Yes,
okay.
I'm sorry about that, Dr.
No, it's
Kokila.
okay. You was doing a massive job in the thing we saw. That was so beautiful. I think you must have had so much experience. We'll discuss it another day when you're free.
Yeah, Dr. Kokila, actually, from every experience, we come to certain understandings and realizations in the path, and that's it, Dr. Kokila. It all happened that I don't know, maybe Aryan Hanse gave that energy, as you once said, that energy creep into all participants, and it went just like a process. So even, yeah, it was so beautiful, Dr. Kokila, meeting people uh, and talking to them and trying to help them to get this beautiful message in some small way. And that translation, that attempt I made to translate and everything, and lot of new people got the message, and they became a part of this, and that's a beautiful experience. Yes, Dr. Kokila. Teruvan
Yeah,
Saranam.
that's so nice. So we'll stop the Zoom discussion now. Viewers, we salute him as usual. We have so much gratitude for him, and thank you so much for all the Dharma friends for coming for discussions. We would love everyone who can talk in English to come and join our Zoom discussion, and we can develop a discussion, or anyone who would love to ask question. That is very, very we actually invite you to do that so that this can develop into a better direct discussion. Yeah, may Triple Gem bless you all. May you all understand the truth. Thank you so much.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි. Thank you so much for
තෙරුවන්
තෙරුවන්
sharing.
සරණයි.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි.
From all the other five senses gets tied up to the image, it makes us feel that it is there and that it really exists. For example, when the child hears the word mother, all the recognizing signs of the mother comes to his mind at once. The shape of the mother, the sound of the mother's voice, mother's smell, the touch of the mother, and all these feelings reminds him of the mother. This is a Swabhavika Sansiddhya. Nobody does anything to remind the child about the mother. It just happens automatically. The child need not necessarily see the shape of the mother to remind him about his mother. This illusion of a mother materializes in his mind. Even if he hears her voice, sees her sari, or smell her perfume, it is all an illusion of the mind. The belief that the inside and the outside exist is known as the Sakkaya Drishtiya. Sak means it exists. Kaya means altogether. The belief that you think that you exist is Sakkaya Drishtiya. For each stimulus, aramana, there are 5 other stimuli that come together to convince us that what we experience outside is true and it is real and that thing truly exists. And we really believe that this thing that is outside really exists. The belief that the outside exists is a delusion, a mulava. There is nothing as such. All the explanation given above is to teach you about how this illusion is formed. For you, this is only knowledge. You have to practice how to come out of this illusion and realize the pure truth yourselves. From this point onwards, let us learn how to practice going on the path to Nirvana. Every time you receive a thought, you have to keep in mind that it is only a thought and that there is nothing in it. Terasana, everybody.
Therwan Sannai. May Triple Gem bless you all. Vivashi Palan Wahanse. So, what is the main message, Shani, that you were reading about? What was the main discussion point there? I think it is about the perception again, isn't it?
Yes. it's how this all stimuli from the senses come together and make the mother.
Mm.
Yeah.
Yeah, so how the mind sensor forms and how it goes on and on. Yeah, we can start the discussion around that topic. So we have discussed this a lot, but in the sense of the when we trying to read the book, we can go along that nicely. So we can talk about it again. So this is actually going back to the actual how one thought is formed, and when we try to understand how a baby, specifically baby in the cot, like for an example, a 6-weeker, how a 6-weeker would feel, not think. 6-weeker would feel a lot of things, but not think. But the perceptions are going to happen slowly. They might start with the hearing, they might start with the feeling, because or even the smell, because usually mothers smell, the smell of the milk, mother's smell, all that is kind of familiar to the baby from the beginning. And even though she doesn't know that it is mother, there's a familiarity, a recurrent exposure to same stimuli is happening, so that the smell would be felt as a thing, as well as it, when this exposure to mother is happening, even though we call like that, what actually happens is the function of the eye, function of the ear, function of the skin, function of the nose, function of the tongue. So when they all come at on kind of at the same time, there is always a correlation between these senses to identify it as one thing, because the smell comes, one form of light comes, and also mother's voice might come, because mother may be talking to the baby or singing a lullaby. So how this affects without even someone telling that this is mother, mom or amma, baby has an idea. That is the perception that the perception of safety, perception of getting fed, perception of being cozy, like comfortable, is everything around that mother's experience, even though they might not know that that experience is called mother. It takes time, because someone has to tell, someone has to introduce that thing, like this is mother, can you tell baby this is mother, so that baby will slowly start to understand. If the baby calls out mother, that this figure, that mental figure, or in the sense eye perception and all the other perceptions, has kind of become a thing now, that is called mother. And when baby says mother, this actual mother who is thinking as mother is going to react so much. She's going to identify that there is a reaction when you say that name, And if that system keeps learning, that's how they might call that name from a room, and mother keeps running. Mother will run back to the baby. So they keep understanding. Okay, if you want to get milk, if you want to get that soft feeling of mother, in the sense, even if she's not knowing that it is the mother, she will learn slowly, because these humans are actually very pretty quick to learn. So the system will learn, okay, if I say these few words, because the first few words come out of the epiglottis or the glottis, where that function is actually a reproduction of the sound that they heard. It is a reproduction. How can a child call out the word Amma? How? Have you ever researched about this? How can a baby call out dad or anything else in that sense? They have to be they have to be heard. In that sense, you know that it is a reproduction of the mind, because when you hear that, it is going to be a thought, and thoughts can be produced through the glottis. So that is how the sound is coming out. So we know that actually the mind is the sound. Mind is a sound vibration. Do you get it? It's really important to understand this. Aranasi has told this multiple times. So the mind is actually a sound vibration. But in the mind, the sound is not there, just the vibration. Do you get it? Because when someone is thinking, there's no sound. It's like Kamal is climbing a tree. You can read it without any sound, but still the perception is there. Similarly, you might think something. You might think, oh, today is a good day. And you might not voice it, might not actually come out of your glottis. So the mouth. So when you understand that it's just mind is a sound, and this sound vibration has no sound in it. So do you understand this, how things keep changing when you start understanding Dhamma? That actually these perceptions have no power, have no meaning whatsoever. Even though we feel it differently, we feel a sense of belonging when we say my mother. We feel a sense of belonging when we say this is my house. We feel a sense of belonging when we say this is my son, or this is my daughter, this is my country. So don't you see when you say I, me, mine, it has a sense, it has a meaning, it has a weight, it has a kind of a thing in it, isn't it? Can someone actually comment on these areas, how this keep happening, and how I couldn't tell you this part. Actually, even actions are output of this vibration as well. So the child stands and mother is shouting, child learns standing through example, because they might see it. Because whenever you see something also, you can copy that. Whenever you hear something also, you can copy that. So these actions will come out of that, because the child is going to see how other children or the parents are going to stand, but they can't stand. But then when the mother or father is helping them to keep the legs in the straight manner, and kind of force them to keep few steps the mother shouts in happiness, father shouts in happiness, saying, "Oh, the baby is walking." They don't know that the action is walking yet. The word walking, they are not familiar with the word, but the action has a picture in it. Action has a picture in it, and they slowly learn the word as well. So when you say stand up, they have an idea of what it means. So likewise, all the actions, all the words, all the thoughts have this specific area that you can understand. Actually, there's nothing in it but the whole lot of perceptions, isn't it? Anything else to add?
Yes, Thiruvan Saranai, Dr. Kokila, I think you gave a detailed encounter on that topic. Yeah, just few things that came to my mind regarding the same topic. One is that these all five senses may not come together in most of the instances, except in a situation like tasting a food. Now, for example, sorry, if a chocolate is offered to a baby, like maybe the baby is about 1 year or 1.5 years, if a chocolate is offered for the first time, mother will say that like to taste this chocolate, like that she will make some comment and give it. So the eye faculty will vibrate and the baby will get a picture or a shape, and the sound, ear vibration, the name chocolate comes along with that. And then when it is given to the mouth, the tongue faculty, the taste faculty will give a particular vibration and a particular sense. And also there will be a smell where the smell faculty or the nose will have an input. And also either the holding with the fingers or inside the mouth, that not very hard but not very soft, also something in between. And also when the chocolate is melting inside the mouth, there will be a different feeling. So that is where the body sensor will come into action. So all this collectively provide the thought, this is chocolate. So this is in relation to a food. But when you are talking about some other topic like maybe if we say elephant, so the baby will have maybe a toy elephant. We can talk about a toy elephant. So the name or the sound and the picture and the sound, that means the Shabda Varna in Sinhalese, those two faculties will come together. And in such a situation, more data will be added with time. The other faculties will give the input time to time depending on the exposure. So longer the association with whatever the stimulus, the data or the mind bubble in relation to that will be stronger and thicker. Now the example you gave, particularly mother, now like mother, father, the mind bubble will be thicker where lots of inputs, lots of data is collected time to time. The love and care of the mother, mother's behavior and the way she is dressed, the way she is calling and her affection, and the times that she's trying to punish or warn you on something that you have done wrong. So like that, all the data will be collected time to time, but all of them are just one thought, just one spark. The very same spark will have all these information packed. So in relation to the food, as I said, the all five senses can come to action. But later on, what happens is when one sensor faculty is vibrated, for example, if the name chocolate is mentioned, that's a vibration of the ear faculty. Every detail that the child knew or as an adult knew about chocolates, the types that the favorite brands and the places where they bought or the types that they enjoyed with some others, and maybe everything related to chocolate also, chocolate biscuits or various types of puddings or whatever you mention. All these things apart from the main information about the chocolate, everything else around that or related will also be in that spark, that single spark, or that thought right, which occurred right now. And also, you mentioned about the actions, you mentioned about the words, and also not only that, even the thoughts, just a thought alone. Now, for example, when a person is having a sort of long face, which has sort of with the appearance of darkened and that sort of facial expressions, or maybe a person with red eyes and looking sort of frowning look. Sometimes the child doesn't know what that sign or what that perception represents. So the mother or an adult might say that he has got angry, he's angry. And now the child will try to tie up. Well, I can't say the child will try. This is a part of the system. That appearance and the sound will come together, and the system will the recognize it as this is what is called getting angry. So like that, this is actually this sensor function is so complicated, and also it happens in such a speedy manner. It's very interesting in a way to see how the thought is formed right now with all the data related to that, with all the exposures that happened time to time. It's not memory. It was called memory earlier, and now we know that there is nothing called memory where this is stored somewhere in the brain. Brain is needed actually as a background organ, but there is no storage anywhere. This is the mechanism called synchronization or telepathization, where that previous, whatever the exposure, whatever the information that received time to time, will spark as a single spark right now, which we label as thought, and the late term will be, yes, I know it is chocolate, or I have tasted chocolate, or something. The way that it is expressed is like that. But what happens is this mechanism where no one is doing and no one is responsible. It is a part of the natural process, natural system, and the spark will be individualized, highly individualized. Each system will have a completely different spark. depending on the exposures that happen time to time. Uh, Anything else to add? We can see Surangika and Sudharma also are there. Anything else to add? Theruwan Saranai.
Saranai, Dr. Sakunthala, Dr. Kokila, and all the Dhamma friends. First of all, I pay my homage to Buddothpado Arya Mahase, and I was listening to your explanation, Dr. Sakunthala, regarding the thought formation. It is a natural phenomenon, natural process. And right now, we have practiced the first point of contemplation. So when you were explaining how the chocolate came to our world uh, as a thought, so in the first, I can talk related to first point of contemplation because we have just finished with that. So everything is a thought, like hopefully you all can contribute and correct me as well to better understand this. And so everything now we believed, as ignorantly we believe that we live in a world that exists, and one day we will leave the world sadly with the death, and the world will still be there. So that was the understanding we had before we actually came across, and before we listened to true Dhamma. So in the first point of contemplation, the purpose of it is to uh, liberate from the external world, or in other words, to understand that the world, the entities that we see are not true, they are non-existent. So for that, like, so we, as you very well explained, that scientific uh, scientific aspect of thought creation, how the vibrations, because as knowledge we have that now in the Buddhist philosophy. After listening to those sermons, now we know how the thought is created due to this speedy occurrence of vibrations of opposing charges. They come together, and the natural creation of power, the power is generated, and mistakenly we feel that it is the self. So, and now in the first point of contemplation, what we actually experienced was now all these sensory organs or sensory faculties, uh, they, depending on the capacity of these sensory faculties, certain depictions or projections happen. So, the, for example, if we take the eye, so the moment you open the eye, probably you might see some shape, and the fact that it is a Buddhist flag is a thought. The moment that projection comes, in no time that label comes, but it is a thought. It is not that the Buddhist flag is out there, but the shape uh, at once get entangled with the name, and then if you see the projection, or the moment the eye catches another shape, the label, the jack tree or a kumbuk tree comes, then another shape, paddy field, and a sound, a bird sound. So where does it come? So for 1 hour we've been practicing that, to come to terms with this, actually to come to realization that everything is in the mind. It's the mind. So we walk, so walking happens. The moment some sensation comes, some hardness is felt, and the thought occurs. It's the ground, it's the grass, it's the concrete floor, it's the tiled floor, or so on and so forth. So it's a beautiful experience. The first point of contemplation, just to liberate, or to understand that everything is the mind, and we live in a world that is mistakenly created as real. So in the second point of contemplation, what happens is, now we have made the mind the culprit. Everything is in the mind. So is there actually something called mind? Is there something existing as a mind also? To look to uh, figure out that, uh, in the second point of contemplation, we need to analyze that so-called thought further. Like, okay, Buddhist flag. Now you first we know that it is a thought, and then how did it occur in our life for the first time? Buddhist flag, is it coming from, as we used to believe, is it from the memory lane in the brain? Because when we actually study the vocabulary items, we used to believe in neurolinguistics also, these vocabulary items get stored in different types of memory lanes, and when there is some trigger, some stimuli occurring, it triggers and it comes, and so that is how the memory works. But with this true Dhamma, as you very well explained, Dr. Sakuntala, this telepathization or synchronization, it is not something that is that got stored in the brain, but it is then and there it occurs. So in the second point of contemplation, what we experienced was, uh, actually there is no substance in this thought. Like Buddhist flag, it, yeah, it's a thought, but how did it first occur? Maybe if for several entities, we had to contemplate and we had to go back to our childhood or early childhood to make sure that it was introduced to us by somebody at some point. So it's so beautiful. So we are still in the process of this practical approach. We have just completed 2 points of contemplation. Teruvan Saranai, Dr. Kokila, Teruvan Saranai, Dr. Sakuntala, and Ms. Surangika. So, yes, I stopped here.
Yes, Teruvan Saranai, Sudharma. I think that was very good timing because you have had a practical session and then you could explain what you were experiencing, what is meant by thought. Everything is in a thought. Would have been very sort of easy for you to explain also because you just had the walking meditation and experienced how it happened as a flow in the thought. So this is actually these 4 steps that you were trying to explain. The first 2 you explained. That is the beginning of the pathway to understand what is this self-perception or this Sakkaya Ditthhiya, which is a thought, which means the self-existence or the self-feeling, self-perception, all are used for the same meaning. the feeling of self. So that's a thought. That is something that is new actually for a person who is newly listening to these Dhamma discussions. How can myself be a thought? How can the world be a thought? How can my mother be a thought? How can my house be a thought? So it's something new. We have to sort of dig deeper into that. When you understand, when you listen to these Dhamma facts, then little by little it helps to shed some light to the darkness that we have been in, which we call the ignorance or avijja in Pali. Because without realizing that these are creations of the senses, depending on the nature of the animal or the human being, the world created by these senses is taken as real. So that is when the world is taken as real, when you do not realize this huge illusion or this huge magic that we are covered with, when you realize that, when you do not realize, what happens is this real world or the real myself is taken very seriously, and that is where the all the defilements start. That is the root cause for the defilements. Would Surangika like to join with some inputs? Terwan Saranai.
Terwan Sarnai, Dr. Sakuntala, and Terwan Sarnai, Dhamma friends. So I think the 2 points of contemplation was very well explained. And I suppose it's the second one that is the most challenging. Well, you can't actually say that every aspect is challenging for beginners. Just to understand the first point of contemplation can take a long time, depending on how much of inner reflection and penetrative insight one exercises in that, and being diligent in putting it into practice. It's one thing to listen to the true Dhamma philosophy, and that listening to it intently with focused attention is also a key part of this whole process. But then along with that comes the practical aspect of it, which Sudharma just mentioned. And that's why this whole practical program is so important as well, because you have to, what you do in the one-day practical program, that is just a training, a coaching with guidance and assistance from the spiritual teacher or those who have, or those advanced practitioners who can guide people to navigate that first point of contemplation during a practical program. But then it's up to the follower to then use that as a guidance, but then adopt it in the day-to-day daily activities as well, and continue to see how that how the external world, how that is not a reality, and how that this is just a construction of the mind. And even the second point of contemplation, as you progress to the second point, to understand how whether there is anything in the mind, as Sudharma mentioned, is there anything of substance? You know, we talked about the mother, we talked about the chocolate. Is there actually chocolate in the thought, in the perception? Isn't that just a perception? I mean, if you think about the gooey nature of the chocolate, is there a gooey nature? Is there a liquidity? Is there a solidity in the thought? The perception of solidity, there is no solidity. The perception of taste and perception of chocolate, even taste for that matter. Is there such a thing in the thought? No, it's just a perception. So keep on unraveling this is very, very important in order to completely see through and through this whole falsity, isn't it? This whole mirage of perception that species or beings or humans, everyone kind of gets trapped in. And then if we come back to the practical program and the next step, which you will probably get to in the afternoon or at some point, is once there is that realization that the external world is not true and that it is just a conceptualization in the mind consciousness, and then the mind or the thought itself, there's nothing of substance, it's just a perception. What happens then for the third point is the fact that the action mind of the Kriyasita comes into play, where still there is a seeing, still there is a hearing, there can be a tasting, or if one is actually engaging in the walking meditation, there is still the feeling of touch or contact with the ground and the feet, but the touch becomes just a touch. The hearing of perhaps the birds singing in the trees or the wind rustling through the trees, that just becomes a hearing. That doesn't dissipate, that doesn't get lost. So the senses and the perceptions arising out of the sense faculties are seen as they are, and then finally the progression to the final point of contemplation, where when one sees the sense of seeing as the seeing, the hearing as the hearing, the contact or the touch as the touch, the realization gradually dawns that there is no doer here. There is no person seeing. There is no person hearing. The actions still go on, still continue. As long as the sense faculties are there, the functioning of the senses still continue. And the sense of that whole falsity of self-perception gradually dissipates. And that is the crucial part of the final, the fourth, I can't say final, but the fourth stage of contemplation. But a very key point. But to get to that, each of those 4 steps are so important and needs to be practiced very diligently to get to that point. I think I remember Aryan was saying this morning, I haven't finished listening to the talk, but even for the second stage or the third stage, even the fourth stage, I think perhaps it was the fourth stage that he was explaining in a bit of detail this morning, that there are followers who don't really understand who cannot get to the feel and understand that there is still that perception of self still remaining, and that they are not conscious enough. The awareness is low. And that is where the guidance of the spiritual teacher, the guidance of advanced practitioners becomes so important to explain and to find out, to kind of help that person through any issue that that person may have, and help unravel it a bit more. Because as we have discussed in many, many Zoom sessions, it is those last few stages that become so intricate, isn't it? So challenging for one to unravel for oneself. So the guidance and showing up the way by the spiritual teacher becomes very important at that stage, when particularly in understanding the mind consciousness more than anything else, because of the intricacy of the thought process. And once the cessation of the sensual world, or when there is a bit of a getting away, or the relinquishing of the sensual world, the form and the formless world, understanding that aspect and the perceptions there becomes very, very intricate, very, very fine. So that is where the advice and the guidance helps. So perhaps Dr. Kokila, you can elaborate on those aspects a little bit more.
Yeah, actually, practical aspect is the challenging part, I would say, because the theory part, actually, the knowledge part would be, or to think about this is easy. I mean, even that may not be easy because sometimes you can't really get the idea of it. But then once you get hold of the idea, still there's a challenge of feeling that true. It's always is known will be felt by that system. So it is samdiktika. So it's very difficult sometimes to actually understand. But the way we understand would be the noble friend. Noble friend might feel the way that whatever the vibration now, when if we are talking about an event, how the vibration is that about now, or if whether the angle is wrong. So there are aspects that we can catch on, but that's the importance of a noble friend who has finished this part as well, because it's very important to guide someone till the end. And if someone has not actually felt the end, or in the sense has become the zero vibration, it might be a bit difficult to comment on that. But that person may be able to help for the beginners. So that's how it goes. And the mainly is about letting go, and letting go of self, in that sense, you losing you, that once we said. So you losing you is a bit difficult because we are very, very happy to lose other things. I mean, we are not, sometimes we are not happy, but still it's okay for us to lose other things. But you losing you is a new phenomenon, new concept, which we haven't understood fully. And once it happens, it is very clear. But to even become that would be something that you keep understanding that you can't do anything about it. So to a level, the feel will be just changing very slowly according to the defilements, how thick the defilements are, isn't it? So it's everyone's everyone is having a challenge here, and the noble friend is there to help you. So everyone can join a Zoom discussion and ask Aran this. So he's back with the 7 o'clock one as well. And I heard him talking about another Zoom discussion as well. So he might actually keep Zoom discussions for 24 hours. So yeah, it's just matter of just coming into a Zoom discussion and asking a question and divulging yourself, in the sense divulging how much, what vibration you have, and that might completely help that person. Whoever who talks actually will get this better. I think will get this better and faster than a person who doesn't want to talk or want to discuss these things, and who is open-minded. That's so important, because if you're not open-minded and you might get trapped in the thoughts. Even though the value will be not there, you might trap in the thoughts, or you might trap in the feel. Who knows? It depends on what level you have gone into. And noble friend main function I would say like warn the student or warn that person, say, hello, there's a bit more. Or in the other way around, Lord Buddha once came and said to Sariyut Swaminathan, Venerable, he or she had attained nirvana. Why are you still talking? So there will be things like that happening all the time, because it's the best person is usually the best teacher. Best person is at the moment is I'll say he can feel it, he can advise about it, he can talk directly, which will be uneasy for some and easy for some, because it's when Arhan say is so direct, even though it is so hurting, someone might actually take it nicely. Some may not. Who knows? Some may not. Doesn't matter. But as far as you understand, it's some kind of help that is being offered to become the non-vibration, isn't it? Is there anything to add?
Just one thing I thought I'll bring out, which Aaron Mansi raised this morning, which is a really good point. That's say it in Sinhalese, the Dhamma Udachaya, which means the knowledge that we have. I mean, we talked about first understanding this true Dhamma, because that is the first part, which is absolutely essential. But then there are followers who have listened to it for a couple of years, and instead of or they might be even thinking that they're doing the practical aspect of it sufficiently or adequately, but maybe it is not enough. Maybe the application of it is not enough for the way they have understood or applied themselves. So what happens is the interest in the Dhamma, the Shraddha, or all those things are there still, and the person is absolutely intent in following the path, listens to every Zoom discussion, maybe even participates and so on. So becomes quite knowledgeable, as we said, Dr. Kokila, the theory aspect of it. And I think, I'm sure, speaking from experience, that some of us may have already also experienced that. Our favorite topic is the Dhamma, isn't it? The worldly things, to a great extent, have faded into insignificance, isn't it? All the things that we held dear and valuable, the things that we chased for years and years, have now, one can't even remember that those were of any value. What has come to the fore is the Dhamma, isn't it? This beautiful Dhamma, as we always say. And then we analyze it in all kinds of angles. We look at it in different ways. We look forward to the talks. All this happens. So everything is well and good. But then, as our advancer says, are you going to continue to be listening to the Dhamma? Is that the purpose? Is this just a syllabus, he has asked so many times on the Zoom, isn't it? Is this something that you will learn like just another subject, just another degree? Or is that the purpose of this Dhamma? No, it isn't. It's the liberation from all things that is holding holding this vibration, so-called self-vibration, tied down to this samsaric cycle. That is what the Buddha wanted people to understand. by understanding the mind and liberating from this by truly understanding and realizing the truth and coming to the non-vibration. So that aspect is quite important, because if there's any listeners, and particularly we know that even in the Western societies, there's quite a few people who really like to analyze the Pali, the Tripitaka, and the Pali canon, and so on. And they know lots of stories and all about the Buddha's days and various ascetics, this and this, that, and the other. But is that itself good enough? What is the ultimate aim? And then we've heard about, Parva, if that is the canoe or the raft. Ultimately, that is only a means to get to the end, isn't it? That is not a means by itself. So that message is really key to Buddothpado followers, because if anyone has taken, you can't say anyone, but if any, just for the sake of saying it, if anyone has put effort, the maximum possible effort in cutting through all these various things that have been said about so-called Buddhist teachings, and cutting through to the core and showing the truth, it has been Aryan Mahansa over the last 5 years with over 10,000 discourses. So if one misses that key message, it's a real shame. It's a crying shame, actually, because all the purpose and the intent of the noble spiritual teacher and everybody else who is participating in these talks and conducting the talks is to get the followers and get people onto the path, but not to continue just talking about the Dhamma, but actually realizing the truth, isn't it? So that message is key, and not just listening to it again, but taking that to heart and then actually seeing, being aware of where the defilements are, being aware of where one is stuck on the path is absolutely crucial in order to clear that pathway further, so that that liberation can be attained.
Yeah, actually, I think what happens is, if someone is well aware about how much defilements or kind of what vibration you have, in the sense when we talk like that, it says you have a vibration. That's not the thing. It's the vibration itself is the reason for you to believe that there is self. The vibration, we call it a vibration for the sake of explanation, because there's nothing like that either, but it's something you feel. So kind of, if you know the defilements, it's you're not going to be deceived by the any false thoughts. But the trick here is anyone can actually feel anything in the thoughts. The thoughts are very deceiving. Thoughts can make you to say, yeah, I don't know Dhamma yet, or I know Dhamma now, or anything like that. It is very very easy to get carried away by thoughts, which we are very familiar. I mean, everyone, any human being is, the habit is to get carried away by the thoughts. That's the whole point, I think. The habit of getting carried away by thoughts, that's the practical aspect of this. And even about Dhamma, you can get carried away by the idea that either you don't know Dhamma, or I know Dhamma, or whatever the way that is. So it's very important to realize how this works, how this mind works, basically how mind works as a, in like, it's like a magic creator, the mind. So you can get tricked anyway very easily, and we have been, so we know how that works. Everyone knows how that works because we get deceived each and every day, isn't it? Anything else anyone can add?
Yes,
Yes, Kokila, what is the going on? Just now I coming here. Yes, Kokila.
I don't know, so Shani read a piece of the, not
Yes,
piece, a part of the book, and
yeah.
and we were discussing about the perceptions, and then the discussion went on in several angles. That's all I was.
Yeah. Mm.
It
Yeah,
was about
what's now just you are talking about? I want to know.
it was about because Surangika was describing how today morning you did a very beautiful discussion and was talking about carried away by Dhamma, in the sense in Dhamma Udache. That is, I don't know what's the English word for that, but getting carried away by knowing Dhamma and, getting lost in this path, something like that. And that was the last part, Aranas. Today morning, I actually haven't finished listening to that yet.
Yeah, it's okay. No, Dhamma is not nothing, is anything. Dhamma is nobody is here, no one is here, no? It's only the system is working, it's easy. But people have problems how believing, how trust. This is not a trust, so believing this is experience. So that is the important, I think, is this Zoom discussion is going on, the explaining their problems and question, and people have questions, people have problems. What is this explaining? How is this talking about? That's the, we won't do this. Our duty is explaining this. Our experience is very important. So Kokila, also you have experience, that is very important. So Suranka have experience, that is very important. So what is the our monasteries are doing? That's someone have depression, or someone have there's a or mentally something is going struck or something wrong. So he want to he want a place, he want what's he doing, who contact, where's the place. So someone asking. So that's why we are made in Sri Lanka here. Many monasteries is like Metmal Arana Metmal, there's a relaxing centers. So international meditation centers. So it is very important, our people. So otherwise whole world people in the struggling, people in struck. So people want the relax, people want the peaceful mind, people want the quiet and calm, people want this that's a samadhi. So this is not a temporary is happening. So Buddothpado Dhamma discourse we are going, that's the truth. What is the truth? Someone understood the truth. That's defilements. That's fading. No, it actually is happening. So otherwise, sadness and suffering is not coming again, because he know the truth. He know nobody is here. No one is here. Actually, what is this life? What is the birth? What is the death? So people don't know the truth. It's just a nature like that. So we can say this easily, but it is actually is the happening. So we want to explain how is happening. What is this world? So there people have alive feel, people have soul, but people have the feeling. So what is this feeling? What is this alive feel? How is telling nobody is here? We say everything is happening. No. So we are here. No. So someone asking the question. So we won't given the answer. So we have experience. No. That's experience is very important. No, this practical side is very important. But First, you want to know that the knowledge is coming. It's okay. Nobody is here. No one is here. Body is not you. Mind is not you. Who are you? You are the power. Power. What is that power? Is mind power. How is this mind power is coming? How is this mind power is constructed? How is this is happening? So it's very important, no? It's very important. This Dhamma discourses is going that way. This Dhamma explaining is going that way. So today morning and that's not only the morning. That's at 9:30. Otherwise, the yesterday that the Andolanatmaka is is the it's 7 o'clock Sri Lankan time. That's Sri Lankans know this. This very important. This Dhamma discourses. So new generation, new guys. So how is this Dhamma is getting? What is the point? What is the first we want to do? What's the explaining is the first. So it's very important. That's why these days I'm going. I try to doing. So it's very important, no? Kokila, what you think about?
Yes, Saranam. So
Yeah.
it's actually really important because there's so much other talks in the sense there's so much various types of Dhamma out there, like they call it Dhamma.
What is they calling Dhamma? There's a religion like that. It's not. It's not very. It's not real one. So this is not a religion. This is the truth. What is the truth? Buddha's explaining the truth. What is the truth? What is this world? What is the truth? Not two. Not two. So one is the truth. What is the one is the truth? I ask him that we don't want the religion or anything. So it's not our matter. Is that is not our matters. So we want telling the truth. We want to understand the truth. So when I was a baby, childhood, I have a question. What is this world? Who am I? Where am I come from? So where are you going after death? What's happened to me? What's this life? Is a real question, no? It's a real question. So every human have this question. So this, what is the answer? It's not a religion. We won't know the truth. We're like a blind guys. No, we don't know the truth. What happened? Someone is telling this. So we are believing. Why? Why we are believing? After death, we don't know what happened to us. Why we are trust? Why we are believing? We are not like a house telling that the type of there's a so misconception. Why we are in misconception? We don't know the truth. No. So this explaining is very important. No. This Dhamma discourses where it's going. That's very important. First is we want to explain the truth. Secondly, practically is experience is very important. It's experience. It's not a believing. It's not a trust. You can experience it. It's a practically side. It's a practically Buddhism. No, Buddha. What is the Buddha word? It's not a religion. What is this Buddha word? Non-existent field. Non-existent field is the Buddha word. What's the meaning is Buddha? It's not a person. Siddhartha is a body. Siddhartha body. How is becoming a Buddha? Well, everybody becoming a Buddha now. What is this Buddha word? It's only the word. We are using that word. This non-existent field is there. Nobody is here. No one is here. System is working like a nature. Everybody is same now. Everybody have the blood. Everybody is breathing. Everybody have birth and death. What is this world? It's a believing. It's a trust. How silly guys. No. What do you think about Kokila? This is Dhamma discourses is going. What is the truth is the important.
Yes,
Where we won't tell the other people, other religion, other the countries also, everybody, people. Why war is here? They are thinking other guys are we are other one. No, everybody is same. It's a nature like that. So nobody is here, no one is here. That is why we are nature. So peaceful world is coming. Why peaceful world is not here? It's the ego. What is this ego? People thinking I'm the other one. Others are others. What is this silly mind? What is this monkey mind? No, it's like animals. No. What is the human's meaning?
What is this people's meaning? Who is the humans? Is the silly guys like this, like these animals? What is this? People know, the human can understand. So animal can't understand this. People can understand. Understand. That is the wisdom. What is the wisdom? Nobody is here. No one is here. Everything is happening systematically. How is our sense of creation? How are you looking? It's like a camera. No? How are you hearing? Something happened to your ear. You can't hear the voice or anything. It's a deaf. You are deaf, no? How can you hear? Are you blind? How can you see? Is your camera working? Nobody is here. No one is here. System is working. This equipment like that. Our senses. Senses are given you to this world. It's not real. What you think about? What you think?
Yes, Saranas.
Yeah, that's the very important. This inside meditation. Inside meditation is not a concentration meditation. We all know this, but concentration meditation sometimes is okay, no problem, because your mind is going everywhere. How you can see this? That's why concentration meditation is no problem. But it's not the truth. Someone know the truth. It's very important. Know the truth. Truth is very important. So many guys is asking the questions. So various of guys, Chinese guys or other really, I said, no problem. What is your country? What's your you are human, no? You have mind, no? You can think about, no? What is this world? Who are you? You are not your mind. You are not your body. It's the power. It's a mind power. How is mind power creating? This is your sensor creations, like a solar power. That's why magnetic power like that, electric power like that, your mind power. What is this mind power? It's your ego. How is this ego is coming? That's important, no? It's the thoughts are given this power. How is thoughts power is happening? How is coming this power is this thought? How is this creating? Nobody is knowing. No one is doing. It's systematically happening. It's a natural phenomenon. No, that's the nature. No, we don't know the nature. We don't know humans. This process. How is this process? How is this programming coming? Muslims are in other program. Christians are in other program. Hindus are in other program. Like a Buddhists are in other program. It's a program. No. What's your that's your birth time? When the kindergarten time. You don't know before the kindergarten time who are you. It's a radiant mind. No. You haven't a defilements also. So how is coming defilements? How is coming ego? When you're a baby, you can think about it. No, it's okay. May I
Yes,
wrong?
Saranas.
So what is this? We are doing? That's explain the others. What is the truth? That's the Buddha's. Why Buddha? We are wise man. We are the Europeans and UK guys are English guys are talking about the wise man. Who is the wise man? It's a wisdom guy. Who is the wisdom guy? It's the Buddha. What is the Buddha word? Why work this Buddha's word? This nobody is here, no one is here, system is working. No. That's the Buddha's words. No, it's not a religion. It's not any other. The people won't understand. It's the truth. That truth is very important, not any other. That's why wisdom of Asia in Sri Lanka, we are talking about the Buddothpado. What is this Buddothpado Dhamma discourses? It's very important, this word. It's not a religion. It's a truth. It's explaining our sense of creations given this whole thing, everything. No? It's very important.
Yeah,
This
basically
practical side is
everything.
very important. It's practical side, how you can experience it. You can feel it. In nothingness feel. It's nobody is here, no one is here. In non-existent feeling is here. That's the wisdom. Wisdom is not a knowledge. It's experience. This world is what is the truth. What is the real world? You are not in the real world. You are in a simulation world. Every living being have individually this simulation worlds. It's not real. Human also. This world, how many humans? 8 billion, no? 8 billion, no? Humans. So 8 billion have 8 billion worlds. Unbelievable. Yeah, individual. A system, a census given you to world. Your world is not other one world. It's your system is given you. This system given this world is not real. It's a program. It's like a program. It's like a SIM card, your phone. Your phone, you upload in the SIM card, no? Data, you are given the data, no? What is these details? It's not real. After you are thinking, this is our world, that one is the other world. What is this? What is this world? Your picture world, your sound world, it's your sensor world. It's a sensory world. No, that's why Buddha is talking about. This world is not real. So someone is thinking that this world is real. He is in this world. So you know this. This light is how is coming. Is your eye creation. How is your sound coming? Is your ear creation. So this light and the sound and form together coming, that's a thought. Thought is not real. So where's the goal? Where's the goal? No, anywhere. Where's the iron? Where's the red, yellow, blue? Why kindergarten time babies is studying this? Teacher given the picture, eye given the sound, ear, red, yellow, blue, oval, rectangle, and apple, orange. What is this programming? Is this real? No, it's a program. It's a upload in the data. And finally, you have a film. You are in the film. But if someone know this program, he is not in the film. He's awakened to the film. No, that's the dream, like that film. It's not real. It's your film. It's not real. You are the producer. Finally, someone understood this truth. He is the producer. He know how his film is going. So that's the very important. That's the tranquility point. That's your freedom of mind. No, that's the that's the that's the that's the free mind is coming finally. It's a tranquility. No, it's a peaceful mind. Because this world is not real. You also in the world. The world is not real. You are also not real. This death and birth are also thoughts. So who is death? Last briefing, exhale and inhale only, happening like a robot. What is this? System is working. Your thoughts also come in systematically. It's how is this happening? It's okay. We can talk about future tomorrow. It's okay. What's going on? What's the Kongila thinking? Is your night time? You have a dream, no? It's a Christmas day. It's a Christmas. I think it's a present for you. No, everybody. It's the Santa, no?
Yeah.
It's okay. It's okay. That's the real part. Someone know the truth. He is the happiness guy in this world. It's okay, endless
Yes.
happiness. Yeah. That's the I think is the prize. It's the best prize is truth given this world. That's the jingle bell, jingle all the world. It's nice, no? It's nice feeling.
Yes.
That's right.
Best to do.
Best prize, best I think is this world on the truth. Yeah, it's very important. That's your happiness here, endless happiness. It's a truth given to you. It's very important, everybody. That's the Buddha's present. These people. It's very nice feeling, no? Finally, you like a sky, you like a wind. This is a radiant mind like that. It's nice feeling, no? Yeah. Why are you worried? Why are you suffering? Why are you in stuck? No, you can't tolerate. Your thoughts have value. It's given you to headache. It's nothing. What is this?
I think anyone who is open-minded will get this. It just they have
Yeah.
to listen to this or hear this
Yeah.
by chance.
It's a wrong vision. People in the vision, that's why.
Mm.
Misunderstand. The misconceptions. That's why. They are. People can't smile. Because machine like that, they are working. They want money. Yeah. They want foods. They want job. Yeah. Everything. It's your body. It's a maintaining, no? This is your life. But why you are maintaining your body? You won't know the truth. You won't understand the truth. It's the freedom of mind. Finally, you have free mind. That's the tranquility. That's a peaceful mind. It's very important, everybody. No?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. It's finally fade in the defilements, fade in the ego. That's why nice person is coming. It's like a pure human. It's okay. Okay, Kokila, I think tomorrow you have more energy. Today I heard your voice and others' voice, no energy. So what I'm doing, given the energy, it's the truth given you to energy. It's a nothingness energy. What do you think about Suranka?
Yes, there was an Iron Hansen.
Now
Yes,
is the
thank you.
Natal is coming. No, now is the Christmas coming. Have you Christmas tree? Yeah.
No Iron
No
Hansen.
decorations because your mind is no energy. No decorations. Christmas tree is empty. No shine, no sunshine, no any lights, no energy. What is this? Christmas tree now is energy have because truth are coming. Buddothpado in this world. No,
Yes, sir. Yes,
that's
Bhavanas.
rising. It's very nice. It's okay, everybody. Have a Merry Christmas.
Yes.
Kokila, haven't you Christmas? Yeah, you have also
Yes,
Christmas.
yes. Yes, sir.
Yeah, why people thinking why Teruan Sarana is not coming here? Triple Gembas? Triple Gembas also here. No problem for Merry Christmas.
Yeah.
It's nice, yeah, it's nice. What is these words? No, words haven't any value. No?
No, yeah, no.
Only the words. It's okay. Yeah, happiness is very important. Yeah, everybody, be happy. It's you understood the truth. You try to understand the truth and be happy. Peaceful mind is coming. Free mind. Thank you. Tomorrow we can chant again. Terasarnai.
There was an Iron
Sarnai,
Hansen.
Iron
Namaskar.
Hansen. Namaskar.
Namaskar. This lights also coming. How is the sound also coming? These are sensor creations. We are only to understand how the system is going on. How is these thoughts are coming? You know, before kindergarten time, the baby on the cot, baby in the cot, the baby don't know anything. Baby haven't defilements otherwise. Baby don't know death or birth or girl or woman or anything. That's a radiant mind. That's our beginning. After what happened to us? How is coming this world? It's our sensor creations. Our eye creation, our eye creating this lightful world, colorful world, this picture world. Our ear creating our sensor. Yes, sensor creating the sound world. Our nose is sensor creating the smell world. Otherwise, our tongue creating the taste full world. Otherwise, our body sensor creating this smooth and rough and solidity, liquidity. These are our body feeling, our skin sensor creating. This sensor creating is not real. Various of living beings have various of senses. Example is the buffalo looking the red color, otherwise the horse looking the blue color. Otherwise, the various of living beings have various of type of senses. This sensor given them the world. World is not real. This sensor nobody is doing. It's a system. It's the dharmata. It's a process. Nobody is doing. No one is doing. You also not doing. Systematically is happening. This is a nature. We understand the nature. We understand our sensor creations. Kindergarten time, what happened there? That you can realize, you can experience it. Yes, red, yellow, blue. These are sounds. Sri Lankan not talking about like this English words. Ratu part, nil part, ka part. What is this sound? Indians are talking other one. Chinese are talking other one. What is this language? Only the sounds, no? Sound and the picture. Kindergarten, you see that picture given the eye and given the sound. Sound and picture together coming. That's the thoughts. Simply you can experience. What are these thoughts? Thoughts is not real. This thinking world is not real world. How you are drinking pineapple? How you are eating the pineapple? Your tongue making this taste. But taste, what is the pineapple? Pineapple have a picture, pineapple have a sound. Are you eating pineapple? Picture and sound? No. It's the thoughts. You are eating the thoughts. You are smelling the thoughts, jasmine. What is this smell? You are talking about jasmine. Jasmine have picture and sound. It's the thoughts. What is your word? It's a thinking word. It's not real. It's a simulation word like that. It's a program. It's nobody's saying. This is understanding. You see, this is understanding only. Normally you are living, your lifestyle normally going. This is understand. Finally, you know what happened here. Death or birth, everything is thoughts. Nothing happened. This thought is not real. But normally you are living. It's normally, everything is normally happening. You can't stop that. System also normally is going on. No problem. No problem. It's a system. You only understand. So someone not understood what happened here. He's getting this real. He's in suffering and sadness. But someone know this. Someone talking about my child is dying. How is this child is coming? Before you are married, where's the child? Where's the husband? You are in happy now. How is coming husband and how is these are coming? You see, kindergarten time, nothing there anything, no? After what happened? Red, yellow, blue. And everything coming, the thoughts. Mothers of thoughts. Everything is thoughts. Your children also, you're thinking. This is the real. But normally, life is normally going. Life is normally going. This only the understand. Your inside is suffering and sadness. What is your inside is vibration, pain. That pain is disappeared. That's the power is disappearing. That's the ego is disappearing. That's a fade in your defilements. That's a path of tranquility, peaceful mind. Because liberation of mind, freedom of mind is the way. Someone know the truth. He know this mind is not real. That is the way. After you can control everything. Why? So you know everything. Why nothing here? Someone is telling you to some words. It's not good, but you are not any problem. Why? This is only the sound. You know he's talking something, buffalo something to you. But normally, you don't know this Dhamma. You don't know the truth. You are getting this power. You are getting this existent power. You know this truth. You know everything is normally is happening. No problem. Because you know the truth. You know how is coming existent. Feel this vibrations. One vibration, one is power. Is your eye creation. Speedily happen in this spark. There's a rapid speed. There's a quantum theory like that. Come in the light. It's not real. The spark. One is spark. Again and again and again and happening. What is this light? It's the speed given you to mirage. No, it's not real. It's a miracle, no? It's not real. What do you think about the coconut? This Dhamma is understand what, no?
Yes, sir. Understand, and then actually you will feel it. You can't really
Yeah, after no
by
problem.
force feel it.
Yeah,
It will feel.
that's
You will feel.
yeah,
I think.
yeah, coconut.
Yeah. Yes, sir. So I was trying to.
After no problem, no. Why
Yeah.
are you
No.
suffering? Why are you in sadness? You are
Not at
thinking,
all. Yeah.
yeah, this world is otherwise. You, who are you? You are not in the. You are not body. You are not the mind. Who are you? This is stimulus. Every time, one stimulus here, one thought. This thought, how much have the power? That's you. Power is you. That's ego. That's the crave. That's the power. You see this.
Mm.
Finally, why we are talking about endless happiness here? Why not sad here? No death or birth. It's only the thoughts. This sadness and suffering coming. You are thinking. Someone is here. He's now coming the death. It's happening. Someone is here. Who are you? It's a power, no? After you are not doing, systematically your power is disappearing. It's a fading. That's the crave is fading. Way. That's the path of Nibbana. Practically, you can experience it. You are not doing. You can't do this. You are doing only the understand. You can't do Nibbana. Because mind can't do this. Mind cannot do this. Mind, how is this? How is mind doing this? Mind is not real. What do you think about Suranka? Yes.
Answer yes, exactly. That is ultimately what has to be understood is that there is no one doing it. I think R.N. Mansa explained it day before yesterday also, this whole process. When one understands that it is just a process, just a mechanism, then there is no ownership to that. The stimulus is just a stimulus. It's one after the other. The thoughts are just freely flowing in the mind. And that is also a combination of the picture, the sound, as R.N. Mahansa explained. And that is also no one's doing due to the speed of vibration, because we have these sense faculties, these are being constructed. But if we take an animal or different species, the world that gets constructed to that animal, whether it's a horse, a bat, an owl, the world that they get and they perceive is quite different. So then, which world is true? What world are we thinking is real that is causing us suffering? Is there a world to cause suffering? And if there is no world, is there a perceiver? Is there a person experiencing it here? No, isn't it? So I think ultimately, Joel, try to see through by understanding the sense faculties. And I think we talked about ownership of the stimulus. Is there anything that can be even owned? Right at the beginning, there was an explanation about the chair and about the stimulus and the objects. Are those actually real, or are those just perceived to be there? So if one understands that process, yes, R.N. Mahansa, it becomes real. It's not easy at the beginning, but gradually over time, when one understands how this whole thing works, the importance that is given to those, the value that is attached to it, even to get fed up of life, there has to be something called life. What is life? Is that a concept that has been made? Is that a thought? Now, if you say you're fed up, say somebody else who is saying that, no, everything is great for me. I like my life. Somebody will say, and then another person will say, I'm feeling sad. Some person will say, no, I'm okay. It's there's good and bad and all that. So how can different people have different notions about it? Isn't that finally resting in the way that the thinking pattern is going? And as R.N.